The Honourable Deputy House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations among the parties, and I believe you will find there's unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special or practice of the House, that the hour of adjournment on Friday, June 23rd, 2023 shall be 2:30 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24. All those opposed to this motion will please say nay.
D'accord, la Chambre.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. No, sorry, there's no unanimous consent.
It being 11:01, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
Excusez, si vous voulez vous parler, approchez-vous puis parlez-vous à un micro ou pas par la tête. Parlez-vous. On va attendre une seconde. Parfait. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, affaires émanant des députés, reprise de l'étude à la
Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-282, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, Supply Management, in the name of Mr. Thériault.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Regina Wascana. Off to an interesting start today.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak today on Bill C-282. 7 years ago, U.S. President Barack Obama visited Ottawa and addressed parliamentarians here in the House of Commons. There was one line from his speech that received a standing ovation and was in all of the news stories that night. And that's when he said, "The world needs more Canada." The reason why President Obama's words received a standing ovation is because he was right. The world does need more Canada. The world needs more softwood lumber from BC, more cod from Newfoundland and Labrador, and more of everything from everywhere in between. Unfortunately, Bill C-282 marks a significant departure from President Obama's positive outlook for Canada, and instead represents a much more inward-looking and isolationist future. Canada has always been a trading nation. Over the past 40 years, Canadian governments have negotiated 15 free trade agreements with 51 different countries. It's important to note that these free trade negotiations were signed, ratified, and implemented under both Liberal and Conservative governments. This Team Canada approach has served Canadians well by giving our free trade negotiators the flexibility that they need to negotiate a deal that is in the best interests of Canada. Unfortunately, Bill C-282 proposes to take supply management off the table in future free trade negotiations and will handcuff our free trade negotiators and limit their ability to negotiate a deal that is in the best interests of all Canadians. This is exactly the warning that was made to parliamentarians at the International Trade Committee when they heard from our lead trade negotiators, both when this bill was being studied at committee as well as an identical bill in the previous Parliament. Doug Forsyth, Director General at Global Affairs Canada, in charge of market access and trade development, said the following, quote, "If we were to start from the position that we would not be dealing with 100% of the items that we would negotiate on, it does risk having an agreement that's not necessarily completely beneficial to Canadian exporters and producers, and it does risk being an agreement that does not necessarily provide the full economic benefits to Canada that one might have expected," unquote. Mr. Forsyth's concerns were echoed by his colleague, Mr. Aaron Fowler, the chief agriculture negotiator. Mr. Fowler actually went a step further and added, quote, In some cases, the country may determine that they do not want to move forward with a free trade agreement with Canada in the absence of Canada's being able to make commitments in this sector, unquote. Mr. Speaker, given that these warnings are coming from Canada's actual free trade negotiators, it is incumbent on parliamentarians to take them seriously and to not go down the path of handcuffing our negotiators in future negotiations. Take, for example, the government's Indo-Pacific strategy, which it announced last fall. In this document, the government outlines its plans to negotiate free trade agreements with both India and the ASEAN nations of Southeast Asia. India has a population of 1.4 billion people, and the ASEAN nations have a combined population of over 600 million people. That represents a combined total of over 2 billion potential customers for Canadian exporters. That sounds like a great opportunity for Canada. But I can't help but wonder, if Canada's negotiators have to take supply management off the table, then what sectors will India and the ASEAN countries take off the table as well? What opportunities in these markets of 2 billion people will be lost to Canadian exporters? One also has to consider our trade relationship with our two closest neighbors, the United States and Mexico. Now, one may be tempted to say that because Bill C-282 applies to new free trade agreements only, and since Canada already has a free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico, then there's nothing to worry about. However, it's important to remember that the current NAFTA agreement has a sunset clause, which any of the three countries could invoke if they are unhappy with the current deal and would like to renegotiate it from scratch. If this sunset clause were invoked, Canada could be left without a free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico as early as the year 2036. And so again, that raises the question. If we sit down with the Americans and the Mexicans 13 years from now to renegotiate NAFTA, and if Canada's supply-managed sectors are off the table from the outset, then what sectors will the U.S. and Mexico take off the table as well? Which Canadians will no longer be able to export to the United States and Mexico because of Bill C-282? Will it be New Brunswick lobster fishermen? Will it be assembly line workers in Ontario's electric car factories? Who? I know I would not want to go home to Saskatchewan and tell the farmers and ranchers and potash and uranium miners that their jobs no longer exist because they can no longer export to the United States. I'm sure there isn't a single parliamentarian in this chamber who would like to have that sort of conversation with exporters in their ridings either. And so, what to do about supply management when it comes to future free trade negotiations? I believe that if a farmer works in one of the supply managed sectors and owns quota and has played by the rules, and if a future free trade agreement reduces the value of that asset, then that farmer should be compensated for his or her loss. And that compensation should be clear, complete, spelled out in black and white, and should be paid out in a timely manner. While every country has sectors that it seeks to protect in free trade negotiations, no country has enshrined into law what its negotiators can and cannot talk about with other countries. With an open economy that is largely based on exports, we should not be making Canada an outlier on the world stage. In conclusion, just about all of the speakers to this bill have extolled the virtues of supply management and the people who work in those sectors. And I have no doubt that workers in these sectors are good people who deserve a fair shake in free trade agreements. But sooner or later, someone has to ask, what about the 99% of Canadians who do not work in the supply-managed sector? What about other farmers and ranchers whose livelihoods depend on exports? What about Canadian workers who work in export-based sectors other than agriculture? What about Canadian consumers who drive a car that is built in Germany or use a smartphone that is built in South Korea, or who just enjoy a bottle of French wine with their dinners? All of these Canadians benefit from free trade agreements that were the result of countless hours of our free trade negotiators, and without having their efforts hindered by Bill C-282. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude with another quote from President Obama's 2016 address to Parliament. He said, "The benefits of trade and economic integration are sometimes hard to see or easy to take for granted, and the very specific dislocations are obvious and real. There's just one problem. Restricting trade or giving in to protectionism in this 21st century economy will not work." Mr. Speaker, that statement also received a standing ovation. The world does need more Canada, not less. Bill C-282 is a step in the wrong direction, and I encourage all parliamentarians to vote against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before moving on to the next speaker, I think we have the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations among the parties, and I believe that you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any order, special order or standing order or usual practice of the House, the ordinary hour of daily adjournment on Friday, June 23rd, 2023 shall be 2:30 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
No? D'accord.
Okay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Le débat continue.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, today, I'm taking the floor to speak to Bill C-282. C-282 is a quite straightforward bill. It creates a requirement to fully respect supply management. So whenever there are trade talks, supply management farmers who work in this industry, they're the ones that always take the hit. Other agricultural sectors are unaffected. I come from a region in Quebec, the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area, which is a pillar of agriculture because of its location and climate. The region brings together all the factors that favor abundant agriculture. The agriculture in the area is diversified. There are blueberries, there's dairy production, and everything in between. And that's what I'm going to focus on, the dairy production. Dairy production in my region is more than important to the economy. There are 244 dairy farms in the area and thousands of jobs. This makes our dairy producers very proud. And for them, they're the ones I'm speaking for today. It's for the whole dairy industry that have called on us to support Bill C-282 because it affects them directly. Only dairy, poultry, and egg production is governed by supply management, and the system works based on three fundamental pillars. And let me remind the House what those are. First of all, there's the management of supply through quotas, and this term comes up often when we're talking about supply management. The Canadian Dairy Commission issues quotas for each province in Canada. As a result, this ensures price stability, and I see no problem with this practice because it avoids waste and it avoids too flagrant fluctuations in prices. Secondly, prices are regulated. There's a minimum price and a maximum price that are set so that the consumer can shop local without having to spend an astronomical amount on these products. In the worst case, they might have to spend a few pennies more for a local product. And the conditions are foreseeable. The standards vary greatly from one country to another. So this is a way of ensuring that we're buying local and that the production is ethical and not too expensive for the consumer. Thirdly, there's the control over imports. That's the third pillar of supply management so that our market is not invaded by foreign producers. So it allows people to provide good, high-quality local milk and avoid foreign competition. Other milk could be of inferior quality. It could be watered down and cheaper than the 100% local milk. And a person who is very sensitive to prices, especially in an inflationary context like we're currently going through, they would probably choose the cheaper imported milk. It wouldn't come from Quebec, it wouldn't be local, and it wouldn't meet all the protein standards. Supply management makes it possible to strike a balance between these three pillars that I previously mentioned. The supply and production are controlled, prices are controlled, and the borders are controlled. This model has been used in Quebec since supply management was first created in 1972. All countries in the world protect their own markets. This is nothing new. In Quebec, our supply-managed production has to be protected. Farmers are unanimous on this. They want this bill passed. It's a bill that comes from the Bloc, but it also comes from our own dairy producers all across Canada. As I said before, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, I have a lot of dairy farms. They're family farms. I'm thinking of the L'Abbé Dairy. It was founded in 1919, and it has been handed down from one generation to the next. There are values of cooperation, solidarity, and quality that go to the very identity of this business. Animal well-being is taken seriously. The cows graze in fresh grasses, then they eat real hay in the winter. This is the type of farming we want to encourage. Personally, that's where I get my milk every day because it's high quality, and as consumers, we need to encourage our local producers. Supply-managed agriculture goes to the very heart of the economic and social development of our regions. Let's not forget that. It protects the livelihoods of our workers. It ensures that our dairy, egg, and poultry farms are not left to fend for themselves. We protect the entire system. Some feel that when it comes to negotiation, we mustn't have our hands tied. But on the contrary, the government should not be disarmed in trade negotiations. It should be bolstered. We need to strengthen the government's hand in trade negotiations. C-282 will come to my committee. We asked for it to come to my committee, and we asked for extra meetings to meet with all kinds of producers so that they could express their concerns. And do you know what came out of all that, Mr. Speaker? Quebec farmers encouraged us to pass this bill quickly. They need it. And I'm listening to what my constituents and business people are saying. In the most recent trade deals between Canada and other countries, supply management was a bargaining chip. After NAFTA and the European deal and the Pacific deal, the supply management has taken a hit. Compensation checks are too slow in coming, and farmers don't want compensation. They want better protection. We know that with the Liberals, everything happens slowly. Conservatives support farmers. We want families to be able to eat high-quality local products. This bill has become necessary because gaps have been opened up in supply management. It's been bargained away. Market share has been bargained off, and the protection is no longer adequate. And that is where C-282 comes into the picture. As a member for the riding of Chicoutimi-the-Fjord, I support this bill wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On continue.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What a joy to be here to kick off this week by talking about Bill C-282 that seeks to protect supply management. This essential system for all producers for milk, dairy products, poultry, eggs. Mr. Speaker, when we debate this kind of bill, and that we've reached third reading, as is the case here, it is because we have been able to benefit from active MPs that have defended it, very connected MPs, those who are very connected to their agricultures. Supply management is an essential system that allows us to do great things. I will explain further in my speech. I would like to thank members from the Bloc Québécois who have worked very hard since we were elected 2 years ago, because this is not the first bill on supply management or motion on supply management. We've all been working very hard. The member for Montcalm, who I nearly named, the member for Montcalm is a sponsor. He tabled the bill. He is a member who has very well defended at committee and at all levels and everywhere in his riding this essential bill. He's lucky in a way. I would have loved to have tabled this bill myself, because in my riding there are many producers, dairy producers for example, that are developing our lands. I would also like to thank the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, because it's at the Standing Committee on International Trade that this bill was defended, was advocated for. Members of the committee heard from a number of witnesses, and generally speaking, Mr. Speaker, all witnesses expressed their support of this bill. They said it was a fair and equitable bill for sending our products to markets for producers and for consumers. Top prize goes to the member for Maskinongé, who is our critic for agriculture, agri-food, who defends all producers, irrespective of their specialization. He, with passion and heart and authenticity, defended this bill that is very important for producers working under supply management in Quebec. The member for Berthier-Maskinongé is a superstar for agriculture. No farmer or producer doesn't know our member for Berthier-Maskinongé because he's passionate. He wants it to be understood by everyone that if Quebec were to become a country, we will need farmers and producers. We need our sovereignty, but also food sovereignty, defending supply management, defending all producers in Quebec is a priority. And I believe, because I hear it in the field when I go to various events for the past year, people have been talking about the Bloc's work in the field to use all political strategies possible to mobilize people so that we can have all the necessary support for this bill to be adopted so that it can go to the Senate, who we hope will not take too long in debating it because it is consensual for the vast majority of this chamber. After these thanks, I would like to talk about my riding, which is Salaberry-sur-Oise, a riding that is rather rural. There are 358 farms, dairy farms in my riding. That's a lot. 358 dairy farms in Montérégie West. And I like calling them businesses, not only farms. They're dynamic, they're always looking to innovate, and these farms are composed of people who work very hard in their communities. In Western Montérégie, $160 million and 3,156 jobs. And that isn't nothing. This is therefore a very healthy sector, a vital sector for our communities. Often, people hear me say over and over again that farms are businesses, and so they're often at the heart of our small municipalities. Without them, many businesses would not have enough to survive. A couple of examples. There's an amazing example, the Montcalm farm, a dairy farm, and I was able to give a statement in the House to honor them. And I was lucky enough to have the Montcalm family visit me here. They've just celebrated 100 years of dairy production at Saint-Louis de Gonzague, a small municipality that is very vibrant, Mr. Speaker. The Montcalm family is a perfect example. They developed a dairy company at a family level. We're not talking about industrial amounts of production that only takes into account production. We're talking about a smaller producer that takes part in village life, in municipal life. One of the owners, because there are a number of generations, let's talk about Maurice Montcalm. On top of being someone who has defended dairy producers with the UPA, he was also municipal councillor in Saint-Louis de Gonzague. He was a member of his cooperative. So, Mr. Speaker, we see that a typical example of a farm in a village, a small municipality, can show us the economic advantages of having such places, not only economically, but for the community as well. Maurice is transitioning towards retirement right now, not as a producer, but as he is retiring from his more active work with the municipality. But the next generation is ready. Mélanie Jeunesse, the wife, has taken over his activities at the municipal level, for example. Dairy farms in Quebec are very important, not because they produce the best milk in the world. Well, I will say this unashamedly, it is the best milk in the world, because we have a traceability system that is the envy of the world. We have family farms that allow many of our small municipalities to thrive. We also have businessmen and businesswomen who manage their farm businesses and who are updating their practices. They modernize, they rebuild their businesses. And so, today, Mr. Speaker, a farm sometimes has robots in its various facilities, making work more efficient. And so, the new generation can actually go and enjoy their evenings because they can see on their phone that everything has gone well in the farm. That's wonderful. This is not a system as sometimes we hear some people describe as disfavorable. In my former life, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to finish on the matter, I was Deputy Critic for Agriculture when I started as an MP in 2006. We saw that there are many producers under supply management. And there are two different ways of doing business in agriculture. These two are compatible. The two systems can exist and coexist, and farmers, producers, consumers are all benefit from this. I could have talked about David Cecile's excellent farm in Stanislas de Kostka, who has just modernized his farm. It produces excellent milk, such a performant genetic product. Mr. Speaker, you understand how passionate I am about producers, about dairy producers. I encourage all senators, once we will have adopted this bill, because I don't doubt that it will be adopted here. It is a sensible bill. It is a logical bill for Quebec agriculture and agriculture in general. I'm sure that we will be adopting this bill with a strong majority. It will be sent to the Senate, and I ask senators to do their work rapidly so we can adopt this bill as rapidly as possible.
Continuing debate with the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honor as always to speak on behalf of the people of Timmins, James Bay, and I've lost count of the amount of times that I've risen in this House to defend the principle of the supply management system that we have for farming, because in debate after debate, we hear positive messages, but we see it undermined continually in the trade agreements. And supply management only works if the fundamental pillars are in place and intact. The reason I think it is such an important system to preserve is that we're not talking about subsidies. Our farmers don't need subsidies. They control a market that supplies milk to Canadians, and it's a system that works. In my region of Timmins, James Bay, particularly in the Temiskaming farming region and neighbor Abitibi-Temiskaming region, the dairy farmers are backbone of our rural economy. We have seen in the other sectors, we've lost pork producers to the boom-bust cycle of the pork market. We have had our cattle farmers are always having to struggle. There's good years, but there's years where they are really impacted by what is being given out in terms of payment for cattle being brought in at the large slaughterhouses. The ability of the dairy farmers to maintain their market and control it has been stability through good times and in bad times. We have, of course, many cash crops in our region, and when I first was elected, we had many smaller farms. In northern Temiskaming region, there still is the family farm, smaller units. But it's, in terms of cash cropping, it's getting harder and harder to maintain that and to compete with the larger corporate farms that are coming in, and to maintain the finances of cash crop farms is more difficult. But then again, let's look at dairy farms. In our region, young families are able to farm. We have many young dairy farmers who are building barns, who are investing, and these are major investments in the region. New dairy farms up in Matheson in the Timmins region, in Earlton, Englehart region, where dairy continues through good times and in bad to maintain the balance of the economy in rural Northern Ontario. So this is a system that works. It is a system that doesn't hit on the taxpayer for subsidies, and it's an efficient system. We look at our neighbors in Wisconsin, the dairy farmers there who really don't like the supply management system, yet we see massive problems of dumping because of overproduction. We don't have overproduction in Canada's dairy market, so this is an efficient use of farming. It is really important that we maintain the defense of the dairy sector, because we always hear, and I just heard it from my Conservative colleagues, these false promises of globalization, that if we strip away any ability of a country to maintain regional and local economic vitality, that we're somehow betraying this larger principle of globalization. Well, I would say to my Conservative colleagues, look around. Globalization has failed us. And every other country involved in globalization right now are making sure that their backyard and their regions are being protected. We're not asking for anything that's unfair in terms of protection. We're asking to maintain a system that works, a system that allows young family farms to maintain and to grow and to invest. So it's a big principle for New Democrats. We've always been supporters of the supply management system. I will point out, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen in the loss over the years of the corporatization of agriculture is many local value-added operations were threatened. Some of that's starting to change. Certainly in the Timmins region, which is, of course, much more known for gold and copper mining than agriculture, we're seeing some really fascinating smaller specialty farms that are bringing food to market, urban areas. The potential for young farmers to do that is really, really exciting. And it's something that 15 years ago we didn't think was possible. We thought we'd just have to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And yet we see niche farming is making inroads. And I would certainly encourage the government to support, through investments, these niche markets. And we can even see them in urban areas. People want to know where their food is coming from. And again, as the global supply chains are becoming more challenged, the ability to have community gardens, community food. Certainly, I think Toronto having backyard chickens is a great idea. Making our cities livable places that have animals and the ability to grow and not just monocrop grass and concrete. But going back to the role of dairy in our region, we had, for many, many years, we had Thornlow Cheese Plant, a very small local producer. But it was owned by Parmalat, one of the biggest milk company in the world. Parmalat had no interest in our region. They had no interest in the future of Thornlow. So one day they just called me and said that they were going to shut down Thornlow Cheese. And what they wanted, what was valuable to Parmalat, weren't the jobs in the region. It wasn't the product. It was the quota. They wanted to be able to take the quota away from our region and consolidate it in a much larger Parmalat plant elsewhere. And we met with the dairy farmers in our region and we said, are you willing to give up the quota and give up our potential to maintain production here? And the dairy farmers, who certainly in Temiskaming have shown a willingness to stand up many times to defend their interests, said, no, we're not going to go along with this. And we went back to Parmalat and said, here's the deal, you can leave, but the quota stays. Parmalat laughed at us, but we were intent, and the quota stayed. And I encourage anyone who drives up Highway 11, stop in at Thornlow Cheese. You'll see the best selection of cheese anywhere, because what they did with the quota was they diversified. And you can go into restaurants in Toronto and get Thornlow cheese. In order to build quota in terms of more access to quota and cheese, you have to do specialty cheeses. So Thornlow has specialized in all manner of cheeses. We have a great brand now of grass-fed butter that's very, very popular with people who like to cook, people in urban areas. It's essential that we maintain value-added production in Canada to supply markets that are emerging. So again, we're not relying on the large container ships bringing cheap product from elsewhere, but we're actually empowering communities, empowering farming, empowering rural regions to be part of a sustained and long-term vision for a 21st century economy. That's why supply management is so crucial, because it is one of the foundation pillars of a sustainable rural economy. It does not have the boom and busts that we've seen in other sectors, and it does give the opportunity for young farming families. So again, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many times I've spoken on supply management, but I'll continue to speak for supply management. I will continue to speak for the farmers in our region, because they are fundamental to the fabric of our region and to our country. And so I will be saying that the New Democrats will support this bill, and we will support and continue to fight for supply management and to argue its importance with the ideologues who believe that globalization and free trade should be allowed to erase our local farms and replace them with whatever is coming in from wherever else. We can compete, we can hold our own, and we are not asking for any handouts. We're asking to maintain the rural and regional and national right to make sure that our farming is sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend my colleagues for their work. I commend the member for Montcalm, as well as the member for Berthier-Masquinongé and the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. They have done incredible work on this bill, which is crucial for Quebec. This bill relates to industries which are important in Quebec and have always been, including dairy. Mr. Speaker, this bill aims to protect TRQs for milk production so that our milk producers are not impacted by political decisions which threaten their livelihoods and futures. Now, other countries will want to put their products on our market and play around with supply management. But, Mr. Speaker, agriculture is the most protected sector in the world. We used to have a general agreement on tariff and trade, which was put together in 1947. But in 1994, it gave way to the World Trade Organization because, in fact, it was difficult to agree among countries when it came to protecting agriculture. But there are reasons to protect agriculture. And the fact that the WTO was created doesn't change the fact that we need to protect agriculture. We need to protect agriculture, first and foremost, because that is an industry that feeds us. Those who feed us, those who work very hard to feed the population. Now, we know it's hard. My stepfather is a farmer. He is an extraordinary guy, and he's still working. That's his career. That's his work. I hold him in incredibly high esteem, and he helps feed his fellow citizens. And I say, and when people farm, they go out in their fields and grow crops. They are actually contributing to feeding people and fighting hunger or famines. So we need to protect the people who feed us. And Mr. Speaker, you're hearing me and you're thinking, well, he is really speaking the truth. He is telling it like it is. He couldn't be more right. Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, my second point is that those in agriculture have to spend a lot of money to do business. They have to buy land, they have to buy livestock, they have to buy their equipment. It's significant investment, significant overhead, but when you invest, you need a return on your investment. You need profitability. So we need to guarantee those in agriculture that if they invest in production, for example, dairy production, they need to have a return on their investment. But agriculture is a sector with a lot of variation, especially when it comes to livestock and what the livestock produce, that is, milk. So we need to support these people who spend a lot of money, a lot of overhead. We need to guarantee that it will be profitable for them. The only way to guarantee profitability for them is to have a strong supply management system to give them predictability so that they can rest assured that they will have a return on investment. That is the very basis, the fundamentals of agriculture. We need to protect them. If they invest millions, they will earn a good living. They'll be able to feed not only others, but also for themselves. We need to protect them, to thank them for what they do. Another reason why supply management is important, well, often we talk about regional economies. We say that we need to find ways to stimulate growth, boost growth in regions, in rural areas, so that people stay in those areas because they love their areas, their regions. So we need to make it possible for people to live and stay where they are and where they want to live. But if they want to stay where they are, they need to be able to work and prosper. Mr. Speaker, in my past life, when I was in Quebec, I was economics critic, we were talking about Investment Quebec. Investment Quebec is always working hard to determine what its mission is, and its main mission is to support economies of the regions. They were always trying out different ways to support economies of Quebec's regions. And it became very clear that supply management is an excellent way to protect the success of farms in regions. So it's very important for Quebec that we protect supply management. Quebec has a huge territory. It's a very large province. There are villages in the regions, and that was a success for Quebec. So even in regions which are rather far, there are villages, there are towns, Quebecers living there who have put down roots and who want to stay there because they love their home. So if we protect supply management, we will be telling them that they can stay at home in the place they call home and love, and that it will be profitable, that they can earn a living with agriculture. These types of businesses, they create good jobs. Quebec is known as a true kingdom of small and medium enterprises. So we need to support Quebec's creativity and businesses. Quebec has Alma, Bombardier. These are excellent examples of, actually, I was going to say something that I'm not going to say, but, you know, they're very hard-working businesses which make use of the land, and they find ways to make life easier. Quebecers are very creative, very hardworking. Quebecers do great with SMEs. And, go figure, Mr. Speaker, agriculture businesses, especially dairy businesses, those are small and medium enterprises. Now, I don't know the exact number of how many agricultural businesses Quebec has, but there are thousands. And the advantage of those businesses in Quebec, as compared with elsewhere in the world, is that dairy farms are family businesses. Those are family-run businesses. And what does that mean? It means they are passed from generation to generation, from father to son. Family legacy. We need to preserve these family businesses. We need to be thorough in protecting these family businesses. And I'm very proud, Mr. Speaker, because when I walk around in my riding or elsewhere in Quebec, they ask me, what are you doing? What is the Bloc Québécois accomplishing? And we tell them that, among other priorities, we are working hard to protect supply management. Quebecers unanimously thank us for that. They tell us, thanks for the good work, keep it up. Other parties are helping too. We shouldn't be too partisan about this. If this bill finally passes, it will be thanks to the help of other parties. I would thank them for that. I would thank them for understanding the needs on the ground and making the right decision. That's not always the case, that they make the right call, but it would be in this case, and I would thank them. So long live our agriculture sector, long live our farmers. They feed us, they keep us alive, and we need them. Thank you.
And just to aware that the timeout is at about 2 minutes past 12. So, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that have been put on the record this morning. I want to give a bit of a different perspective, I think, Mr. Speaker. You know, for many, many years, supply management has played such an important and critical role, not only in our communities, farming communities, but I would ultimately argue even true urbanites. You know, we understand and appreciate the value of the product that is actually coming to our kitchen tables as a result of supply management and the important role that it does play for the issue of quality. It's not just about protecting an industry. I like to think that it's also about the quality food product that's ultimately showing up at our kitchen tables. It was a Liberal government that in essence had brought forward supply management, created the supply management regime. And we have seen ongoing governments, including this government, reinforce its support for supply management in the agreements that it has achieved. One of the things that we need to recognize is that Canada, for all intents and purposes, is a trading nation. We are very dependent on world trade. And we see that in terms of the number of agreements that Canada's been able to achieve as a country of now 40 million, Mr. Speaker. We very much depend on that two-way trade system. We have a lot to offer the world, and we are very successful at doing so. One of the ways in which you can secure markets is by ensuring that you have these formal agreements put in place. So when the Prime Minister talks about, Canada's middle class and working for Canada's middle class, being there, trying to expand it for those that are trying to be a part of the middle class, you have to look at the issue of trade. Now, it's easy from the outside looking in saying, well, 100% supply management and with the trade agreements we're concerned about giving away quotas and so forth. From the inside, one has to recognize a couple of things. One, and first and foremost, that supply management is a good thing, and we continue to support supply management. But the second thing is to recognize that we also value having these international trade agreements. There are many industries, including agricultural industries, that have greatly benefited by trade agreements. I cited in the past, for example, Mr. Speaker, the issue of Canada's pork industry. In the province of Manitoba, our pork industry is doing exceptionally well. It could not do nowhere near as well as it is today if it was not for international trade. Very much dependent. All one needs to do is go out to my colleague from Dauphin, Neepawa, across the way in the community of Neepawa, and you will see High Life. High Life is a major producer of pork product, and I believe it's at the time in which I had taken the tour of the plant, I believe they said 95% plus of that pork is going to Asia. And it is it's an area of ongoing growth. Well, that exportation provides good quality jobs. So I don't think it does us a service to try to say that trade agreements are a bad thing, when in fact they are a very good thing, especially if you put it in the perspective of where Canada is at and the need for Canada to enhance its trade opportunities. It doesn't have to be a win-loss situation. We trade what's in the best interest of Canada. And to try to give any sort of a false impression, the false impression of that this is a government that doesn't understand or doesn't support supply management is wrong. I think our first Minister of Agriculture from the Atlantic province, from Prince Edward Island, to our current Minister of Agriculture from the province of Quebec. Both, along with others, including myself, have been long-time advocates in terms of the importance of our supply management system, Mr. Speaker. And it has had a very positive impact, as I pointed out, yes, for consumers, for quality of product, but it has also had a very positive impact on our farmers. So dairy farms is a good example of that. Not only are they able to plan and into the future, you are seeing younger generations committed to continuing the farm. So we know that there are career opportunities here, Mr. Speaker. Supply management has provided quality entrepreneurs opportunities, has provided quality jobs, quality product, and the industry as a whole continues to do well in Canada, whether it's in Quebec or in the prairies, Ontario, other regions of the country that do, and some more than others, will have higher amounts of supply management farms or communities, Mr. Speaker. So it is something that is important to the Canadian economy. We've recognized that, Mr. Speaker, both historically by creating it, continuing to support it, even though when it comes to trade, as I say, there's been no government in the history of Canada that has actually signed off on more trade agreements, securing more opportunities for Canadians, entrepreneurs, exporters, and ultimately imports into the country, so that we can continue to support our middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. We want to see an economy that works for all Canadians. And there's absolutely no doubt that supply management plays a very critical role in it. I thank the member, Mr. Speaker, for introducing the bill to have this particular debate. Thank you.
Continuing debate. Personne. Donc, pour son droit de réplique.
Right of reply, the honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of speaking last at third reading debate. I have 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes to attempt to convince those who are still unsure of how to vote, but I hope that there are very few who are unsure. Here we are at the last step of the parliamentary process, the process to adopt my bill, C-282. During my 5 minutes, I would like to speak from the heart. I would like to set aside, for now, the more technical aspects which I've covered in my speeches. Everything has been said, and many parliamentarians are now aware of the more technical aspects of the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, my heart is bursting with pride. I'm proud, and I'll tell you why. I'm proud because we took a unity approach to unite parties. My colleagues and I chose this approach. We met with producers, consumers, stakeholders. We engaged with the agriculture community. And in this House, our approach was not partisan, but one based on teamwork. We hope that there will be unanimous support for the bill. Last time, the vote was 293 for versus 23 against. 23 members voted against the bill. They did not see its merit. And I would be remiss if I did not mention the hard work, dedication, and skill of my colleagues from Berthier-Masquinongé and Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Their contributions were essential in getting the bill all the way through to this final stage, just before the vote, which should take place on Wednesday. I'd also like to mention the support of the Agriculture Minister, who has spoken in support of C-282 at all steps of the legislative process. It's rare to see a minister so engaged and involved in supporting a bill that is not government legislation. The message is clear, absolutely clear today, Mr. Speaker. Supply-managed workers in agriculture who feed us should never be afraid because they don't know whether they will be sacrificed as tokens in free trade agreements. They have given up enough. There is no compensation or one-time payment that can compensate for structural, permanent breaches to supply management in free trade agreements. All countries protect their supply managed sectors. For example, the Americans, they protect cotton and sugar. They protect them at all costs. Japan protects their sectors too. Why can't we protect our sectors to the same extent? We need to not only protect our sectors in agriculture, but also we need to promote a balanced economic model to guarantee our food safety and food system, and to do so in an eco-friendly way. Protecting supply management is logical and ecological. We in the Bloc Québécois support all models of agricultural production. We need to give them effective promotional strategies. We need to support and promote them. In Quebec, supply management plays a critical role in regional economies and in the dynamic use of Quebec's land. There are 87 supply managed farms in my riding, and when I travel around in my riding, I see a human industry run by people, and it wants to stay that way. There are beautiful landscapes everywhere in my riding. Mr. Speaker, I, through this House, invite the Senate to join us and to vote in favor of C-282.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Thériault, seconded by, moves that Bill C-282, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, Supply Management, be now read a third time and do pass.
Si un député,
If a member of a recognized party, I'll start over. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
à l'indiquer à la présidence, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a recorded division, please.
Conformément à l'ordre,
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 21st, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
I'm now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on June 12, 2023, for the member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, concerning an allegation of intimidation by the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. The member of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, explained that during question period on Thursday, June 18, 2023, the minister sent him an email, the contents of which the member interprets as a threat to tarnish his professional reputation and his standing in the legal community. The email referred to the member reacting to a question by the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, which referenced a former Supreme Court justice. It also included the sentence, and I quote, "I will let the community know," unquote. He felt that this constituted a form of intimidation, impeding him in the performance of, impeding him in the performance of his duties as parliamentarian. Pour sa part,
For his part, the parliamentary secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons asserted that the member misinterpreted the minister's words. According to the parliamentary secretary, the motives imputed to the minister by the member were not based in fact and were pure speculation. He indicated that the minister had refuted the allegations, which he described as unsubstantiated.
Parlementaire. La présidence prend au sérieux.
The chair takes allegations of threats or intimidation against a member seriously. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, page 111, states the following concerning cases where members are obstructed, interfered with, or intimidated by non-physical means, and I quote,
d'obstruction, d'ingérence ou d'intimidation par des moyens non physiques, et je cite, dans ces décisions.
In ruling on such matters, the Speaker examines the effect of the incident or event, the effect the incident or event had on the member's ability to fulfill his or her parliamentary responsibilities. If, in the Speaker's view, the member was not obstructed in the performance of his or her parliamentary duties and functions, then a prima facie breach of privilege cannot be found. Unquote.
The Chair has reviewed the arguments presented and the relevant precedents. The member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou referred to the ruling by Speaker Bosley from May 1st, 1986, on a similar matter. In that ruling, the Speaker did not conclude that the matter at hand was prima facie. As pointed out by Speaker Bosley at page 12,847 of the debates, and I quote, "Should an honourable member be able to say that something has happened which prevented him from him or her from performing functions, that he or she has been threatened, intimidated, or in any way duly influenced, there would be a case for the Chair to consider. I cannot see that in the honourable member's ability to perform her parliamentary functions have been impaired in any way," unquote. Comme le député...
As the member knows, to find a prima facie question, the Speaker must be satisfied that the member was in some way hampered, deterred, or otherwise prevented from carrying out their parliamentary duties. In the present case, the Chair is not convinced that this email exchange has impeded the member in such a way.
Not find that there is a prima facie breach of privilege. That being said, and while not wanting to speculate about the intention behind the minister's email, the Chair would invite him to reflect on his actions. I also encourage members to be courteous in their interactions with one another, as they all have a role to play in setting the appropriate tone for proceedings. I thank the members for their attention. I'm now ready to rule on another question of privilege raised on June 14th, 2023, by the Chief Opposition Whip concerning the behaviour of the member for Kingston and the Islands. In her intervention, the Chief Opposition Whip alleged that the member for Kingston and the Islands obstructed her in the performance of her parliamentary duties because of his unparliamentary behaviour and an offensive gesture. The Chief Opposition Whip qualified the behaviour as an ordeal, as well as distracting and disruptive to her efforts to complete her speech. While she acknowledged the apology provided by the member, she indicated that she did not feel that this was sufficient, citing procedural authorities and previous rulings. The member felt the matter met the threshold for a prima facie question of privilege. The parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government in the House countered that the matter had been resolved when the member for Kingston and the Islands unreservedly apologized for the gesture he made. He also noted that the apology was delivered shortly after the incident occurred and that the Deputy Speaker accepted the apology, thereby considering the matter closed. La Présidence a examiné l'incident.
The Chair reviewed the incident that occurred on the evening of June 13th, 2023, and accepts the word of the Chief Opposition Whip as to how upsetting she found the offensive behaviour directed at her. Frequently, the House debates contentious subjects where emotions run high on both sides of the issue. this should never be used as a justification for inappropriate behavior.
When the incident occurred, the Deputy Speaker ably addressed the behavior by instructing the member for Kingston and the Islands to unreservedly apologize for his behavior and offensive gesture. The member did comply with that direction, and the chair, who is tasked to make this determination, considered the matter closed. Je souhaite rappeler aux députés.
I would remind members that decisions from the chair are final. They are not to be debated after the fact, nor are they to be revisited once they've already been settled. That is our practice. In fact, on October 9th, 1991, Speaker Fraser, at page 3516 of the debates, made this observation, and I quote, "The member in this case, as has been the practice, has apologized. Honourable members clearly feel very strongly about the matter, as perhaps so does the Speaker. I cannot allow that a practice build up of continuing the debate," unquote.
The chair also observes that the participation of the Chief Opposition Whip in proceedings remains undiminished. As such, I cannot find a prima facie question of privilege. The chair will finish by echoing a very simple and straightforward request often made in the past. Please observe the same common courtesy that should regulate interactions in any professional settings. Vigorous exchanges of ideas, which are the hallmark of any democratic assembly, can and must be exercised in conjunction with some self-restraint. I thank all members for their attention. Merci. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill is writing on a point of order, I understand.
Speaker, I had reserved the right to respond to the government's response to my point of privilege. Thank you, Speaker. So I believe it was on Friday, the member for Brampton North added some government response to the point of privilege I raised last week with regard to the government withholding information and proof of the government withholding information on an order paper question. The member for Brampton North said the following: the government met the requirements of the standing order in tabling its response to the order paper question. The response is to the access to information request provides legitimate rationale to the reason it was not in a position to include certain information in its response. The problem with that, Speaker, is twofold. First of all, my order paper question, and of course this is order paper question Q974, had many aspects of information requested. So when the member for Brampton North says not in a position to include certain information in its response, the government should have endeavored to answer all parts of the question. I want to read an email from the ATIP, which brought this point of privilege to light for your consideration in making your ruling. It's from somebody in the Department of Natural Resources. The name is Eleni Durokakis. This person is a deputy director level staff. And this person says, "Hi, Dan, see the official tasking for this request. As we discussed last week, it might be a good approach to leverage on the generic email you prepared on this email. I sent you Kim's feedback on that response I just received this morning. As discussed, the response needs to be as high level as possible instead of answering every single question." So in that, the government purposely the staffers met and decided to deliberately withhold information to my order paper question. Again, I just want to reemphasize, it's on page 2 and 3 of the ATIP, and it was to specifically not answer certain parts of the question. Now, I want to, Speaker, just give you an example of the information that they chose to withhold. So, one part of my question was to ask which government official gave an interview to the CBC on the story that had originated my OPQ request. The paragraph in question in this article was and I'll just reference for you. It said the Canadian government has been active too. Canadian officials say they've already provided the U.S. with a list of 70 projects that could warrant U.S. funding. So I wanted to know who told the CBC that so that I could follow up and perhaps get some more information or a briefing. But the fact that the staffer within Natural Resources said that they did not want to answer, they made an active effort to not answer any part of my question, and they conspired on that per the Speaker's ruling that I referenced from 1980 in my original submission on this point of privilege. There is a deliberate effort to withhold information. The other point of rebuttal, briefly, Speaker, that I'd like to make on the member from Brampton North's assertion is that the government was in a position to withhold this, is that it's not just my order paper question that the Department of Natural Resources has decided to use this method of what they call high-level limitation language. There's a table that I would draw your attention to, Speaker, when you're making your ruling that outlines at least 15, I believe it is, other members. They have their order paper question, and then it's all strategy in the comments part of that table on whether or not, quote, high-level limitation language would provide a risk. Let me read you, Speaker, one of the particular answers in there. It says, so this is with regard to a colleague's question that asked for some basic details on government contracts. So, and it's a generic question to all government departments, and this is what the Department of Natural Resources said. NRCan uses limitation language and does not disclose specific cancelled contracts or for the time period requested. Communications risk appears low and depends on whether NRCan stands out among all departments answering. Inherent risk of limitation language is accepted. Now, Speaker, when you're making your ruling, I would ask you to consider what the department is referring to when they say inherent risk is acceptable. I believe, and how I interpret this, is that they're saying the risk of me complaining to you, Speaker, the risk of me pointing out that they have deliberately withheld information based on whether or not other departments actually provide information, it's a deliberate withholding of information. They have actually strategized on the opportunity cost of not pulling that information, which I'm entitled to under the standing orders, on the gamble that you are going to rule that this is okay. And this, again, Speaker, just to reemphasize, is what I pointed out in my original point of privilege when the minister, or the NRCan's deputy chief of something, Kyle Herethia, said that the Speaker will just tut this and let it go. Speaker, again, in closing, the Speaker in December 1980 pointed out that if there was a deliberate attempt to deny answers to an honourable member, that this would constitute a breach of privilege in terms of how order paper questions are responded to. This ATIP clearly shows that the Department of Natural Resources has a pervasive culture of trying to withhold information from members through communication strategies as opposed to trying to provide that information and then afterwards figuring out the communication process afterwards. They've got it backwards. They're both diminishing my ability as a member to find this information out and do my job per the standing orders, and they're also diminishing your role as chair. So I just ask you to consider that. I think that this is very serious. This ATIP is, I actually encourage you, Speaker, to read through it. It's very troubling. And I, again, would argue against what the member from Brampton North had said. This was a deliberate attempt to withhold information. Thank you, Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for her intervention, and it will be taken into consideration in the ruling. Now, I'm looking at the government or the opposition whip. Is it relating to the same point of order? Or, okay, then what I'll do is I know the honourable member for South Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, wants to speak to this. I'll let him go, then I'll come back to the honourable member or the honourable whip when he's done, if that's okay. Very good. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, it's not in my nature just to stand up and argue that I've been wronged. I believe that a privilege motion is a very serious event. And so hopefully by my standing alongside the Member of Parliament for Calgary Nose Hill understates the seriousness that which I take this breach. And Mr. Speaker, just a few comments in regards to my specific situation stemming from the arguments of the breach that was noted by the earlier speaker. I think we all can probably agree that in Canada, democracy is not as healthy as it could be and as it needs to be. And we also know that this Prime Minister and his office and some of his ministers don't take the health of Canadian democracy all that seriously. However, we are incredibly fortunate that here in this Parliament, we have the Westminster parliamentary system that can and needs to stand up for democracy. Now, Mr. Speaker, how does that work? Because the one thing that this Prime Minister does not have the power to do is elect you, our Speaker. The fact for many, many years, parliamentarians must vote in the Speaker should never be forgotten or taken for granted, because the Speaker does not represent the government. Rather, the Speaker represents all democratically elected officials in this place to protect our ability to carry out the discharge of our duties to the benefit of a free and democratic society. In other words, you, Mr. Speaker, represent all of us in this work. Now, I mention these things because we have a situation here where a government department, and in this case, NRCan, and with my order paper question, 1113, decided it did not want to be accountable to Canadians. Now, this department, Mr. Speaker, deliberately withheld information in order to mislead us as democratically elected officials in an access to information request by, again, I referenced the member for Calgary Nose Hill. There included a short reference to my order paper question. Now, Mr. Speaker, it specifically was relating to canceled government contracts and any other related costs. Now, the spending of the government and its scrutiny is core to what every member of Parliament who is not part of the executive to our parliamentary functions, and the department is communication assessment. And those that are watching at home, Mr. Speaker, for those sitting at home, this means to identify any issues and associated communications approach with, and they said the following, and I quote, NR Canada answers using limitation language and does not disclose specific canceled contracts from the time period requested. Communication risk appears low and depends on whether NRCan stands out among all departments answering. Inherent risk of limitation language is accepted. End quote. Inherent risk of limitation language is accepted. So we know that this department did not want to disclose specific canceled contracts because were they embarrassed? Were they sensitive? They just didn't want to be accountable to the public? Mr. Speaker, we don't know. But we do know that they identified that there would be other departments that would answer honestly and forthrightly, as is their duties as steward of public money. That was the risk that NRCan weighed. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, for a moment, if every department started to do this, especially with something like an order paper question, where we ask for factual information with the expectation that we will get factual information. And that is why this privilege motion is so critically important for Canadian democracy. So we know that this department did not want to disclose specific contracts because, again, Mr. Speaker, we don't know. And for our Speaker, this, Mr. Speaker, will be your moment to stand up for the House and for all members to send a powerful message to NRCan that democracy will always prevail here in Canada. That is the Speaker that I voted for and believe that we must send this message strongly, that no government department can be allowed to withhold information or taint our order paper process. If we allow this to happen once, Mr. Speaker, it will inevitably happen again. If not the same kind of level, it could be worse. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you investigate this and to make sure we can carry out our parliamentary duties, and that department and minister responsible, and I should say, as there's no way that this decision to limit the language to purposely hide contracts from public disclosure would not happen without the approval of the minister responsible and his staff. Mr. Speaker, all of this falls on the shoulders, your shoulders, who must stand for this place to represent us and send a powerful message that this is wrong and needs to be turned around. If the Speaker fails to do this, it will only enable more government departments to engage in this kind of garbage. And frankly, I would think that we all can agree that is not acceptable. This department thought it was above this place. Mr. Speaker, let's remind the government and its departments that they are there to serve Canadians, and the order paper question should be sacrosanct and factual. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for his input, and I do want to assure him that any decision made by the Speaker and by the office is made following the rules that are set forward by the members of the House and followed so that it'll be fair to all members, not one side or the other, but all members. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill is rising just as a short reply.
Yes. Speaker, when you are making your ruling on this, I would ask that you look to the response to question 1113, which is the question that my colleague from Central Okanagan is raising his additional information on. I would ask you to look specifically at the language under the NRCan response, which is different from other departments. Other departments actually undertook a search of these contracts, but NRCan used what they refer to in the ATIP as high-level limitation language. I would also ask you, Speaker, when you do that, to look at how there's similar language now from departments across all other order paper questions. I suspect if there are further ATIPs, we will find that the government has adopted approach of, quote, high-level limitation language. It's a copy and paste across departments, which is a purposeful attempt to deny members with information and goes against the spirit of the standing orders. Thank you for your consideration.
I thank the honourable member. I understand the opposition whip is rising. The chief opposition whip is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order with respect to the upcoming opposition day, which is also the final allotted day in the current supply period, the day when we consider the estimates and appropriation bills. Multiple notices of opposition to votes in the main estimates and the supplementary estimates appear on today's notice paper, meaning that subparagraph C small I of the special order adopted on November 15th, 2022, sometimes referred to as the midnight sitting orders, will need to be applied. Quote, during consideration of the estimates on the last allotted day of each supply period pursuant to Standing Orders 81 sub 17 and 81 sub 18, when the Speaker interrupts the proceedings for the purpose of putting forthwith all questions necessary to dispose of the estimates, A, all remaining motions to concur in the votes for which a notice of opposition was filed shall be deemed to have been moved and seconded, the questions deemed put and recorded divisions deemed requested. B, the Speaker shall have the power to combine the said motions for voting purposes, provided that, in exercising this power, the Speaker be guided by the same principles and practices used at report stage, end quote. While the House has in recent years adopted special orders with provisions to this effect, it appears that this week's opposition day will be the first time the Chair might be called upon to interpret and apply the unprecedented provisions found in clause sub C small I large b. I am rising today to make representations in advance of your likely ruling, bearing in mind the words of Mr. Speaker Milliken from March 21st, 2001, at page 1991 of the debates following an amendment made in Standing Order 76.1 sub 5, quote, from time to time when the House adopts new procedures, speakers have seen fit to address the manner in which they will be implemented. Often this occurs when a certain amount of latitude or discretion is given to the Chair. In enforcing new procedures, the Speaker acts as a servant of the House, not as its master. Therefore, in order that these new procedures function properly, I see it as my duty to make a statement on their operation now before the House is seized with a bill at report stage, end quote. In short, Mr. Speaker, I do not believe the principles and practices of the report stage on legislation lend themselves well to the principles and practices necessary for the appropriations process, but allow me to explain. Firstly, I think we ought to put the estimates and opposed items into some context so that the House understands the situation at hand. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, explains at page 864, quote, the main estimates provide a breakdown by department and program of planned government spending for the upcoming fiscal year. The estimates are expressed as a series of votes or resolutions which summarizes the estimated financial requirements in a particular expenditure category, such as operations, capital, or grants. The votes are expressed in dollar amounts, the total of which, once agreed to, should satisfy all the budgetary requirements of a department or agency in that category, with the exception of any expenditures provided for under other statutory authority. Each budgetary item or vote has two essential components: an amount of money and a destination, a description of what the money will be used for, end quote. Then, continuing at page 881, Bosque and Gagnon explain opposed items. Quote, any member may give notice to oppose any item in the estimates before the House. Such items are then referred to as opposed items in the estimates. Members give notice of opposed items to express opposition to the total amount of a vote or to a specified portion of that amount. A notice to oppose an item in the estimates is not a motion. Because the government may propose in one motion the concurrence in all the votes in the estimates, the notice to oppose an item is rather a mechanism by which members force the government to propose a separate motion for the concurrence in each vote that is the subject of total or partial opposition. The wording of the general concurrence motion is then changed to exclude those votes, end quote. Mr. Speaker, it is essential for us not to lose sight of the supply process as just some dusty, boring accounting exercise. The control of the purse is rooted in centuries of constitutional evolution, dating back to the earliest parliaments and assemblies in England over 800 years ago. These historic origins are best summed up by the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in its 6th report, tabled in June 2012 at page 3, quote, the principles underlying Canadian parliamentary financial procedures go back to the Magna Carta, signed by King John of England in 1215, when the King was not able to finance most public expenses out of his own revenues. He was obliged to seek funds by summoning the Common Council of the realm or Parliament to consider what taxes and tariffs should be supplied to support the Crown. It was generally recognized that when aids or supplies were required, the King should seek consent not only to impose a tax, but also for the manner in which the revenues from that tax might be spent. In 1295, the writ of summons for one of these councils proclaimed, quote, what touches all should be approved by all, end quote. Bosque and Gagnon at page 824 explain that, quote, the direct control of national finance has been referred to as the great task of modern parliamentary government, end quote. That control is exercised at two levels. First, Parliament must assent to all legislative measures which implement public policy, and the House of Commons authorizes both the amounts and objects or destinations of all public expenditures, end quote. Joseph Redlich offers some further historical context at page 114 of Volume 3 of the Procedure of the House of Commons, a study of its history and present form. Quote, the whole law of finance, and consequently the whole British Constitution, is grounded upon one fundamental principle, laid down at the very outset of English parliamentary history and secured by 300 years of mingled conflict with the Crown and peaceful growth. All taxes and public burdens imposed upon the nation for purposes of state, whatsoever their nature, must be granted by the representatives of the citizens and taxpayers, i.e. by Parliament, end quote. That struggle, Mr. Speaker, was not isolated to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Bosque and Gagnon at pages 11 and 12 remind us, quote, there was, however, endless conflict between the appointed governors and the elected representatives and between the appointed governors and the elected representatives over who should control public spending, supply, and who should appoint public officials, the civil list. Ultimately, discontent led to rebellions in both Upper and Lower Canada during the period 1837 to 38, end quote. With the adoption of responsible government in Canada, the most acute conflict simmered down and established practices took root. Bosc and Gagnon note at pages 826 and 827, quote, the manner in which Canada deals with public finance derives from British parliamentary procedure as practiced at the time of Confederation. The final procedures adopted by the Canadian House of Commons in 1867 were formed by the following principles: that all legislation sanctioning expenditure or initiating taxation is to be given the fullest possible discussion, both in the House and in committee, end quote. Bosc and Gagnon elaborate upon this at page 834, quote, the cardinal principle governing Parliament's treatment of financial measures was that they be given the fullest possible consideration in committee and in the House. This was to ensure that, quote, Parliament may not, by sudden and hasty votes, incur any expenses or be induced to approve of measures which may entail heavy and lasting burdens upon the country, end quote. They also refer at page 845 to, quote, the ancient tenet of parliamentary government, which held that the Crown should respond to the grievances of the people before the people granted supply, end quote. Turning to an understanding of the report stage for legislation, Mr. Speaker, its essence is explained by Bosc and Gagnon at page 781, quote, in recommending that report stage be restored, the 1968 Special Committee on Procedure believed that stage to be essential in order to provide all members of the House, and not merely members of the committee, with an opportunity to express their views on bills under consideration and to propose amendments where appropriate, end quote. This point was emphasized by the Special Committee on the Reform of the House of Commons, better known as the McGrath Committee, in its third report, tabled in June 1985 at page 38. Quote, the report stage was designed to provide opportunities to members not involved at the committee stage of a bill to propose amendments when the committee reported the bill back to the House. Thus, an MP was not a member of the committee dealing with the bill would not be deprived of the right to propose amendments, end quote. According to Bosc and Gagnon at page 784, quote, at report stage, a bill is examined as a whole and not clause by clause, as is the case at committee stage, end quote. Reconciling the principles and practices of report stage with those of the ancient process of the business of supply is a greatly unfair task, which I think the Liberal NDP coalition voted through the November 15th special order to give the chair. Compounding that difficulty is the matter that much of our jurisprudence on report stage concerns the admissibility and grouping of motions for debate at report stage, less so the establishment of voting patterns. Bosc and Gagnon explain at page 784 the chair's role in the selection process, end quote. The Speaker rules not on whether the purport of the amendment or its substance is worthy of debate, but rather on whether the amendment is procedurally acceptable within the framework of the rules established for the admissibility of amendments presented at report stage, end quote. Nonetheless, for the purposes of the November 15 special order, all motions are selected. There is no discretion involved or permitted. All questions on the estimates must be put to the House. Bosc and Gagnon described the grouping process at page 788. Quote, the Speaker's decision on the grouping of motions in amendment at report stage addresses two matters, the grouping for debate and the voting arrangements. Motions in amendment are grouped for debate according to two criteria, their content and their position in the bill. Motions which could form the subject of a single debate are grouped according to content if, once adopted, they would have the same effect in different parts of the bill or if they relate to the same provisions or similar provisions in the bill. Motion in amendment are combined according to the location at which they are to be inserted in the bill when they relate to the same line or lines. These motions in amendment will then be part of a single scheme for voting purposes. When the Speaker selects and groups motions in amendment, He or she also decides on how they will be grouped for voting. That is, the Speaker determines the order in which the motions in amendment will be called and the effect of one vote on the other. The purpose of the voting scheme is to obviate any requirement for 2 or more votes on the same issue." End quote. Many of these concepts articulated in the approach of the chair to decisions taken at report stage are hardly applicable to the business of supply. So where does this leave us, Mr. Speaker? Excuse me. I think the words of Boscan Gagnon at page 317 must be borne in mind. Quote, "Despite the considerable authority of the office, the Speaker may exercise only those powers conferred upon him or her by limits established by the House itself." End quote. As explained by your predecessor in his November 29, 2012 report stage ruling, at page 12611 of the debates, quote, "In the absence of any specific guidance from the House with regard to motions to delete and other matters raised in the points of order, the Speaker cannot unilaterally modify the well-established current practice," end quote. In other words, in the absence of any express specific direction from the House about how to interpret the November 15 special order, the chair should adhere as closely as possible to the established procedures on the business of supply. With that said, I have a few thoughts on how we can reconcile these concepts. If we are to take the premise that report stage is not meant to be a repetition of the committee stage of a bill, and then import that concept to the consideration of motions to concur in the estimates, I think we should also reflect upon how the report stage practices for private members' bills, which are deemed reported back to the House, would relate to the estimates which have been deemed reported back to the House. In particular, each of the items in the main estimates which were referred to and deemed reported back from the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, Finance, Government Operations and Estimates, Industry and Technology, Justice and Human Rights, Public Safety and National Security, and the Status of Women, must be taken up, considered, and voted upon separately, reflecting the fact that there was no committee vote reported in the House on these estimates. Additionally, Vote 1 under the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation was also, by virtue of Standing Order 81 sub 4 sub A, deemed reported and therefore should be similarly treated. Furthermore, as of Friday, only one committee, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, has presented a report on this spring's supplement.
If I can just interrupt for a second, I'm just going to ask how much more there is. I think the honourable member has made her point, and I'm just wondering if, if we're talking about history and what goes on in England and other places, the points of order are usually very concise and to the point. I'm just going to ask her to maybe any points that haven't been repeated and maybe not looking, we will look into history and everything else, but anything that is a little bit more concise, I'm sure that she is able to wrap it up or at least give us the salient points.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I did go into some history, but right now I'm talking about the current state of the committees. So I'm talking about right now, including Friday. So I will continue for a bit. While the deadline for the other committees to report would be today, the third sitting day prior to the final allotted day, or else they shall be deemed to have reported, I would urge the Chair to adopt the same approach as I laid out for the main estimates which have been deemed reported back to the House. Thirdly, that leaves us with the estimates which were reported back from committee. When it comes to the report stage of legislation, Boscan Gagnon observe at page 787, quote, "For the purpose of debate, the Speaker will also group motions that have the same intent and are interrelated. In so doing, the Speaker will consider whether individual members will be able to express their concerns during the debate on another motion," end quote. The concerns of Parks Canada are wildly different from those of the Communications Security Establishment, which in turn are quite different from the concerns of the Invest in Canada Hub. To lump these disparate organizations together for a single vote would, I believe, do a great disservice to parliamentary scrutiny and control over appropriations. However, since I know you would not wish to see this House speak in vain, clause sub C, sub small I, large b, of the November 15th special order must be interpreted to mean something. In this case, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be appropriate to group for voting purposes the items in the estimates which have actually been reported back from a committee on the basis of each institution which is proposed to receive an appropriation. I believe this balances the need to group only interrelated items while keeping in line with the principles and practices enunciated by your predecessor in a November 29, 2012 ruling at page 12611 of the debates. I will spare you the quotation on that one. I've referred you to the place to find it. Moreover, I think it would track with the approach customarily taken with clause deletion motions at the report stage of budget implementation bills, whereby they would typically be grouped according to the divisions of the bill, such as, for example, clauses pertaining to Excise Tax Act would be treated separately from those which might amend the Employment Insurance Act or another provision. Now, before the government might urge you to group these confidence motions based on the fact that the Liberals are being propped up in a parliamentary coalition by the New Democrats through what they are calling a supply and confidence agreement, I would call to your attention the ruling of your predecessor on December 12, 2012 at page 13223 of the debates. Quote, "Let me be clear, the Speaker does not make decisions based on who is in control of the House. Report stage motions are not and never have been selected for debate."
The honourable member, but I feel like I'm being lectured by different members today on how to do my job. I just appreciate if you got to the point and maybe just let me know what you're getting at, the honourable member is getting at, and then we'll go on from there. But lecturing the Speaker on how they should do their job, I don't think it's appropriate. But please continue.
Well, I apologize, Mr. Speaker, if you felt that's what I was doing.
We have another point of order to interrupt the honourable member for Timmins James Bay. I'm not sure if
Mr. Speaker, and I certainly would never lecture the Speaker on how to do the excellent job you're doing, but I do believe all these references to the supply and confidence agreement have nothing to do with whatever it is she's been talking about, and I think that they're dragging this out needlessly, and I would never tell the Speaker to ask her to get to the point, but
I believe I've already done that in a nice way. The honourable opposition whip, please.
So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would observe... Am I allowed to continue, Mr. Speaker, or has the minister got things on his mind? Thank you. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would observe that clause sub C, small I, large b, does not require you to group votes, but rather simply authorize you to have the discretion to do so. I am not trying to lecture you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry if it is coming across that way. I'm simply trying to point out the authorities for what needs to happen here. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to exercise the discretion which the House vested in you in a way which encroaches the least on this House's right to express itself over the government expenditures which taxpayers, current and future, must make good on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for a very thorough presentation, and now we'll move on to orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Justice, that in relation to Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and 5 hours shall be allotted to consideration at third reading stage of the said bill. And, Mr. Speaker, that the expiry of 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Lametti, propose that in relation to Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts. Not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings there before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article 67.1 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period.
Ask questions to rise in their place or use the raise hand function so that the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. Very good. Questions? The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Sure. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to talk on this closure once again. Again, it's very disappointing, yet nothing new that we are seeing from this government, since they have consistently used the opportunity that they can in coordination with their coalition partners to silence not only members of this House, but also the Canadians that they represent. À travers le pays, je vais ajouter.
Throughout the country. Because when we don't have enough time to share our points of view, that is problematic for Anglophone and Francophone Canadians. This is not new, though, in this House, unfortunately.
It's not surprising, unfortunately. And, we've seen this with a number of other bills, but in addition to limiting speech, and we certainly know that we're going to have an opportunity to talk about the limitation of speech with C-18 also coming forward in this House, we also see the limitation of democracy across this country as well with this government, not only with foreign interference, but also with C-11. So the silencing of members on this House and as well of Canadians is nothing new, and so I would just like to say that it's very disappointing, especially as we go into the summer holidays. Here we are very limited in the amount of time that we have to have these important conversations for Canadians. And I see the Deputy House Leader is telling me to get to the point. Another individual trying to silence me in this moment here, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I have to say any more. Just perhaps when will they? Oh, and I see that their NDP coalition partner is chiming in as well. Yeah, Timmins James Bay is also chiming in about how they need to silence not only people in this House, but also Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And so, with that, I guess my question would be, when will they allow Canadians, when will they allow the members of this chamber to have the opportunity to speak and speak freely their minds on behalf of Canadians, Mr. Speaker? Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her intervention. Mr. Speaker, we're not trying to silence anybody. We're trying to get the affairs of Parliament through a series of blockage and techniques that have, we just heard, Mr. Speaker, we just heard a point of order with no point of order.
Order. We ask questions, we allow the person to actually answer. So the Honourable Minister of Justice has the floor.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. As I said, we just heard a point of order with no point. And the point of it was simply to delay time, Mr. Speaker. So, and this has happened time and time again. This is why, as a government, we need, because the majority of people in this House of Commons would like things to go forward. Mr. Speaker, we saw last week on an important debate, second debate on Bill C-40, which would establish a commission to correct wrongful convictions in Canada, something long overdue. We saw that delayed, again, by a number of dilatory motions and procedures on the part of the other side. And, Mr. Speaker, it's sad and it's tragic. Glenn Assoon, Mr. Speaker, from Nova Scotia, You will know, Mr. Speaker, because you're from Nova Scotia, Glenys soon died without seeing this bill get to second reading. This is precisely why we need to use these kinds of motions, Mr. Speaker, to combat the dilatory tactics that are being used by the other side.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we are debating a time allocation motion, one of many. So I don't have a question for the minister. In fact, it's more of a comment. I feel that for about a month, to be honest, the ambiance, the climate here in the House, it's almost shameful to see how the House is behaving these days during this very intense end of session. These are reprisals because the government leader seems to, and the minister maybe will be able to speak to this in his comment, but I get the impression that the government House leader is not reaching out to opposition parties to work with them. He's acting like his party is a majority government, and that irritates many members of this House. Here we are at the end of the session, faced with yet another time allocation motion because there's no teamwork. The Honourable Justice Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for her question. Mr. Speaker, as I just said in English, what we're seeing now are tactics to slow the work of this House. We are reaching out to other parties. In fact, on this bill, we have the support of both the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, as well as the support of many Conservatives, I believe, Mr. Speaker, because this is good public policy, Mr. Speaker. This is how we are operating, Mr. Speaker. And I would mention to the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, that we also worked with provinces. Quebec just enacted a bill in March of this year, and we are working to align our approach with Quebec's legislation from March. That is the good way to work because provinces can work with Ottawa so that we can fight some practices such as money laundering. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, having spent my life in opposition, I do know that the one tool that the opposition have is time. We have the time to speed things up and the time to slow things down. But at the end of the day, time is about serving the Canadian people. So when I see Bill C-42, the Beneficial Ownership Registry, where we can be moving legislation to deal with Russian oligarchs, and we could be debating that, instead we've been having to be witness this long litany of whining, perceived slights, imagined microaggressions from the Conservatives, who it's always about them and their feelings. I get a feeling that European soccer teams might hire them in the summer to come over and give them lessons in how to do theatrics about lying on the grass holding their knees. Meanwhile, we have legislation to get done. We are staying till midnight, night after night, and instead of the Conservatives standing up for their constituents and talking about legislation that needs to get passed, they're talking about themselves and how bad they feel and how their feelings have been hurt. I would ask the Honourable Member to give us a basic sense of the importance of getting this legislation through.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the Honourable Member for his question and his comment, and I certainly share the frustration that many Canadians share and many parliamentarians on all sides of these aisles share for the horrible delay tactics that are being used on the other side and the inflation of every single point into the end of the world, Mr. Speaker. This is a critical bill. It helps us in the fight against money laundering. It helps us in a fight against corruption, as the Honourable Member mentioned. It even helps us in the fight against Russian oligarchs. It creates a register, Mr. Speaker, that shows beneficial ownership. So who is really behind the ownership structure of a company, such that we can then move forward, if necessary, to use that data, whether it's for the fight against money laundering or the fight against terrorism or anything else when the corporate structure is being used as a sham, Mr. Speaker. It also allows us to protect whistleblowers, Mr. Speaker, who expose these kinds of measures and basically creates a best-in-class structure that mimics the best practices in other countries, aligns with the best practices at the international level, and aligns with emerging best practices, I mentioned Quebec a moment ago, at the Canadian level. And so we will be cooperating and will be able to cooperate more easily with the provinces by creating this register. It will give access to law enforcement agencies and other agencies while still protecting the privacy of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It's a good thing moving forward. There's widespread agreement. There's widespread critical acclaim of this bill. We should just be getting it done.
In comments, question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about the tactics that the Conservatives are in fact using, getting the Minister to provide comment. And a good way to start is to say that it's come straight from the Leader's office. The Minister will recall, just not that long ago, a week or so ago, where the Leader of the Conservative Party said, on reflecting on the budget debate, that he was going to talk and talk and talk and talk for hours until the Prime Minister changed budget implementation bill. Ultimately, it took a few hours, but we were able to get it passed. The Conservatives will move a motion to have another member speak and then cause the bells to ring. They will bring in concurrence motions. They've even attempted to adjourn debate on the House. My question to the member is, does the member believe that the Conservative Party is using time wisely inside the House?
Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question as well as for his wise leadership in the House. Mr. Speaker, I agree with his comment. I mean, it isn't just the dilatory tactics and the wasting of time, but to see the Leader of the Opposition relish in that in front of the media, being proud of the fact that he's trying to grind Parliament down to a stop in order to prevent good pieces of legislation moving forward, like this one, like C-42. I mentioned C-40 an hour ago. We've witnessed for the last month, time and time again, the misuse of time, the delay tactics, and the real negativity that this brings to this House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, we want to move forward with this bill because it's a positive bill for Canadians. We want to move forward with this bill because it will help us fight organized crime. It will help us fight money laundering. It will help us fight terrorist financing. And it will just give us better principles of corporate governance. We rely on the market, Mr. Speaker, to do many things in this country and in our economy. And we need, in order for that market to function properly, we need corporate governance structures that are transparent and that allow proper corporate decisions to be made. And not just for the purpose of shareholders, Mr. Speaker, but also for the purposes of the Canadian public. To the extent that we allow the market to regulate these kinds of issues. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's an important bill, and we need to pass it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. We're on our second round. The Honourable Member for Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my knowledge, I'm the only member in this chamber that actually participated in the amendment stage of Bill C-42. Let me point out, Mr. Speaker, that we have worked in good faith with all members of this House of Commons to put forward common sense amendments to this legislation. When the hour before we had clause by clause, we had some of the most critical witnesses appear on this bill, and that was Transparency International. In fact, one of their key recommendations in the hour before we had amendment stage was to adopt language from Bill 20, the Business Corporations Act, Corporations Amendment Act 2023 of British Columbia, which would have strengthened the provisions in this legislation regarding identity. Specifically, the records, information, or proof must be provided under Section 1 in the prescribed form and manner. It also would have required that the bill strengthen the ability of the Director of Corporations Canada to receive information like identity and citizenship, so this bill could work clearly. Mr. Speaker, what's problematic in this case is that we wanted to bring forward good amendments that the NDP party even brought forward that the government voted against, simply because they had witnesses appear the hour preceding clause by clause. If we're going to have good legislation, we cannot have a parliamentary practice where witnesses appear the hour before. We are limiting it ourselves in making this bill as good as it could have been simply because of that tactic by the government. So no, we have not stalled in this bill. We have worked in good faith, Mr. Speaker, to get the best legislation possible for Canadians, even to achieve the government's objectives of better interoperability, better standards, better threshold requirements. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this government voted against that, and now they're bringing in closure at the last minute instead of getting this bill right. So, Mr. Speaker, whatever has been said by the minister and the parliamentary secretary so far has been false. We have been there to move this legislation along, and they have taken tactics to delay the best clauses possible to improve it in good faith for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon for not only his question, but for his passion on this bill. I know the committee worked very hard on this bill, Mr. Speaker. I know there was a lot of back and forth on this bill. I know there were a lot of amendments on this bill, including amendments, as he's mentioned, in which the Conservatives and the NDP agreed to amend the government bill. A number of those amendments were accepted. A number of them weren't after robust debate, Mr. Speaker. It was a healthy process. I thank the honourable member for having participated in it. What we have as a result, Mr. Speaker, is a balanced bill that balances, particularly, it's a first bill that balances the need to get certain things like identity, citizenship, other elements on the record, on the register, balancing it against privacy, working with other jurisdictions, and working with other mechanisms of inquiry within the Canadian government who will have access to that information. And then having the public-facing part of the register for anyone to have access to some of the information on that register. So it's a series of balances, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry the honourable member doesn't agree with all the balances that were finally agreed to before we reached this stage. But I do thank him for the work that he has done. I thank all members of this House for the work that they have done, because it was amended in order to get here, and it was amended through the hard work of honourable members at committee.
Commentaire, l'honorable député. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our whip made a comment, what I would describe as a mature comment, and we didn't get an adequate response. So I'll repeat. This is a situation we were answered that the Bloc is supporting the bill. Yeah, but that's not the issue. The issue is about the repeated use of time allocation. And there's some cooperation going on behind the scenes, but it's high time that the government whip sat down with the opposition whip and had a constructive discussion. We should all be able to sit together and talk about how we're going to manage the end of this session so that we don't keep playing these games. I also have criticized Conservative filibustering, but it's a result of the repeated use of time allocation, limiting debate and so on, and a failure to agree on dates for certain debates. I think we should act like grown-ups, and I would call on the government House Leader to get the other House Leaders together and have a discussion so that we can end this session in dignity and in a constructive way, because it's Canadians who are suffering as a result of this because bills aren't getting through. So my question for the minister is, does he think that's a good idea? Will he talk to the House Leader, the Honourable Minister of Justice? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. Mr. Speaker, the government House Leader does sit down with the other House Leaders at least once a week, if not more often, to discuss procedures and the proceedings and how things are going to go in the House. And I can assure him that the blockage is not with us, it's with the Conservatives, because every time they change ideas, they come up with dilatory motions, as we've seen today, every day, Mr. Speaker. We can't make deals that keep getting broken by one opposition party. They keep reneging on our arrangements. So we need to use time allocation so that we can serve Canadians, so we can get laws passed like we're supposed to. We're not afraid of debate. We want debate. We want amendments coming from the other parties. But what we don't want is unnecessary tactics that are simply designed to block or slow down legislation. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to take a moment here to share some of the things that happened in my riding this weekend and why it is so important that in this chamber that we understand how our decisions here impact people on the ground. So on Friday, a caller from outside of my riding, actually from Victoria, phoned in and said that they considered taking their life on Wednesday last week. And it was only because this House passed Bill C-22 that they felt hope and that kept them going. On Sunday, I was at a community event and a similar situation happened. A woman approached me and said that if it wasn't for the support of her family and her parents around her as she managed the system around income supports for the disability she's dealing with right now, she would have taken her life by now. Mr. Speaker, today in the newspaper in British Columbia, they talked about 100,000 families, renters at risk of losing their home in our community. And some of that, Mr. Speaker, is around corporate ownership of housing. So I just wonder if the member opposite would share some of the impacts of being able to get work done in this House matters to people on the ground as we talk about our privilege. We're not at risk of losing our housing. We're not at risk of not having coverage when we get a disability. But people out in Canada are, and it actually turns my stomach. It makes me feel a little bit ill to think that we would sit here and let people have to consider taking their life because we don't want to advance legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for a question. I thank her for sharing the stories and the narratives from people in her riding. It's very important that we do remind ourselves exactly what the impact of obstructionism does in this place. Mr. Speaker, I have a constituent as well who constantly texts me about the progress of C-22. It's a bill that I have supported from the beginning. She is living with a disability. She too is waiting for us to get that job done. I've supported the minister proposing that bill in every way that I possibly can, formally and informally, and it will wipe out a swath of poverty, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping that the letter that goes to the Senate will be accepted by the other place such that we can put that in place. It's also true, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned the example of Glen Assoon a moment ago on Bill C-40, another important bill that I have put forward to correct miscarriages of justice in the Canadian system. They exist. Mistakes happen. But this is a way to correct them more efficiently, more effectively, and with greater access. I'm sad that Glen Assoon, who worked for this result, didn't see to live this bill get through Parliament. And I'm hoping that we can eliminate all of these various delays so that we can debate, as the member from Mission Mascouche-Fraser Canyon wants us to do, so we can debate on the substance without all the other tactics that really just grind this place to a halt.
Comments, question, commentaire. The member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by recognizing that, yes, there are plenty of partisan games being played in our parliament right now, and that the governing party has every right to advance their legislative agenda. When it comes to limiting debate on C-42, though, we just began this the last sitting day. I believe there's been 4 speeches so far. That's less than there are even parties represented in this House. And if we take a further step back, this is the 8th time that debate is now going to be limited since just May 1st. In fact, I can only find 4 instances where we haven't had debate limited. And so is it not a concern to the minister and to others in the governing party that by moving forward in this way, by mismanaging the agenda to this extent, that they're enshrining an approach to others doing the exact same thing when they might be in power?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I share the frustration, but this is a bill that's been in gestation for a number of years. There have been, with respect to the background work, the research work, the consultation work that has been done on the bill. There's been a robust committee study of the bill, Mr. Speaker. And there's a widespread degree of support in substantive terms for the major provisions in this bill. They cut across party lines. They cut across governments, Mr. Speaker, and levels of government across Canada, where everyone is moving in sync in the same direction. I think we need to pass this bill, Mr. Speaker. It will help us. It will help us in the fight against money laundering that Canada sadly is becoming a host to. They call it snow washing, Mr. Speaker, and it will help us in that area, in many other areas. It will also, as I mentioned before, give us better corporate governance. It is worth the effort to get this through right now. To be honest, the other side will put up speaker after speaker with the same speaking notes saying the same thing over and over again. That's not debate, Mr. Speaker. Debate is about cut and thrust, and it's about actually responding to things that have been said. Repeating the same speech over and over again doesn't amount to that.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few things come to mind as the government once again drops the hammer on closure. Three things in particular. We're starting to see a decline in our democracy and the relevance of these institutions. And I'll take offense to what the Minister of Justice said with respect to debate. It's from debate. It's from these ideas, these diverse ideas that come from right across the country, that we're able to produce good legislation. And the challenge that we have now is that, the government wants an audience, not an opposition. And I'll remind you, Mr. Speaker, that in September 2021, the Liberal government was voted in a minority. And if not for the coalition agreement that they have with the NDP, much of this legislation would be further debated. But instead, the government House Leader doesn't even speak to the leaders of the opposition, doesn't speak to the Bloc, just does an end around to the NDP House Leader and says, look, I want to invoke closure, and this is what we're going to do. And so they're ramming this legislation through. Mr. Speaker, this is Parliament. Parle, talk, debate, ideas, diverse, right across the country, and anything but is happening in this place. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians are taking notice. I get a lot of Eastern Europeans that come to me in my office and they say they saw the same thing happen in their countries, this decline in democracy, this rise of authoritarianism, the government wanting an audience, not an opposition. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians are taking notice. And those people that come into my office say this: don't let what happened in my country happen to Canada, because it is.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. I would say that the rise in populism, that's something that, for example, the Leader of the Opposition constantly promotes by either handing out coffee to convoy protesters or using misogynist hashtags on his publications online, Mr. Speaker. That kind of thing is exactly what people in Eastern Europe and others are complaining about, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm open to debate. I believe debate has to be wide and varied and diverse, but repeating the same topic over and over again, repeating the same dilatory tactics over again, Mr. Speaker, that's not debate by any stretch of the imagination. What we would like is a focus on the issues, and when the opposition party the official opposition is ready to do that, we'll do that too. But for the time being, we're going to debate with the NDP and with the Bloc, moving forward in good faith, as well as members working forward from the Conservative Party moving in good faith. That's what we have to do, Mr. Speaker, while others in that party just try to slow everything down.
In comments, question commentaire, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up on my concern earlier that instead of debate, we're seeing one long whine fest from the Conservatives about how their feelings have been hurt. But I would follow up on my previous Conservative who did say that I thought was very interesting. He didn't want an authoritarianism come to Canada, and yet the member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan, invited one of the legislators who voted to bring the death penalty to LGBTQ people, and the member for Fort Saskatchewan, and invited him to our Parliament. So think about that for a moment, that the Conservative Party are supporting those in authoritarian jurisdictions who would put to death people because of their sexual orientation. We learn that at the same time that the Conservatives are putting anti-gay hate mailings out in an election. This is their election strategy. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, how important is it that Canada sends a message to the world that despite the efforts of the Conservative backbench, we will not go down the road of Uganda or any of the other authoritarian countries like Russia who are attacking LGBTQ rights, and everybody's right to be who they are will be protected, because that is actually the fundamental principle of freedom. And we as New Democrats will fight for that regardless of what the Conservative backbench will do with their authoritarian friends any day of the week.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question and his comment. I share, Mr. Speaker, with him the deep desire to protect all of our citizens and to work around the world so that we protect the rights of LGBTQ plus people in Canada and also around the world, and allow them to live in peace and dignity and allow them to flourish as human beings. I think that's part of a responsibility that we all have. I was particularly proud, Mr. Speaker, to have introduced a bill in this country banning the torturous practice of conversion therapy, Mr. Speaker. And I was proud to have gotten, in a shining moment, unanimous consent in this House. And I really want to thank Aaron O'Toole for the support that he gave with respect to that bill. And that was critically important, Mr. Speaker.
I believe I have a point of order for the honourable member for Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know very well that we cannot refer to sitting members of this House of Commons by their name. It is the member from Durham. Thank you.
I'm just going to look at the tape because I don't think the paperwork has been sent. It's at the end of the session. Apparently, it was like the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So just to complete that point, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to thank the honourable member from Durham for the leadership that he showed. But after that, Mr. Speaker, we have seen, not just across Canada but around the world, a serious rise in anti-LGBTQ plus rhetoric, laws, measures around the world. And it is something, therefore, that again has increased importance and increased relevance. We need to stand up and show our colors, Mr. Speaker, our very colorful colors, and standing up for the LGBTQ plus community, standing with them in order that their rights be protected.
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member of the NDP just made some verifiably false claims about me. And I think in the interests of preserving the realities in this House, I think it's important to note that I think he refers to a case where a female opposition legislator was invited by the Foreign Affairs Committee, not by me, to appear and provide testimony on a different study. And during the course of the discussion, I specifically said on the record at that time that I oppose the new law proposed in Uganda by the government, not by the opposition. The member clearly doesn't know the basic facts of this situation, since he referred to the individual question as a he. He said the person was invited by me, when in fact that was not the case. And he's unaware of the testimony that was provided, in which multiple members of the committee at the time, even though it wasn't the subject of the study, expressed their opposition to Uganda's new law. So I'd encourage the member to take seriously his own reputation and to not say obviously verifiably false things in the House. I know he says a lot of nonsense here, but I think he can do a little better.
Point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will concede that I got the pronoun wrong, and certainly the Conservatives noted that. But we will also note that the Conservative member did invite that person, and that person did vote for the death penalty. And anyone who plays with that kind of politics should be ashamed of themselves. So the rest of the record stands.
I would say, though, that that's a good point of clarification, not a point of order, and I want to thank the members for their interventions. Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows.
Collins, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moves that... Can I read this? Are you sure? Thanks. That in relation to Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canadian Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments in other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration and report stage of the bill, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill. And qu'à l'expiration des 5 heures prévues,
that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of said bill, any proceeding before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of this stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
If a member of a recognized party, President of the House, wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Monsieur Holland.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moved that in relation to Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill.
The 5-hour period for the consideration at report stage and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Tassi.
Ms. Jazek.
Jazek.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Zerowicz.
Ms. Zerowicz.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Brière.
Mr. Biddle. Mrs. Romanado.
Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs. Mr. Beach. Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Miss Suds.
Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Bradford.
Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Back to Monsieur El Khoury.
Back to Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lowe.
Mr. Lowe.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Ptolemy.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. F.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Ms. Zahid?
I vote yea.
Yea.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 141, 141.
I declare the motion carried.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice, the House now proceed to statements by members followed by oral questions, and that the usual allotment of time be accorded for each rubric.
That's brilliant. All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de...
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House? All those opposed will please say nay.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship made it clear that international students who are not found to be involved in fraud will not face deportation. I commend the Minister for using his discretionary authority to suspend deportation proceedings and for doing so in such a timely fashion. I like to recognize the teamwork of my colleagues, the Minister for Seniors, the member for Brampton South, the member for Surrey Sutton, the member for Calgary Skyview, the member for Brampton North, and the member for Brampton East for their advocacy on the situation facing this group of international students. This path to resolution would not have been possible without the work of everyone involved, ensuring that we focus on identifying those who are responsible for the fraudulent activity and not penalize those who have been victimized by it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to remind the honourable members that statements by members are taking place, and I'm sure everybody wants to hear what they have to say. The honourable member for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Here, here. Mr. Speaker, June 30th marks the second anniversary of the deadly fire in my riding that decimated Lytton. 2 years of residents without a home, 2 years of students unable to reunite with their classmates, 2 years of entrepreneurs unable to restart their businesses. Lytton entrepreneurs and small businesses are doing everything they can to recover. First hit hard by the pandemic, business owners applied for CEBA to keep operating. Then destroyed by fire, Lytton small businesses lost their storefronts, inventory, and were forced to lay off staff. They have no means of repaying their debt. Due to the sheer magnitude of disaster and consequential bureaucratic delays, for 2 years, Lytton businesses have been able to rebuild and generate revenue, even access their own property. Mr. Speaker, millions of dollars have been announced to assist Lytton, but property remains are literally in dust. Announcements now fall on deaf ears. Where is the action, Mr. Speaker? Will the government finally deliver tangible support to Lytton business owners?
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to mark the retirement of someone very dear to us. Sylvain Raby worked for 38 years as a printer at Montcalm School in Sherbrooke. He was much more than a printer. As a volunteer, he took part in many projects for the school. Whether it was the graduation dance, the annual play, creative projects, or the construction of the student lounge, Sylvain never missed an opportunity to make the school look good. He's now president of the Montcalm School Foundation. His strong, charismatic personality has enabled him to forge close ties with students and staff over many years. We know a school isn't just a place of learning, it's also a living environment, and Sylvain added value to the quality of life for staff and students of the school alike. Sylvain, thank you for your curiosity, your involvement, your humanity, but above all, for helping hundreds of young people blossom into better people. I'm sure you'll continue to be involved in the community and that we'll cross paths again on other projects in the community in Sherbrooke. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, a great voice for Radio-Canada was heard. Bernard Durham, Richard Garneau, Pierre Nadeau, and so many others. Among these great voices were Joël Lebigot and Michel Deshôtels. And for decades, their voices made our lives richer. And he just retired yesterday after half a century of service. One of my profs, Pierre Dufont, also deserves to be among these great figures. A professional, he was reassuring, deadpan delivery, and so on. And he was appreciated and respected. Michel Deshôtels contributed to enlightening us to more intelligent debate and more humane debate. Thank you, Michel Deshôtels. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, on the occasion of the 2023 edition of Men Who Stand Out, I had the privilege of awarding 5 men with the Member for Bourassa's Medal for Father's Day. These men carry out inspiring initiatives that have a positive impact and an inspiring impact on everyone who lives in the riding of Bourassa and beyond. I'm pleased to introduce them to the House of Commons. They are
Asio, Calogero Caruso, Jonas Leroy Kwasi, Michel Lorange et de Feu,
and the late Félix Saint-Élien, who passed away, unfortunately, 3 days before the ceremony. Before their families, dignitaries, and guests, I paid tribute to each of the recipients. So, colleagues, join with me in congratulating these agents of change. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Or good afternoon, rather. I'd like to commend the courage and determination of 2 entrepreneurs who own a new company, the Allen Cheese Factory in Bellechasse. Caroline and Joseph Allen already operate an organic dairy farm. To start up the cheese factory, Joseph went back to school while Caroline was busy getting recognition for the quality of their milk. These 2 young entrepreneurs work countless hours. They're determined to position their dairy among the best. Their cheddar cheese is excellent, and they're already thinking of expanding their range of products. Their determination and professionalism have been recognized. In fact, their work was recently awarded after only 1 year in business. The Fromagerie Allen was awarded 2nd prize in the business creation category at the Défi Ose Entreprendre Gala. Congratulations, Caroline and Joseph, for all your hard work and best wishes for the future.
Member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge and celebrate the hundreds of high school students who are graduating in my riding of Canada Carleton. To the students of A.Y. Jackson, Earl of March, Holy Trinity, Maurice LaPointe, and West Carleton, congratulations. I hope you look back on your high school years as wonderful memories with amazing teachers and fabulous friendships that will last a lifetime. As you look forward to this next chapter in your life, dream big. You've made it this far. You've proven you can do it. Imagine what you can do next. To the teachers that got you here, thank you. Thank you for your devotion to teaching and helping shape this next generation. To the parents, you've gotten them this far. Now it's time for them to spread their wings. So graduates, take your selfies, take your time celebrating, take it easy for a while, and then get ready to take on the world.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today it is my honour to highlight the work of 25 young individuals who have dedicated their lives to progressing Canada through their volunteer work. These Surrey Board of Trade 25 under 25 have worked tirelessly to grow their communities and provide service to the world around them. Furthermore, these individuals go above and beyond to serve the citizens of Canada, especially within Surrey and in communities throughout the Lower Mainland. They have exceeded expectations by displaying their outstanding commitment in strengthening our neighborhoods. These truly are our brightest members. One young man in particular I'd like to shout out is Zora here. Zora is an exceptional youth member who has demonstrated his perseverance and goodwill through his work with the Surrey Youth Council. He is a talented leader in Surrey, and he continues to provide his services out of passion. Zora, along with these 24 brilliant minds, are determined to uplift Canadians in their respective communities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, at a time when Canadians are struggling, this Liberal government continues to pour fuel on the inflationary fire by recklessly adding $4,200 in new spending and debt for every household in Canada. To make matters worse, the Bank of Canada's most recent interest rate hike will be a disaster for families with variable rate mortgages and with mortgages that are up for renewal. Families who bought a home 5 years ago with a typical mortgage that is up for renewal will now, on average, pay $7,000 more a year in interest alone. In Barrie, this situation has become critical. I recently spoke to a local bank manager, and he indicated that their branch is currently working with 40 struggling families trying to keep their homes. Considering that there are over 35 financial institutions in Barrie, this could mean that approximately 1,500 families in my riding are in a similarly dire predicament. Canadians deserve better. They deserve a government that can bring home powerful paychecks, lower their taxes, and build more homes. Only a Conservative government can provide this relief that Canadians so desperately need.
Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Today, I'd like to share some exciting news that would undoubtedly strengthen international trade and foster closer ties between Canada and Taiwan. Last week, Taiwan has taken a significant step by fully opening its market to imports of Canadian beef. This decision marks a momentous occasion not only for the Canadian beef industry, but also for the bilateral relations between Canada and Taiwan. This development will undoubtedly benefit both our countries. Taiwanese consumers will now have access to a wider range of safe, high-quality Canadian beef products, while Canadian farmers will gain access to an expanding market, boosting their export opportunities. Moreover, this milestone strengthens the foundation of cooperation and friendship between Canada and Taiwan. It paves the way for further collaboration in various sectors and enhances our economic partnership. Let us celebrate this positive development and embrace the opportunity it brings to foster greater trade, prosperity, and friendship between Canada and Taiwan. Thank you.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has a plan to increase prices even more. Higher prices are official Liberal policy. Their out-of-control spending is fueling inflation. Their taxes and regulations drive up the price of energy. Higher energy prices means it's more expensive to purchase fertilizer to grow food. Higher energy prices means it's more expensive to harvest food. It's more expensive to transport food. Their Soviet-style sales quotas will make cars more expensive. Their streaming censorship law will make entertainment more expensive. Their annual alcohol tax increase makes having a beer more expensive. They even want to make it more expensive to go fishing. Higher prices are their policy. They will never rein in spending because higher inflation is what this Prime Minister wants. Every move you make, every breath you take, he'll be taxing you.
The honourable member for Regina, Wascana.
Thank you. Over the last 10 years, Canada has experienced the worst economic growth rate since the Great Depression. And the root cause of this problem is no great mystery. Liberal deficits have led to liberal inflation, which is driving a cost of living crisis. And Canadians are noticing it every time they go to the grocery store. Liberal inflation has also caused the Bank of Canada to raise interest rates 9 consecutive times. These interest rate hikes have turned the housing market into a ticking time bomb. As more and more Canadians are going to the bank to renew their mortgages at higher interest rates, many of them are finding that they can no longer afford to stay in their homes. But a new Conservative government will fix these problems so Canadians can stay in their homes. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to highlight a heroic act that took place in my riding of Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. On May 11th, Yann Pichet was out fishing with friends when he jumped into the Grenville Canal to save a 9-year-old girl swept away by the current. Despite the freezing cold water, he brought her safely to shore. The values Mr. Pichet embodied that day are those we all strive to promote and live by every day. May his example inspire each and every one of us to act with determination and humanity in the face of the challenges we face. Yann Pichet's courage and bravery deserve our utmost admiration. For this, in addition to the Certificate of Meritorious Act awarded by the Grenville Mayor Pierre Tauvette, I'm proud to present him with an honorary certificate and medal bearing an image of the Canadian Parliament for his act of bravery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the International Day for the Elimination of Sexual Violence and Conflict. I honor all of the survivors and victims targeted by sexual violence in conflict zones. It's critically important that they receive all of the health and social supports that they need to recover. I also want to acknowledge the UN Resolution 2122, which upholds abortion rights for women and girls who experience sexual violence in conflict zones. Rape as a weapon of war is used to spread fear and exert control over people. We have seen it used in the Democratic Republic of the Congo by armed factions during the Tigray War and Russian soldiers in Ukraine and in many other places. This is a crime against humanity. Those who perpetrate these acts of sexual violence and leaders who allow it to take place need to be held accountable. On this day and every day, let's lift up survivors, demand justice for victims, and work to ensure that we end rape as a weapon of war once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute today to an outstanding resident of my riding, Jacques Laplante. He died earlier in June. He started out as a teacher and a principal, and he left with many young people lessons that they will live by for the rest of their lives. Mr. Laplante was also known for working with seniors. He was the president of the Seniors Club and the Seniors Health Clinic. He was a separatist and became a separatist in the 70s and an active member of the PQ. His political and social involvement earned him Patriot of the Year in 2012. A man of heart, generosity, always smiling and generous, and proud, so proud to be a Quebecer. Mr. Laplante, you're an outstanding individual. We will never forget you. On behalf of the Bloc, I offer my sincerest condolences to his friends and family.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's horrific and devastating opioid crisis is not an accident. The opioid crisis is happening because Purdue Pharma, liberal-friendly McKinsey, and other bad corporate actors aggressively marketed prescription opioids to those suffering from pain or addiction. These companies did everything possible to increase sales and left a trail of human misery in their wake. Today we learned from the Globe and Mail specifically that Purdue pitched in Canada, McKinsey pitched Purdue on turbocharging opioid sales. Now McKinsey has paid $500 million in compensation in the United States, but has still not admitted any wrongdoing and has paid no compensation in Canada. Liberals have shamefully continued to pour money into this company. Now on May 29th, this House held a vote on my amendment calling on the government to sue the companies responsible for causing and fueling the opioid crisis for all damages associated with the crisis and direct all funds recovered through such litigation, prevention, treatment, and recovery programs. Liberals and New Democrats voted against that amendment. The opioid crisis was a result of corporate marketing and made some close friends of this Liberal government very rich. Those who got rich for the opioid crisis should pay for the recovery.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, June 21st is the first day of the summer solstice, the day of the year with the longest light and the promise of warmer days ahead. It's also a day for all Canadians to find ways to honour and celebrate the diversity and vibrancy of First Nations, Métis and Inuit peoples through National Indigenous Peoples Day. To the First Nation communities in my riding, Sidunsis and Wilamugidog, Waliwin, for being leaders and land guardians of our beautiful region, for being economic forces, for celebrating and sharing your culture, heritage, and identity, and for your strength and triumph in the face of centuries of colonialism. Activities and events are organized across Wabanaki territory, including in Ekpahug, where Wolastoqey Tribal Council, Jedi, and Mawil Council, in partnership with the City of Fredericton, will host a special gathering on the lawn of the provincial legislature with drumming, dancing, games, food, and more. There will also be a celebration in Carleton Park throughout the day with live music and art that honors the rich heritage of the Wolastoqiyik. We are at a time in our history where we are collectively engaging on the path of reconciliation, a path of healing and reclaiming, a path of transforming who we are and who we want to be, and Indigenous peoples are leading the way. Happy National Indigenous Peoples Day.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, the cost of housing has doubled. The cost of a mortgage or the cost of the average house has doubled. Monthly payments for mortgages have doubled. Rent has doubled. And now the Minister has added $60 billion more in inflationist deficit. $4,500 per Canadian family. When will the Minister finally balance the budget to reduce inflation and interest rates? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our economic plan has found a good balance between fiscal responsibility and compassion. And that is the reason for which in July we will offer a reimbursement for groceries to the tune that will help 11 million families that need it. That is why we provide dental care to Canadian families that need it. And that is why we will invest more than $100 billion in our green transition, whilst maintaining the lowest deficit in the G7. The only thing that she has done, and the Prime Minister is doing after 8 years, is increasing taxes on food. They have now promised a second and brand new carbon tax that will apply to Quebec, even though Quebec is the greenest province even in the world. Now, with the support of the Bloc Québécois, the Liberals want to impose a 20-cent per litre tax on farmers, on consumers, which will increase the cost of food. Will they cancel this tax so that Quebecers can finally eat? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that many people are watching us today at home and they're wondering. Over the past few months, there have been record floods. There have been record tropical storms, and now we have record wildfires. Why do the Conservatives continue to be obstinate when it comes to denying climate change? Not a single question on climate change. Tens of thousands of people have had to be displaced by climate change. Where is the Conservatives' plan to help Canadians in order to adapt to climate change?
What is nowhere is their environmental plan. They don't have an environmental plan. After 8 years of raising taxes on consumers, they still can't hit their targets. And they seem to suggest that if Canadians were just forced to pay more for gas, groceries, and heat, that forest fires would stop. Mr. Speaker, that is ridiculous. All that has happened is a 40-year high in food price inflation. 1 in 5 Canadians skipping meals because they can't afford food. 1.5 million going to food banks. Now, Mr. Speaker, they want a 61-cent a litre carbon tax. Well, they axe the tax so Canadians can afford to eat.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
So, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party of Canada say that if they were in power, they would work through technology to reduce pollution. It's
The Honourable Minister, you've got about 20 seconds left, please.
Interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, they had 10 years to do that when they were in power. My friend and colleague, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, does more for clean technologies on an average day before his first coffee, Mr. Speaker, than they did in 10 years.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, what we did in 10 years is reduce emissions while the economy grew, which proves the following quote. I take great exception to the federal minister always forcing this into a dichotomous issue. Either you believe in exactly what we say or you don't believe in climate change. That's completely illogical. It's completely false dichotomy. It's a false dilemma, and it's as insulting as it is simplistic. Who said that? The Liberal Premier of Newfoundland. Right. He says the carbon tax will bring inflationary pressures to his people. Why won't they listen to the Liberal Premier and axe the tax?
Yes.
The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, you sit in this House and you listen every day, but I'd like to do another history lesson if you'd let me. The previous government had a Secretariat for Rural Economic Development. This government, which they axed, by the way, Mr. Speaker, it was this government that put in place a standalone Department of Rural Economic Development, whose #1 issue and mandate is to connect the country from coast to coast to coast, because that is the equalizer. High-speed, affordable internet. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I was in the member opposite's riding last week and made a $71 million announcement in partnership with the government of Ontario to connect the riding of Carleton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Shows how out of touch they are. They think that what rural Canadians want is another big government bureaucracy in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. What they actually want is more money in their own pockets. But the plan of that member is to raise taxes on Newfoundland customers, to bring in a 61-cent a litre carbon tax on Newfoundlanders, Labradorians, and all Canadians that will drive up the cost of heat, gas, and groceries. Even the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland says it won't help the environment, it will cause inflation. Why won't they axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, Atlantic Premier has asked us to delay by 2 years the implementation of our clean fuel regulations, which was something the Conservative Party campaigned on during the last campaign, Mr. Speaker. We did exactly that. We listened to the Atlantic Premiers. We delayed the implementation of that important piece of regulation to ensure that Canadians have access to cleaner fuels all across the country, and it's already generating billions of dollars of investment throughout the country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the session ends on Friday. The government has 4 sleeps left to announce a commission of inquiry into Chinese interference. So, with all due respect, it needs to stop sleeping. We need an official commission of inquiry. The person appointed must be subject to the approval of this House. And all of this must be announced by Friday if we want this commission to be able to publish its conclusions before the next elections. Mr. Speaker, will the government finally get down to work? Will it immediately announce a public and independent commission of inquiry? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the work has already begun. I would like to reassure my colleague and all members in this House there will be new powers for CSIS, new mechanisms for transparency, and now with constructive exchanges that are managed by my colleague, the Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs, in order to find the best path to work and consult Canadians as to how we can better protect our institutions. The Honourable Member for La Prairie, Mr. Speaker, what, roughly speaking, is the record of this government in this session of the House? It's having wasted 4 months fighting a commission of inquiry into Chinese interference. That's what observers will remember. Unless the government takes action between now and Friday. Mr. Speaker, the public is anxious for a commission to finally get down to work. The opposition is anxious too. I can confirm that on good authority, and I'm sure that no one is as eager to move on to the next stage as the government. So why not do it immediately by announcing a new commission? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the focus of our exchanges with the Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs and the Bloc Québécois and the NDP, and I hope the Conservatives as well. But I would like to reassure everyone that many actions have already been taken with new powers, new measures, new authorities to better protect not only our democratic institutions, but also Canadians. There are investments in the 2023 budget to add resources for the RCMP, and that is exactly our record, and will continue. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, fires are still ravaging our regions. People are fleeing their homes, and our children are breathing in smoke on their way to school. What is the government's response? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. This Prime Minister has promised billions to combat the climate crisis, but we learn that these billions are sitting in government coffers whilst our forests burn. What will it take for this government to finally release these funds so that we can finally at least have one chance of perhaps one day, perhaps winning the fight against the climate emergency? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our thoughts go out, of course, to the tens of thousands of people that have been displaced by the forest fires, and we would like to wholeheartedly thank all those who are in the field trying to help the situation. My honourable colleague should remember that we have shown that greenhouse gas emissions have gone down by 50 million tonnes. We have the best record for all G7 countries between 2019 and 2021. I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that the pandemic was everywhere in the world. So we had the best record despite the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to the interpretation, but I didn't detect even a hint of an answer to my colleague's excellent question. Simply promising to invest in the fight against climate change means nothing if those dollars don't make it out the door. And time is of the essence. Our country is burning, and the next generation is looking on in horror.
I'm just going to I'm having a hard time hearing the question, and it's just people talking to each other more than anything else. I'm going to ask everyone to just take a deep breath, and if you're going to have a conversation, please just take it into the lobby. If the honourable member can start from the top so we can hear the question, please.
Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to the interpretation, but I didn't detect even a hint of an answer to my colleague's excellent question. Simply promising to invest in the fight against climate change means nothing if those dollars don't make it out the door. Time is of the essence. Our country is burning, and the next generation is looking on in horror. How can the minister justify dragging his feet on the most important issue of our time?
Sure.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I agree, Mr. Speaker. This is the most important issue of our time, which is why we've invested billions of dollars, which is why we're deploying regulations. Let me talk about the National Adaptation Strategy. This is what Climate Proof Canada had to say about it. Climate Proof Canada applauds the Government of Canada on a world-leading national adaptation strategy. Let's talk about the Insurance Bureau of Canada. Canada's first national adaptation strategy is brave and ambitious. No other country has proposed such a comprehensive and suite of adaptation targets. We are working to help Canadians prepare for the impacts of climate change, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the changes this government made with Bill C-83 allowed Paul Bernardo's unacceptable transfer from a maximum security prison to a medium security prison. They therefore have all the powers necessary to reverse this transfer. The Minister for Public Safety has proved his incompetence time and time again. Will the Prime Minister finally accept his responsibilities, clean up the mess he has made, and finally sack the Minister? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the definition of competence is one of being a champion for victims, and that is what I did when I was informed on the 30th of May that Paul Bernardo was going to be transferred to a medium security prison, and I will continue to work hand in hand with representatives from families of Kristen French and Leslie Mahaffey, and yes, we have published new directives to make sure that future decisions are joined with information for family victims.
The Minister of Public Safety either knew or ought to have known that Paul Bernardo was being transferred to medium security. To say otherwise is not credible. The Minister is at the top of the org chart in his department. He has dozens of political staff and high-level officials. They all report to him. If it's true that he didn't know, then he's grossly incompetent. The Minister must take responsibility, be accountable, and resign.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I have made clear now on a number of occasions, I have taken corrective steps to ensure that briefing protocols are provided in a timely manner, especially when it comes to sensitive decisions involving the transferring of dangerous offenders like Paul Bernardo. As soon as I found out, I contacted the Commissioner to express the concerns of the Leslie Mahaffey and Kristen French families. That's precisely what the responsibility of this position is, as well as issuing new instructions to assure this kind of thing doesn't happen again. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
As long as that monster is in medium security, the Minister's weak directive means nothing. Under the last Conservative government, we provided for necessary restrictions. These Liberals and this Minister scrapped that threshold to provide that all prison inmates be placed in the least restrictive environment possible. He allowed this to happen. This minister is responsible for this outrageous transfer. He is not a passive observer in this travesty. He should resign.
The Honourable Minister.
Far from being merely an observer, I've been active in advocating for victims' rights, including those of the families of Leslie Mahaffey and Kristen French, because I hope, like all members, I share great compassion for them and sympathy given no doubt the re-traumatization that they've had to endure. On the contrary to what Conservatives have said, Mr. Speaker, this new instruction is stronger than anything the Conservatives ever did when it came to victims' rights, Mr. Speaker. And if they were so worried about it, then why did they cut $300 million in their last year of government to the Correctional Service of Canada? We know why. They're all talk. They're no action.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, another Liberal insider, Dominic Barton, close friend of the Prime Minister, has harmed Canadians. Today we learned the Prime Minister's favourite consulting company, McKinsey Canada, which was run by Barton, laid out plans to supercharge the sales and marketing of OxyContin to Canadians. Almost 36,000 Canadians have died during this epidemic created by McKinsey and Barton, and it's only getting worse. Why does this Liberal government continue to reward McKinsey, who has profited from the suffering of Canadians with hundreds of millions of dollars in government contracts?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Procurement and Public Services.
And as a physician with my colleague, the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, we know firsthand the harm caused by opioid addiction. While the leader of the official opposition continues to oppose safe supply, our government is focused on saving lives and improving our policies to better serve Canadians. For Public Services and Procurement Canada, that means working to improve Canada's integrity regime brought in by the previous government so that we can better safeguard procurement policies and practices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, recent media reports confirm that there is an active, ongoing RCMP investigation in relation to prosecutorial interference on the 2019 SNC-Lavalin scandal. My question to the government is a simple yes or no question. Is the Prime Minister, any member of Cabinet, or their staff currently under investigation by the RCMP? Yes or no?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Okay, very good. Sorry, I missed that. L'Honorable Député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Inaudible for the interpretation. The Prime Minister of Canada was threw out Julie Wilson-Raybould because she didn't want to be political in a judicial matter. Now we have a very sad affair in front of us. Can the Prime Minister rise today in the House and confirm that neither he nor anyone else from his cabinet have been investigated by the RCMP? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House, Mr. Speaker. I've already answered questions. Of course, the Conservative Party are trying to pick partisan fights, and I've already answered. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, ministers are aware of nothing. It's strange to hear that, but that is a major part of this government's sessional record. The Minister for Public Safety knew nothing about the transfer of Paul Bernardo, even though his employees did. The Prime Minister also knew nothing, just as he knew nothing about China's threats against the MP for Wellington-Halton Hills. And neither did the Minister for Emergency Preparedness. All ministers, all unaware of anything. Mr. Speaker, the public will no longer accept this response. When will the government stop pleading ignorance? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I have reinforced as Minister of Public Safety, to make sure that myself and the government in general have all the information necessary. We have a very strong record with new powers, new transparency mechanisms, and we are always ready to work hand in hand not only with the Bloc but with all other members of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the government's response is perhaps worse than the situation itself. It says that it has given instructions to inform ministers from here on in about hot issues that concern them, such as the transfer of prisoners of interest or threats against elected officials. Mr. Speaker, this government has been in office since 2015, and it tells us that it has just required ministers to be informed of their files. This raises an ethical question. Which is worse? Ministers who know nothing, or ministers who wait until the 8th year of government to demand to be informed about their actual files? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I believe that there's a bit of a good mood on the other side, but I'm always ready to work with members of the Bloc Québécois, even if they give us a lot of jokes in the House of Commons. There are many files to work on, and we are ready to work with them. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, this government has abdicated any notion of ministerial responsibility during this session. They are happy to be accountable when things are going well. They're always there for the good news. But when things go poorly, they apparently know nothing, and they avoid hot topics. In the case of Chinese interference, they even blame the media for publishing fake news. That's completely irresponsible. Mr. Speaker, governing means being accountable when things go well and when they go badly. It means being responsible at all times. They'll have to prove it over the next few months. Are they still tempted? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, to be responsible is to act where there are challenges, and that is exactly my record. When there are challenges on sharing information, when there were challenges, I strengthened protocol. I worked on foreign interference, on the transfer of federal offenders. And yes, we always have to work together with all members, including the Bloc Québécois. It is very important.
Well, member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, massive Liberal deficits cause inflation, which cause interest rate hikes, which leads to mortgage defaults. The IMF warns that Canada is at the greatest risk for mortgage defaults of any country that it tracks. The solution is to stop the deficits, which stops inflation, which stops interest rate hikes, which will stop defaults. But the finance minister knows this. She said as much last fall. So when will she table her plan to rein in her deficits?
Good question. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in our Article 4 consultation with the IMF actually said that Canada has the strongest fiscal position in the G7, that we have the lowest deficit in the G7 and the lowest debt to GDP ratio. The IMF commended our investments in the green economy and our early learning and child care plan. Canada is doing very well relative to its peers in a complicated global economy.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
That's cold comfort to families that don't know what they're going to do when their mortgage comes up for renewal.
That's right.
Inflation caused by Liberal deficits mean that Canadians can't afford groceries. Canadians are increasingly buying food on credit and struggling to pay their bills. Equifax Canada reports that Canadians are going deeper into debt and defaults are rising. When will this Liberal government get control of its spending so that Canadians can take back control of theirs?
That's right. Well, Deputy Prime Minister.
It's not just the IMF that confirms the strength of Canada's fiscal position. After we tabled the budget, S&P reiterated our AAA rating. But let's talk a little bit about what the Conservatives would do. The Conservatives would eviscerate pensions for Canada's seniors. The Conservatives would destroy, impoverish the EI system that so many Canadians depend on. The Conservatives would starve our healthcare system of essential investment. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives would make pollution free again. That would be devastating for Canadians and Canadian families.
Honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, rate hikes are on the rise again. The Liberals' record debt level has led to 40-year high inflation and the highest interest rate in 22 years. Higher Liberal taxes were already making Canadians poorer. Now interest rates will make owning and renting more expensive. Conservatives have been asking for a plan to balance the budget, but the NDP Liberal coalition just laughs and spends more. Now the IMF warns that Canada is at the highest risk of mortgage defaults amongst advanced economies. How many Canadians need to lose their homes before this government presents a plan to balance the budget?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a very timely question. In fact, timing is important here because part of the budget is support dental care for children in this country. It's been 19 days, Mr. Speaker, since we've written to the leader of the opposition, the Conservative leader, and asked him what he thought about the 1,000+ children in his riding and the 1,000 children in the MP's riding, why these children would not deserve the dental care that members of this House have enjoyed for many months and in some cases 2 decades, Mr. Speaker. So we're curious to hear their answer.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Attawapiskat is in a humanitarian crisis. It's gotten worse year by year under this Liberal government. Overcrowded homes, unsafe drinking water, and no matter what Attawapiskat does to try and get ahead, they can't because they don't even have a proper land base to build houses. Right. The government calls the land of the Mushkegowuk Cree Crown land. It is treaty land, and the people of Attawapiskat have a right to develop the land for their people. So to the Indigenous Affairs Minister, what steps will she take to work with Attawapiskat on building a livable community that offers hope to the young?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it was a privilege to meet with the community members and Chief of Attawapiskat this morning, where the member was also present, and we talked about a roadmap together to make sure that Attawapiskat has the tools it needs and the financial support of the federal government to move forward. I agree with the member. Every person in this country must feel that they can reach their full potential and that there's hope for their children. And together with the leadership of Attawapiskat, we're going to do exactly that.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Last week, Indigenous police chiefs of Ontario came to Ottawa to demand that the government reinstate their core funding to help keep their communities safe. The minister promised to provide 3 months of funding as quickly as possible. People are dying as they wait for him to fulfill that promise. The minister needs to stop playing games with the safety of 45 First Nations. When will the funding be reinstated with the terms and conditions that respects the rights of Indigenous peoples?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I updated the House last week, I want to assure my colleague that we are working very closely with the community, including through leadership representatives like Chief Kailu, to ensure that we can get funding flowing back to the community, to ensure that there is public safety on the ground. We want to have these discussions in a way that is constructive. We obviously want to solve the longer-term challenges around First Nations policing, which at its core must involve the empowerment of First Nations communities. That is precisely what I'm dedicated to doing, and I will work closely with my colleague across the way to achieve that goal. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Speaker, advancing reconciliation means investing in Indigenous-led businesses and ensuring we build a resilient economy that is both inclusive and looks forward towards the future. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services update the House on what this government has done recently to strengthen and advance the economic development of First Nations in Northern Ontario?
Minister of Indigenous Services.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Sudbury for understanding and advocating for an inclusive economy where Indigenous entrepreneurs, Indigenous communities have all the tools of economic success. And indeed, that's exactly how FedNor has been transitioning to support Indigenous economies, to support economic reconciliation. Today, FedNor is investing over $8.2 million in new targeted investments to Indigenous-led initiatives across Northern Ontario. It's going to support Indigenous business leaders, communities, and organizations, foster the incredible talent of our communities all across Northern Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Experts across Canada and the world are sounding the alarm bells. The Liberal government deficits are causing mortgage defaults because of inflation driving the interest rate hikes. One mortgage broker in Ontario said it may be the last straw. Washington and Paris are taking note as well. The IMF and the OECD have singled out Canada as the nation with the highest risk of mortgage defaults. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister listen to domestic and international experts and end his inflationary deficit spending?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, both the IMF and the OECD have forecast that Canada will have the strongest economic growth in the G7 this year and next year. The IMF has further commended Canada for our very strong fiscal position and has pointed out that Canada continues to have not only the lowest deficit in the G7, but the lowest debt to GDP ratio. And let me remind the members opposite that notwithstanding their efforts to talk Canada down, we enjoy a AAA credit rating reaffirmed after we take...
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The long-term consequences of this government's inflationary deficit spending on Canadian mortgage holders is already at a head, driving up interest rates to the highest in 22 years. Senior economists across the Canadian banking sector have all indicated that another hike in July is likely, another cost of living hike on top of their carbon tax hike. Mr. Speaker, at what point will this government stop footing middle-class Canadians with the bill for their poor economic fiscal stewardship?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Speaker, at what point would the Conservative Party actually have a real housing policy that emphasizes the importance of investing in affordable housing? At what point will they stop gatekeeping real help for Canadian renters? At what point will they stop gatekeeping rapid housing initiative investments? At what point will they include homelessness in their half-baked housing plan? Let them get serious about housing before they lecture us about anything.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians' financial situation has never been so dire. After 8 years of this Liberal government, about half of Canadian families say that they cannot handle an unexpected having to spend $500. And what's a Liberal solution? Oh, they want to tax an additional 20 cents per litre on gas that Quebecers will buy. That'll be an average of over $400 per family. It makes no sense. Can the Liberals get out of the way rather than making the situation of Canadian families even worse, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we won't be taking any lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to helping the most vulnerable Canadians deal with the cost of living. We are the ones who implemented the Canada Child Benefit, which is indexed to inflation. The benefit lifted 435,000 Canadian children out of poverty. Our government increased the GIS, which is also indexed to inflation, and has helped countless seniors. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, 36,000 Canadians have been killed by opioids since January 2016, and the BC government has revealed that McKinsey allegedly worked with opioid manufacturers who targeted doctors and pharmacists to increase opioid sales in Canada. Can you believe that? Former CEO Dominic Barton gave free advice to the Liberal government, which in turn gave McKinsey at least $116 million in contracts, many of those without tender. So instead of rewarding the firm, will the Prime Minister cancel all of McKinsey's contracts because of its role in the opioid crisis? The Honourable Mental Health Minister.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Since 2018, our government has been working with British Columbia on lawsuits against big pharmaceutical companies, including a specific group suit against McKinsey. Class action. Canada has also cracked down on predatory practices by pharmaceuticals by restricting marketing of opioids. The honourable member for Abitibi-Bay James, Nunavik EU. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is still monitoring the wildfires near Lebel-sur-Quévillon and elsewhere in Quebec. We're standing by the residents. Back home, the fire is growing. They're calling for 35-degree weather this week and no rain until Sunday. People are worried, and our businesses are worried too because they feel that nothing's being done to compensate for their losses. On Monday, the government pledged to do more to support affected communities. What will the government do for affected regions in Quebec, especially Abitibi-Témiscamingue and Nord du Québec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. We, of course, stand with all those who are involved and with first responders too. In Quebec and everywhere in Canada, we are following wildfire situations very closely. We're working directly with the province, and we're in constant communication with the province to ensure that they have all of the supports and resources that they need. Following a request from the province, we also deployed the Canadian Armed Forces to contribute to the fight. We also have firefighters coming from around the world to help. So together we will fight these wildfires, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government committed to doing more for people in our communities, like our region. But the government also committed to doing more to prevent disasters linked to climate change. And that also means doing more for our region because these natural disasters cannot keep recurring all the time. We know that the combination of fires and climate change increases the risk of fire. Fires also make the forests emit more greenhouse gases, which means more fires means more fires. Mr. Speaker, what is the government really doing to stop this downward spiral? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for bringing up another important issue related to wildfires. We know that climate change has a direct impact on forest fires and also on floods and tornadoes. Today, with the Canadian Army, we are helping. We have a coalition with foreign nations as well, and we also have an action group. I met with people in affected ridings recently, and in Quebec, people are doing great work on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Spending and big deficits by the Liberals have accomplished one thing, big inflation. Well, actually, it's accomplished two things. Canadian food bank use has never been higher because Canadians can't afford to put food on the table. Here are the consequences of the accomplishments of Liberal inflation and carbon taxes. In 2021, about 2 million Canadians accessed a food bank every single month. That more than doubled to 5 million last year. This year, a staggering 8 million Canadians are accessing a food bank every single month. How much more will Canadians have to pay to put food on the table when the Liberals implement a second carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I seem to have to remind the members across the way that since this government came into power, we've lifted over 450,000 children in this country out of poverty. Since 2016, with the CCB, since implementing the dental care benefit, we've lifted 11 million Canadians to new levels to have safety and security in their homes. Mr. Speaker, the real question Canadians want to know is, what will the Conservatives cut? Right. What will they take away from Canadian families? Will they take away dental care? Will they take rental assistance? Will they take away a grocery rebate? We are here for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
The parents of those children are now facing an impossible choice. Pay their mortgage or put food on the table. And the Liberals' answer to this crisis higher spending, higher inflation, and another carbon tax. The consequences of that, an average Alberta family will be paying $4,000 a year in additional taxes. Alberta farmers will be paying as much as $150,000 a year on carbon tax 1. When you add taxes and costs to food production and transportation, it adds to the cost of the grocery store shelf. Will the Liberals cancel both carbon taxes so farmers can afford to produce the food so Canadians can afford to buy it?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member knows, on-farm fuel are exempted from farms. They don't pay taxes. And as the Parliamentary Budget Officer has already admitted in his report last week, there's $600 million of carbon taxes that have not been collected. In 2030, it'll be 1.5 that have not been charged to farmers. As for the other point, he knows full well this is a good policy for canola farmers everywhere in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, we are experiencing a cost of living crisis. In my constituency, the number of people using food banks is at an all-time high. Gas prices are skyrocketing, and families in Beauce are suffering as a result. On July 1st, things are only going to get worse. In Quebec, the second carbon tax will add $436 to every family's expenses, plus GST. This measure affects everyone's ability to get to work, but also, above all, to put food on the table. Will the government finally wake up and put an end to carbon tax 2? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Mr. Speaker, in a recent survey, it was revealed that 83% of Canadians believe that the current wildfires are linked to climate change and that the situation will worsen. However, the Conservative Party doesn't seem to have any opinions about climate change. Is my colleague outraged about the fact that between 2019 and 2021, things have worsened? Does the member across the way oppose incredibly high prices?
Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, sadly we are seeing the rise of anti-2SL LGBTQI plus hate in Canada, which is having a devastating impact on the community. It was this Liberal government that banned the terrible, harmful practice of conversion therapy, and so it's sad to see an aspiring member of this House, handpicked by the opposition leader, defending the destructive practice of spiritually counseling someone out of who they love. Can the minister reiterate for all Canadians our government's unwavering support for the 2SL LGBTQI plus community?
The Honourable Minister for Women's Issues.
Thanks so much to the Honourable Member for her important question. We are celebrating Pride in the midst of rising anti-2SL LGBTQI plus hate. And Mr. Speaker, I am so proud that our government banned the dangerous practice of so-called conversion therapy. Survivors I speak to tell me this law saves lives. And there's a lot more to do, but Mr. Speaker, we're on the right track. While Conservatives try to take us backward by promoting this dangerous practice, we will always stand on the side of the queer community.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's ever-increasing fixation on carbon taxes is damaging Canada's global agricultural advantage. True. It hurts farmers' profit margins, while at the same time the cumulative costs are pushed onto Canadian consumers. Will this government scrap Carbon Tax 1 and, at least for the sake of Canadian consumers, stop the implementation of Carbon Tax 2 planned for this 1st of July?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for this question. Again, I'll repeat, climate change costs money to farmers. By not acting. In 2021, 30% of the grains out west didn't make it to market. That is money that is supposed to go into farmers' pockets. And because of climate change, it hasn't made it into farmers' pockets. One thing that we're working on, as of July 1st, farmers will have a new opportunity, and I ask him to talk to his canola farmers because they're all on side. They'll be able to participate in a new economy, and this is great for farmers.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax hasn't stopped any floods, fires, or met any targets. It's done absolutely nothing to help the environment. The Liberals seem to like paying the carbon tax to assuage their conscience for their jet-setting lifestyle. Meanwhile, working families in Alberta are struggling to make ends meet. With Carbon Tax 2 coming into effect on July 1st, the average Alberta family will pay $4,000 in carbon tax. When will the minister admit that his carbon tax is a tax plan and does nothing to help the environment?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to correct the record. Our pollution level has gone down by 50 million tons between 2019 and 2021. That's the equivalent of removing from our roads 11 million vehicles. And despite what they're saying, Mr. Speaker, we have the best performance in terms of cutting pollution than all G7 countries now. If the Conservative Party believed in climate change, they would have something to say about it. There's no light switch to fight climate change, Mr. Speaker. There's no fairy dust that will make climate change go away. There's no magic wand. Only hard work will make this possible. That's what we're doing on this side of the House. Unfortunately, they have nothing to say on that on the Conservative side.
You're on, Bruce.
The reality of the Environment Minister's numbers is he shut the economy down for 2 years. That's the only way he met his targets. Kids, next week, kids across Canada are going to be looking forward to their summer break. Dreams of baseball and soccer tournaments, maybe a modest camping trip, maybe even go to Toronto and watch the Blue Jays. That's what they're looking forward to. But unfortunately, the Liberals on July 1st are bringing in another carbon tax, $2,300 a year to Ontario households. Their dreams of a summer holiday are vanishing. When are Liberals going to get off of Canadians' backs?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you know what I would say to those kids who are ready to go on vacation or watch a ball game? That we need to make sure we do everything that they have a planet, that they inherit an environment that they can live in. Then, Mr. Speaker, if we don't take action on climate change, not only will they not be able to afford things in the future because the cost of climate change will be enormous, but it also means that they will inherit a planet that is not sustainable. That is a legacy we could not allow, Mr. Speaker. We will do everything on this side to make sure they inherit a planet that is there for them and their generations forward.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Southern Ontario is home to close to 90% of Canada's automotive manufacturing sector. Last week, we had Project Arrow on the Hill, the first all-Canadian-made electric vehicle led by APMA, the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association. I was happy to be with Flavio Volpe of APMA to announce this incredible vehicle in Vaughan in 2021. Can the minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario please inform the House of the investments our government has made and will continue to make in electric vehicles in Ontario? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Vaughan Woodbridge for that important question. Our government is committed to establishing a Made in Canada plan for electric vehicles, and I would like to thank APMA for its innovation and its leadership. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, we have a strong advantage, and that is the power of people, the enormous potential, and the ability to turn ideas into reality. That's why our government provided over $5 million to APMA for this incredible project. We have and will continue to invest in industry leaders to create a strong economy.
For North Island to Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the minister gave $560 million to a company owned by Loblaws to deliver services to veterans. But the rollout was a disaster. Poor communications to service providers and veterans, lack of training for workers, and veterans and their families are the ones that are paying the price. The Liberals' outsourcing to private companies isn't working, and the government isn't listening. Will the minister continue to ignore veterans, or will he cancel this botched contract?
Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
I thank my honourable colleague for her question and for her help with veterans, but I can tell her we will not cut vital services to veterans or slash funding to Veterans Affairs like the previous Conservative government did. The rehab contract will provide over 14,000 veterans with access to nearly 12,000 professionals in 800 locations right across the country. As Minister of Veterans Affairs, it is my responsibility to provide for veterans where they need it, when they need it, and we will continue to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, while Indigenous people make up only 5% of the population, at women's prisons across the country, like Grand Valley Institution in my community, over half the prisoners are Indigenous. Worse still, 96% of those in isolation, almost every person is Indigenous. I'm embarrassed to live in a country where this is the case. It's what modern-day colonialism looks like. When will the government address this ongoing injustice?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to begin by sharing the outrage of my honourable colleague, and I'm committed to working with him with regards to this important issue. I will say that we have put in place the initial steps to strengthen the independent panels that review the use of structured intervention units vis-a-vis Indigenous peoples in terms of representation, in terms of the ability to oversee this work. I also want to assure him that by putting in place a new Deputy Commissioner of Correctional Services that is focused on Indigenous priorities and affairs, that we can channel our efforts to address the long-lasting effects of colonialism. This is the way in which we take the concrete steps towards reconciliation. Thank you.
That's all the time we have for today, for question period today. The Honourable Deputy House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That given that 1, Canada has already experienced a record amount of land burned this wildfire season. 2, tens of thousands of Canadians have had to evacuate their communities at some point over these past few months. 3, wildfire risk is expected to remain high as we head into the summer. The House, A, express its deepest gratitude to the firefighters and first responders across Canada for their tireless efforts to date and to come. B, thank the many international allies who have stepped forward to help, and C, express its strong support to everyone on the ground as they continue to protect our communities.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, climate change is real and we have to act. There were 16 questions on climate change. I would ask for unanimous consent to table the UN report, which says that Canada is 58th in fighting climate change. All those opposed to the motion of the honourable member will please say no. No. Sorry, we do not have unanimous consent.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, rising out of question period, there were a number of important questions about McKinsey offering a proposal to Purdue Pharma to help boost opioid sales here in Canada. I do wonder if there would be unanimous consent to table this important story from the Globe and Mail, which highlights these issues from the 2014-2015 period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Unfortunately, we don't have unanimous consent. Okay. It being 3:20, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-35. Convoquez les députés.
Calling the members.
La question est la suivante. Ms.
The question is as follows.
C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Brewson.
Mr. Brewson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Killaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Kara.
Miss Kara.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Popka.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher. Merci.
Mr. Morrison,
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall,
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton,
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz,
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Viersen,
Viersen.
Mr. Ruff,
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast,
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Terrien,
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Désilet,
Monsieur Désilet.
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Perron,
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné,
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Desbiens,
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca,
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé,
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison,
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney,
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout,
Miss Idlout.
back to Miss Kwan,
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Cannings,
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns,
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green,
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron,
Barron.
Mr. Backrack,
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Angus,
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson,
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet,
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson,
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blakey,
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings.
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period is over.
Not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Seeing none, le bureau va mettre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 315, 315. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi, third reading of this bill.
Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, the House will now proceed to the taking of their deferred recorded division on the motion at report stage of Bill S8.
Is on motion number 1. Mr. Generous, seconded by Mr. Gray, moved that Bill S8 be amended by deleting the long title. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Alan.
Ms. Lewis. Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lowe.
Mr. Louis.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Colney.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Groh.
Miss Groh.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Back to Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madam Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madam Mendez.
Madam Mendez.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 112, 112. Nays contre 202, 202.
I declare motion number 1 defeated. Mr. Holland for Mr. Mendocino, seconded by Ms. Hutchings, moves that Bill S-8, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to make consequential amendments to other acts and to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Si un député d'un parti reconnu.
If a member for a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd request a recorded vote, please.
Very good. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Ms. Groh. Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Elkhoury.
Monsieur Elkhoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascato.
Mr. Chang.
Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Alday.
Mrs. Atwin.
Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Baker.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Miss Kara.
Miss Kara.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Camp Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Stanley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Falk Battlefield Lloydminster.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Arnold.
Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay and Minton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. F.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Adlout.
Mr. Blau.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Hughes.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Merci beaucoup. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 317, 317. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il?
When shall the bill be read a third time?
À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Oh, d'accord. Thank you, ma'am. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36-8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to two petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
I believe the Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke is rising as well.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to table in both official languages a report which was shared in advance with all parties last week entitled White Paper on the Status of Trans and Gender Diverse People. Very good.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. No, unfortunately, we don't have unanimous consent. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation inter.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
He's not okay.
He's on that.
Oh. L'honorable député de Nickel.
The honourable member for Nickelbelt.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Conformément.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to 34.1 of the standing orders, I have the honour of tabling in the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian section of Parlamerica's 19th Parlamerica's Plenary Assembly and the 14th gathering of Parlamerica's Gender Equality Network, Bogota, Colombia, from November 29th to December 2nd, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale-Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources entitled Creating a Fair and Equitable Canadian Energy Transformation. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, no, sorry.
Has a dissenting Lakeland.
Okay. The honourable member for Lakeland has a dissenting report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The NDP Liberal Just Transition Plan, brought in as a bill last week, even before the final committee report was out, is a dangerous government-mandated threat to outright kill 170,000 jobs and risk the jobs of 2.7 million Canadians overall. It will negatively impact all sectors of Canada's economy and disproportionately harm certain provinces and regions, namely rural, resource-based and Indigenous communities. It will hike energy costs, undermine Canada's energy supply and security, prevent self-sufficiency and gatekeep Canada's ability to fuel, feed, secure and help innovate allies in developing countries to help lower global emissions. The final report attacks Canada's energy sector and fails to recognize its world-class standards and unmatched contributions to clean tech investment in Canada. It encourages an accelerated transition away from the livelihoods of which millions of Canadians depend, instead of practical ways and timelines for increased technological development and grid decarbonization without jeopardizing Canada's economy and standard of living. It's designed to prop up the Liberals' legislation and excludes witnesses who disagree. It's notable as a final comment that the recommendations use the term sustainable jobs, despite the fact that it was used only once by a single non-government witness in the entire 64-witness, 23-brief, year-plus-long study motion that called it the just transition, an obviously cynical last-minute name change to obscure the real aims and consequences of the plan. Conservatives believe in transformation, not transition, technology, not taxes, that the energy evolution must be led by the private sector, not forced by government. Conservatives will make both traditional and alternative energy affordable and accessible, accelerate approvals of energy infrastructure and export projects, and green-light green projects to put Canadian resources, innovation, and workers first to ensure Canadian energy affordability, security, and self-sufficiency. The conclusions of the committee's main final report won't do that, so for those reasons, I am tabling a dissenting report on behalf of the Conservatives.
Presenting reports, the Honourable Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And
That's it?
that's it.
I wasn't sure if the honourable member still had something to say. Presenting reports from committee, the honourable member, l'honorable député de Alfred Pellan.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Madam Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the following reports. The Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament. First report, quorum and mandate of the committee. Second report, certificate of nomination of Heather Powell-Lang to the position of Parliamentary Librarian.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Monsieur Julien.
Mr. Julien.
Seconded by Ms. Barron, moves for leave to introduce the bill entitled An Act to Protect Firefighters, Paramedics, and Other First Responders. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Député de New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce an act to protect firefighters, paramedics, and other first responders. And I wanted to thank my dynamic, hardworking seconder, the Member of Parliament for Nanaimo, Ladysmith. Madam Speaker, we've seen through COVID the courage of the paramedics, firefighters across this country. In British Columbia, we saw with the heat dome, where hundreds of people died, the courage, the determination of firefighters and paramedics. And I wanted to shout out to the New Westminster firefighters, the Burnaby firefighters, who show every day their dedication and do so much for the community. I also wanted to shout out to the BC paramedics. And my seconder, of course, would want to see me shout out to the Nanaimo firefighters and volunteer firefighters in Ladysmith, Lanceville, North Cedar, North Oyster, Gabriola, and Protection Islands. The reality is assaults are increasing against first responders in this country. And that's why the IAFF and paramedics have called for this legislation. We need to fight rising levels of violence that target first responders, that target firefighters, that target paramedics. And the bill is designed to counter that, just that, by putting in place protections for our firefighters, our paramedics, and other first responders. Madam Speaker, I hope that this bill will receive the support from all members of this House. Thank you.
Monsieur Julien, appuyé par...
Mr. Julien, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? Right now. At the next sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Private members' bills. Ms. Romanado, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, asked to table an act to establish National Arts Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
And whereas every year across Canada, provinces celebrate arts and culture during the months of September and October, and where Parliament wishes to recognize and celebrate Canadians' achievements in and contributions to the arts, that throughout Canada and each year, the 23rd day of September is to be known as National Arts Day. And Madam Speaker, while I am on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Ms. Romanado, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Lakeland. Call in the members. La question est la...
The question is as follows.
Mademoiselle
Ms. Romanado, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, proposes that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Miss Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bandayan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bittle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent...
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halam.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Blanc.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicott.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. F.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Larouche.
Correction, Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If a member was unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Ms. Gray. Mrs. Gray?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if I can confirm my vote as no, nay. I have a message here to connect that there was
Registered as nay. The honourable member's vote is already registered as a nay.
Great, thank you, Madam Speaker.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 142, 142.
I declare the motion carried. Okay. Before we go, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Natural Resources, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona, Canada Revenue Agency, and the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, National Defence. Orders of the day, ordre du jour. The honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General is rising on the point of order.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I'm tabling government responses to question numbers 1484 to 1499.
Back to the orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills.
No, go ahead.
Étude d'une motion relative à des amendements du Sénat concernant le
Consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments on C-18.
The honourable member for Norfolk, Haldeman Norfolk, has a point of order.
Thank you. I'm requesting at this time, Madam Speaker, an opportunity to ask this House for unanimous consent for me to table one petition that is time sensitive.
So do I have unanimous consent for the honourable member to table her petition? There is no unanimous consent. I would ask the honourable member maybe to check with the different whips offices to see if she can get unanimous consent, but not in the House here. Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Ms. Hutchins, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that in relation to Bill C-18, an act respecting online communications platforms that make news content available to persons in Canada, the House agrees with Amendments 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 made by the Senate, et rejette respectueusement les amendements.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendments 4 and 5 because they undermine the objectives of the bill, which focus on encouraging fair deals that reflect what each party contributes to and how each party benefits from the making available of news online, and narrow the scope of the bargaining process and the key factors guiding final offer arbitration decisions. Debate.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Here, here.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to start by thanking all the parliamentarians for their work on this bill, starting with members of the House's Heritage Committee, the senators on the Transport and Communications Committee, and especially Senator Peter Harder, who did such a great job sponsoring the bill in the Senate.
But certainly not least, my incredible, formidable parliamentary secretary that sits right here, the member for St. Catharines. Thank you so much to all of you. Madame la Présidente, je l'ai dit dans...
Madam Speaker, I've said it in the past, and I'll say it again today. It bears repeating. Since 2008, nearly 500 news outlets have closed their doors throughout the country. They closed their doors in 335 different communities just about everywhere throughout Canada. There's probably not a single member who hasn't seen a newsroom close in their riding. It affects us all. We're talking about newspapers that have disappeared, local newspapers, radio stations, local radio, websites, and the list goes on. Just last week, we discussed in this place Bell's announcement to close radio stations and the fact that it's cutting 1,300 jobs, 1,300. Not long ago, I'm sure my friends in Quebec will remember this, Quebecor announced that they were cutting 240 jobs, including 140 at TVA. And that, Madam Speaker, those are real people. We're talking about real people who have lost their job.
And this bill is about them. It's also about the future of our news industry in our country. It's about upholding our democracy, because our democracy, or any democracy, needs a free, independent, and thriving press. We all rely on fact-based and timely news to make rational decisions, to counter disinformation, to participate in our democracy. And today I would say that it's more important than ever. Madam Speaker, we all know that the internet has dramatically changed the way we create, we search, we consume content, especially when it comes to news. We see that more and more Canadians are using digital platforms to stay informed, and 77% of them, of Canadians, consume their news online, including 55% of them on social media. We can see the impact right here. And meanwhile, our traditional news sector is in crisis. So we all know, right? We all know.
Absolutely.
And it's very clear to all of us that there's a big power imbalance in our news marketplace. And the recent actions of the big platforms, we've seen it very recently, their actions are a clear demonstration of this. And right now, there's absolutely no incentive for digital platforms to pay our news businesses, our journalists. There's no incentive to pay them fairly for their content. So, all of that mentioned, everything that I've just mentioned here, Madam Speaker, has a direct impact on our ability as Canadians to access reliable news. Donc, le projet de loi, ce qu'il propose, c'est
What the bill proposes is real action to respond to everything I just said. It proposes putting an end to the status quo because it's clear that the status quo isn't working. We're talking about 500 newsrooms. Media sources, whether they're small, whether they're large, we're talking about 500 newsrooms closing their doors. That means the status quo is absolutely not working. That means we have to act. We have to act, and we have to be firm. We have to be certain. And I would even say that C-18 gives a clear roadmap for platforms to follow when negotiating with news organizations. As soon as the online news legislation passes, and I hope with the cooperation of colleagues here, I hope that it will happen over the next few days. As soon as it passes, we'll hold consultations with Canadians. Canadians will have their say because it's essential for Canadians to have something to say. This is about them. We're talking about access to quality nonpartisan, reliable information. We're talking about journalism, local journalism, one of the pillars of democracy. Obviously, we want Canadians to be able to express themselves on the matter. That process will be completely transparent.
Their study of the bill, senators made 12 amendments to C-18. Il y a, par exemple, une disposition.
For example, one provision includes the full plan to come into effect within 6 months of royal assent. It's a guarantee that a media outlet won't be forced to participate in the plan if it does not want to do so. And there were provisions added for official minority language communities, as well as Black, Indigenous, and other racialized communities. So, there's important, interesting amendments that respect the spirit of the legislation. And, Madam Speaker, we're supporting 10 of those 12 amendments. That's a lot. Through that, I want to thank the work done by all the senators, especially Senator Harder, who did extraordinary work. I want to thank him, members of the committee, all the senators. We're supporting 10 out of 12.
Support is an amendment that would force negotiators to set boundaries on bargaining by setting a simple value for news content and limiting negotiation over other items of value. Currently, the legislation intentionally does not set boundaries on what parties can negotiate on, and this allows them to bargain over the elements outside the scope of news content if they want. So, if you don't want to take my word for it, Madam Speaker, I'm sure you do, but if you don't want it, we want that. I'm sure everyone in this room would take it. But just in case.
Conversations going back and forth as opposed to members waiting till it's questions and comments time. I would just ask members to please hold off. I would maybe ask the honourable member to maybe move his telephone. I think it's close to the mic or something, and I can hear a little bit of vibration. So I think if he puts it on the chair, it will be a lot better. So the honourable, l'honorable ministre.
The honourable minister.
So, let me quote some other people, Madam Speaker. For example, Paul Deegan, CEO of News Media Canada. Let's hear what he had to say about this bill. It's very interesting. I'm sure it'll be very interesting. So, Paul Deegan saying that, and I'm quoting, the amendment would limit the ability of news publishers to negotiate fair compensation with dominant platforms. Value will be determined during negotiations. And that's not all. I have another quote. How's that?
Very good.
That's very good.
There's more. Bravo.
There's more. Yeah, no, there's more. Il y a encore plus, Madame la Présidente.
And there's even more, Madam Speaker. Pierre Elliott Levasseur, president of La Presse, had this to say. This amendment would tie one hand behind our backs and paralyze us in negotiations with platforms clearly advantaged by the significant imbalance of power between them and news media. And he also said, this amendment benefits the platforms at the expense of media.
We're rejecting that amendment. We also have to reject a second amendment, which is a technical amendment that is tied to the first one. So we're accepting 10 amendments out of 12. And again, I want to thank the senators for their amazing work. Vous savez, Madame la Présidente,
You know, Madam Speaker, Canada's leading the way right now with Bill C-18. I want to thank my colleagues for the Bloc Québécois, especially my colleague for Drummondville, who's done exceptional work on this file, as well as the critic for the NDP, who does remarkable work. And I want to thank them for their interest in this bill. And beyond their interest, the significant and productive work that they brought to bear. Through this collaboration, Canada is leading the way. Even Australia, which is a model for us, is now looking to us for inspiration in the transparency measures we included in C18. So, at the start, we looked to the Australian model. It was what we referred to, and then we improved it by adding transparency. And now Australia is looking at what we're doing to maybe even copy the Canadian model. Transparency is fundamental. Transparency for us is at the heart of every decision we make and every action we take. It's important, but Canadians also expect us to be transparent. They want this to be done transparently. And we, on the government side, we want everything to be transparent. And that's why we're going to have an independent auditor who will conduct an annual audit to determine the extent to which the Act is achieving its objective of having a fairer news ecosystem, and who will be able to make necessary adjustments.
This bill, we've studied it. We've examined it. We made it better. We've listened to what everyone had to say. We addressed many of the concerns that the stakeholders raised in Parliament. And I would say that the bill is stronger, much stronger, because of this. Now, the Online News Act won't be a silver bullet for all the challenges facing the news sector. We're very realistic, we understand, and there's different programs that we put in place to time, right? We did this collectively as a team to improve the situation. And so there's many other things, but this is an important part of what we're doing, right? This is an extremely important part. And so through this, we've addressed many of the concerns that we've heard in this House, in the other place, discussing with experts, with platforms, with people from the media, with journalists. So it's not a silver bullet, but it will definitely give Canadian news media a chance to rebuild and thrive in a more sustainable, fairer news ecosystem. And I've said it before, Madam Speaker, the world is watching Canada. Hear, hear. The world is watching us, yes, including you. The world is watching us. And we have to take a clear leadership, Madam Speaker. I would say this is a call to all parliamentarians. In this place and the other place, the world is watching, and we're all taking a clear leadership in this. And I want to thank all parliamentarians for this. Merci beaucoup à tous et chacun d'entre vous.
Thank you, each and every one of you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the member, the new digital platform companies, have come out opposed to this. And we're just wondering why the Liberals are choosing to support legacy media such as CBC, Global, Bell, as opposed to these new and emerging and cutting-edge commentators and news broadcasters. This is the future for Canadian news, and we feel this is a blocking of news, emerging news media.
Honourable Minister.
Well, the question is, why are the Conservatives supporting tech giants all the time, every time, using their speaking points? It is to that point, Madam Speaker. Now, we're standing up for our democracy. We're standing up for traditional media and new media, of course, all of them, because they all have a role to play. But all of those medias that close the room, the 500 of them, that's hurting our democracy. The Conservatives, they don't care. They fought against this bill, Madam Speaker. By fighting against this bill, they're fighting our own democracy. That's a shame.
Shameful.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question from my Conservative colleague gives you an idea of the mood there was in the Heritage Committee when we studied this bill. Throughout the study, the tech giants tried to tell us that information wasn't worth that much for their businesses. But there is someone here who's vice president of Google who made an extraordinarily extraordinary appearance at our committee. For Google, there were 3.6 million visits to News Online, which made them a great deal of money. So when the tech giants tell us that news isn't worth anything to them financially, well, this should show you that, yes, indeed, it is worth a lot to them. Nevertheless, with C-18, we know that media will be able to negotiate for compensation for the news they do have, but there are closings of newsrooms and news broadcasters everywhere. This bill will help these people keep their jobs. It will create a fund to help journalists in Quebec and in Canada. The Honourable Minister, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would very warmly and sincerely thank my colleague for his work on this very important bill. I think the fact that he is here shows the cooperation we got with the Bloc and the NDP. And he referred to the value of news for tech giants. When we give an interview, we do it in a newsroom. When we do it in a newsroom, when the person asks us a question, they're doing something valuable. The person who did the research did something valuable. But the people on the web use the work of these people who spend a great deal of time working, and it creates a monetary value, and their work is monetized by these web giants. And this is where there's a real imbalance. The reason the government proposed this approach is that we want to be as removed as possible from decision-making. Now, if we sat at a table and had the web giants on one side and news media on the other, are we supposed to strike the proper balance? And that's essentially why. And I thank my colleague for his very significant work.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to underscore the work done in my riding. And all these publications, these news publications in my riding will benefit it. And the Minister knows full well that the web giants who are now threatening our democracy and saying we don't have the right to pass a bill that will make them, that will oblige them to pay a bit for this information. So I would put the question to my colleague, the Conservatives who are trying to block this bill, who've been doing so since the beginning. They should know that there are web giants who are threatening us. We need parliamentarians who can pass this and help newsrooms Canada-wide. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague once again. I thank him for his question and also for his unstinting work. He's a member I know very well. I've known since we both began in 2004. I know the quality and the rigor of his work over the years, especially on Bill C-18. There is no democracy, no sovereign nation that could accept that web giants come and impose on us any decision. We can't accept this, Madam Speaker. We can't accept that a company, whichever company it is, can tell a sovereign government elected by the people to do this or that. And say, here are the conditions, and here are the consequences if you don't do what we want. Now, we had what we had to deal with web giants. In some cases, was pure intimidation towards the members of Parliament. We have to stand up, and it seems that the Conservatives are just lying supine, genuflecting to the web giants. the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for his fine speech, and I had the opportunity to meet with members of the media, along with the Minister, and we together saw just how important it is to talk to the media and to transmit and broadcast information. Can the Minister talk a bit about the impact of C-18 in our rural ridings, in a rural riding such as mine? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague. His question is extremely relevant. All these newsrooms are all over the country, in the major urban centres, but also in small towns and in rural areas such as those in my colleague's riding. But it's part of the local economy. There are regions, Madam Speaker, where there are no media covering news. And it would be extremely undemocratic to not have these people be able to get news in their region. Now, we have to allow these media, these newsrooms, to recreate themselves so that people can have access to free and independent news.
Commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we've seen through the bill, we had collaboration from the NDP and the Bloc, and I'd like to ask the Minister if we can go back into our time machine a little bit, just about a year and a half, Madam Speaker, to the last election. We saw the Conservative platform, I believe page 152, support for this very initiative. So I was wondering if I could ask the Honourable Minister, when did the Conservatives flip-flop and become shills for big tech?
The Honourable Minister.
That's next. It shows how good he is, Madam Speaker. And I'll just quote a portion of the Conservative platform in the last election here. It says, Canada's Conservative will introduce a digital media royalty framework to ensure that Canadian media outlets are fairly compensated for the sharing of their content by platforms like Google and Facebook. It will adopt a Made in Canada approach that incorporates the best practices of jurisdictions like Australia and France. That's exactly what we're doing here in Canada, and I wonder when they changed their mind, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge. Yes, the Honourable Member for Sherwood
The
Park.
Honourable Member was using a prop. He was holding an image up to the screen. The Minister is maybe a relatively new member in this place, but I think he knows the rules as it relates to the use of props. And
quoting of a document, which is allowed. Yes, but apparently the other side was the text that the Minister was quoting. The Honourable Minister of Justice is rising on the same point of order?
No, different point of order.
Okay, the Honourable Minister on the same.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'm just sorry that they see the platform as a prop.
The Honourable Minister of Justice on a point of order?
Tabling in both official languages a document entitled White Paper on the Status of Trans and Gender Diverse People, written by the member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke and Delana Thompson.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-18, the Online News Act. I do so in response to a bill that has now returned to the House after being in the Senate for quite some time. It was brought to the Senate earlier this year. I believe they started to study it in late January or beginning of February. And then now it arrived at the House as of June 16th and has been considered by this government, and then a motion has been drafted in response to those amendments. To refresh our memories, Bill C-18 is this. It's a bill about supporting local media, so says the Minister. And so says the Minister, it is also about building a fairer news ecosystem. Now, I'll get to these false claims in just a moment. Now, Bill C-18, it will compel digital platforms such as Google and Facebook to pay when they link to news sources. So not actually providing the entire content of the news source, but just simply providing the link compels Facebook and Google to have to enter into monetary negotiations with the news source. Under this bill, then, those negotiations would take place between the two parties, and there would be no transparency between them in terms of what these negotiations look like and any terms that the platforms might put on these news outlets. That being the case, one has to wonder about the implications for journalistic independence and what this does to true journalism and news coverage in this country. Again, I'll get to that in just a moment, but I would like to highlight that as one of the main issues of this bill. It's also one of the issues that this government had an opportunity to fix. There were amendments that were brought forward by my Conservative colleagues and I here in the House of Commons at committee in order to fix this, and there was an amendment brought forward by a Conservative senator in order to fix this problem as well. And so there was plenty of opportunity. We heard from witness after witness after witness that this bill was a direct threat to journalistic independence. And so it's on that premise that we must begin the discussion today, knowing that this bill actually, therefore, not only fails journalists and news outlets, but it also fails Canadians. Because Canadians deserve access to news that is, in fact, independent of any pressure from a government or any pressure from a platform. Madam Speaker, is there a problem? Okay. I think we have to begin by looking at the importance of media. The Liberals try to paint us as being against media. And they've accused us of being on the side of tech giants. This bill is actually not at all for the media or for the independent journalists that would be proud of their work day in and day out and want to maintain that good work going forward. Now, let me talk about this just a little bit here. So the media plays a few key roles in society that we support. One, they're the watchdog. So in other words, they protect the public interest. So for example, just this year, in the last 6-8 months, we've seen story after story after story come out from the media with regards to this government turning a blind eye to China's interference in our elections. We know, because of a brave whistleblower who came forward, that there was interference both in 2019 and in 2021. We know that the Prime Minister's office was aware of this. We know that the Prime Minister turned a blind eye and chose to do nothing with the CSIS or intelligence reports that were put on his desk or perhaps in his hands. He chose to do nothing. Yet we know, based on his chief of staff testifying at committee, we know that the Prime Minister reads everything, and we know that he is showing everything. So here we are in the House of Commons, and we've had committee meetings with regards to this issue, and we've asked questions with regard to this issue of interference in our elections. And the reason why we've been empowered to do this is because a brave whistleblower came forward who works within CSIS, Canada's foremost intelligence agency, and brought forward the truth. The truth that there were these documents that were produced, that were given to the Prime Minister, and that the Prime Minister turned a blind eye and allowed for Beijing to interfere in our elections because it would benefit the Liberals in the long run. But we know that because of a brave whistleblower using the vehicle of media. So make no mistake, media has an important role to play in our society. Media has an important role to play in terms of telling stories, in terms of raising awareness, in terms of accountability. Media has an important role to play in terms of celebrating incredible things going on in our country and in our local communities. Media has an important role to play in terms of educating folks with regards to various things that are going on. For example, right now, the many wildfires taking place across this country. So we're thankful for the key role that media plays in this country. And the way that media is able to play its greatest role is when it is kept independent, when it is allowed to thrive without government intervention, without undue pressure, without being dictated to. And what Bill C-18 does is it actually puts the government squarely in the middle of the newsroom. So the government determines through this legislation what the CRTC will do. The CRTC then makes decisions, and those decisions are applied to media. According to this bill, the CRTC can compel information from these news businesses, even confidential information. Further to that, through this bill, then there also have to be these negotiations that transpire between the platforms and the news businesses. But we don't know what the terms of those negotiations are. So let's just say that the terms of those negotiations are that as a news business, you get rewarded for the number of clicks. Well, then as a news business, you're motivated to create clickbait. Well, that's not news. At least it's not the type of news that we would expect. It's not the type of news that is most beneficial to Canadian society. So we can see right off the bat that there's this massive problem with this bill. So when the minister says that this bill is about leveling the playing field, it's about creating a more fair news ecosystem, it's about access, well, that's just wrong. Because at the end of the day, yes, we do need media, but we need independent journalists who are going to tell the stories that need to be told without pressure from the government or tech giants. We need journalists to truly be free to come at things from a nonpartisan angle. I wish we had more of that in this country. It would benefit us all. The minister has claimed that the landscape has changed and therefore this bill is needed. I would agree with him in that the landscape indeed has changed. Where I would disagree is that, of course, I don't agree that this bill is in fact the answer. We know that the landscape has changed. We know that fewer people are buying newspapers. We know that fewer people are watching news on television. We know that more and more people are shifting their attention to online. They like to go on a website, or they like to click on a Facebook post, or they like to access it through Twitter. We know that folks prefer to be able to stream in the moment if they're going to watch their news, or many are going to read their news. But we know that they're not necessarily going to read from paper. They're more likely to read from an iPad or a telephone. So yes, the landscape is changing. And as a result of that, because the consumer, the Canadian, is changing his or her habits, it means that more and more traffic is going online. And because more and more traffic has gone online, it means that ads are also being placed online. Which means then that those entities that have been innovative and evolved to that space, those are the entities that are getting the ad dollars. Because of course, when you're advertising, you're going to go to where the people are, and the people are online. But what has happened is that you have these legacy media companies then, whether it's newspapers or broadcasters such as the CBC or Rogers or Bell Media, and they've started to see the shift in terms of their ad revenues. And of course, it's not in their favor. And so as a result, then there's been many concerns that have been expressed to the minister. And so then in response, the minister has come up with Bill C-18. It is in direct response to legacy media. It does not account for the innovative or creative ways of incoming media outlets that are actually thriving in this new tech space. I'd like to read into the record a couple of quotes. This entity was heard from at the Committee on Canadian Heritage here in the House of Commons. And it's by Independent Online News Publishers of Canada, and they said this: any government intervention into the free press, however well-intentioned, must be carefully considered, as there is a potential to warp up outcomes, stifle innovation, determine winners and losers, and compromise journalistic independence. This is a key warning with regard to this legislation and the impact that it is going to have. Further to that, Professor Dwayne Winsick of Carleton University School of Journalism and Communication and the director of Canadian Media Concentration Research Project said this. He said, the media's money troubles are long-standing, and this latest proposal is a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. I just think the whole thing is a real dog's breakfast. This bill is being saddled with expectations and being sold as a rescue package. That, I think, is really disingenuous. In other words, as much as we want, or this government might want, this legislation to be the answer to the many problems faced by media, and in particular, revenues dwindling, it's not the answer. The world innovates, the world generates, the world moves forward. And so instead of punishing those individuals who are new and innovative and going to that next place and rewarding legacy media, instead, I believe that it's the government's responsibility to take a step back and to allow the world to evolve, to allow consumer demand to evolve, to allow journalistic independence to maintain itself. Another individual who spoke to this bill at committee was Jen Gerson. She's the co-founder of The Line and independent journalist. And she said this about this bill. She said, this bill is predicated on a lie. The bill adopts a very ancient complaint of newspaper publishers that aggregation-based news websites and social media networks are unduly profiting by publishing our content. But of course, we know this isn't true. In fact, the value proposition runs in exactly the opposite direction. We publishers are the ones who benefit when a user posts a link to our content on Facebook, Twitter, and alike. This free distribution drives traffic to our website, which we can then try to monetize through subscriptions and advertising. So clearly stated. So you have these entities online, and they can be connected to through platforms, posting links. In other words, it's propagating or propelling free traffic. It's doing the advertising for these news sources. And so this individual, Jen Gerson, is calling it for what it is. She's actually saying, wait a second, actually the sharing of our links is actually a good thing. That's what drives people to our sites and gives us the opportunity to make money. This legislation is built on a wrong foundation. It's built on the foundation that somehow that these platforms shouldn't be sharing these news links, that they should be punished by having to pay a financial penalty for sharing these news links. Well, that just doesn't make any sense. The way that information flows online is when links are shared. So if you want the news to be read, if you want the source to be accessed, then allow for the links to be shared. And if you allow for the links to be shared, then of course it drives more traffic. And if it drives more traffic, then of course you have more people viewing the content. And if you have more people viewing the content, then you have more people that are wanting to advertise with you. So what she's saying is that really the government has this bill all wrong. Let's get into some of the nitty-gritty of the bill. There are many serious concerns that were raised at committee, both in the Senate and here in the House of Commons, with regards to where the benefit lies. So government officials said that this is going to generate about $215 million for various news sources across Canada. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, an independent entity, said that this bill is going to generate about $350 million. So what's going to happen with that money? Well, here's what the Parliamentary Budget Officer said. He said this: it was reported that 75% of the money will go to the CBC, to Rogers, and to Bell, which leaves less than 25% for newspapers. Madam Speaker, this entire bill has been put forward by this minister saying that it's to protect local newspapers. That's not true. This bill will not help local newspapers the way that he has said it will. This bill will not help ethnic media sources. This bill will not help digital media sources. This bill looks to the past. It does not look to the future. And so this bill is incredibly problematic. So while you have the CBC, you have Rogers, and you have Bell that are accepting 75% of the revenue, you have local newspapers in cities like Lethbridge or towns like Picture Butte or Coaldale or Colehurst in my riding, and they're not going to get a dime from this legislation. So this minister continues to be incredibly disingenuine in how he touts this legislation, saying that it's going to benefit these small newspapers, when in fact this legislation was built or designed solely in favor of legacy broadcasters. Further to that, this bill gives a tremendous amount of control to the CRTC. And so the CRTC now will be responsible for determining if a news outlet is truly a news outlet. And how will they define this? Well, we know somewhat. We don't know entirely, but we know somewhat. We know that somewhat of that definition will be based on whether or not the entity has a license with the CRTC. Now, that's interesting to me because just because you have a license with the CRTC doesn't mean you produce news. Which begs the question then, where is the money going? Is it truly going to local news? Is it truly going to ethnic media? Is it truly going to digital sources? Is it truly going toward the future of news in our country? And the answer to that question we already know, and that is no. Further to that, the CRTC will not only determine if you're an eligible news business, but the CRTC will also determine some of the negotiating factors. There's some independence for you. In fact, the CRTC can compel these news businesses to give up information, including confidential information. Here's what a few people had to say about this. Bill C-18 will only perpetuate a market already distorted by subsidy and will punish independence. If Parliament values a free press, it will not approve Bill C-18. Who said that? Peter Menzies, former CRTC commissioner. Peter Menzies followed that up by saying this. He said, Bill C-18 is as likely to kill journalism in Canada as it is to save it. The very prospect of it is already perverting news coverage and undermining trust. Trust. The commodity upon which the industry most depends. Bill C-18 will permanently entrench the industry's dependency not on the loyalty of citizens, readers, and viewers, but upon the good graces of politicians and the ability of offshore quasi-monopoly tech companies to remain profitable. Could there be a more damning statement? Madam Speaker, if we truly value the independence of our press, if we truly value the future of our country, if we truly value having access to real news, everyone in this House should vote against this bill in a unified manner. Here's another quote from Dr. Michael Geist, who's at the University of Ottawa, who specializes in this. He said, Bill C-18 doesn't only increase the power of the internet companies, it also provides exceptional new powers to the CRTC. These include determining which entities qualify as news businesses, which agreements create an exemption, which Canadian news organizations qualify, and whether the arbitration decisions should be approved. On top of that, the CRTC will also create a code of conduct, implement the code, and wield penalty powers for failure to comply. Far from a hands-off approach, the CRTC will instantly become the most powerful market regulator of the news sector in Canada. Again, Madam Speaker, this bill fails to protect the independence of the press. And when it fails to protect the independence of the press, it then fails Canadians as a whole. Because Canadians depend on being able to access news that is not a result of pressure from tech companies or pressure from the government. So when this government points fingers and says Conservatives are in the pocket of the tech giants, no, Madam Speaker, actually they are. They are squarely in the pocket of the tech giants because they created legislation that directly benefits those tech giants, because those tech giants get to give direction to these news outlets as to what to produce and what not to produce. So it's this government that took power and gave it all over to the tech giants. Make no mistake of that. Let's talk a little bit about this bill and whether or not it actually supports local newspapers. I've already said in my writing there's hardly a dime to be gained. But mine's not the only one. We know that many local newspapers across this country are struggling right now, and we know that many of them are dependent on only one journalist. And because of that, they will not be able to apply for this. They will not get the CRTC's stamp of approval as an allowable news outlet. And so, Madam Speaker, this bill will put them under. This bill has nothing in store for their future. In fact, this bill will result in their demise, because this bill will raise up legacy media and big broadcasters and therefore put them in a favorable position while simultaneously pushing down those local newspaper outlets that exist in ridings like mine. So shame on this government for trying to mislead Canadians. And I should mention, it is not just that this bill will support the big Canadian broadcasters or the big Canadian newspapers, but I should also mention that this bill is so broad that it actually expands to foreign news outlets such as the New York Times. And I should also mention that it will expand to hundreds of broadcasters that are licensed by the CRTC, again, whether or not they produce media, or I should say news. So the question is then, is this bill actually doing what this government says that it is? And the answer is no. This bill will not revive the media. This bill will not save local entities. This bill is not the solution. In fact, I would argue that this bill actually is the problem. It perpetuates the problem. It personifies the problem. It embodies the problem. It is synonymous with the problem. Let me read another quote here from Andrew Coyne. He's a columnist in the Globe and Mail. Took a lot of courage for him to provide this, but nevertheless, it's an important one. He says, "The premise that the problems of the newspaper industry can be traced to search and social media platforms like Google or Facebook stealing their content is utterly false. The platforms don't take our content, they link to it. A headline, sometimes a short snippet of text, nothing more. When users click on the links, they are taken to our sites where they read our content. Much of the traffic on our sites, in fact, comes from social media links, which is why we go to such lengths to encourage readers to post them. Indeed, we post such links ourselves, hundreds of them a day." Again, make no mistake, when platforms post links to news, it is of great benefit to the National Posts of the world, the Globe and Mails of the world, and so on and so forth. That is what Andrew Coyne is getting at here. It is of great benefit to have these links posted. Here's the problem, though, Madam Speaker. Because of this legislation, Facebook has already said that they will no longer be carrying news links. And Google has indicated that they are considering doing the same, which means that these links would no longer be made available to Canadians. Not on Meta or Facebook, Instagram, and not on Google. If that's the case, this bill kills newspapers, because Canadians will no longer have those links available to them within the framework of a Google search or within the framework of Facebook or Instagram. And that's a problem, because as I just read into the record, Andrew Coyne makes it very clear that the entire model is dependent on those links being made available. In fact, the news outlets themselves post those links. In fact, he says they don't just post them once or twice, they post them hundreds of times per day. So this government forcing this legislation upon Facebook and Google, therefore them making a business decision to retract and not carry news links anymore, is actually going to kill newspapers. But this government doesn't care. They'd prefer that you didn't know that. Because at the end of the day, this legislation, though touted as something that benefits newspapers, is actually built to benefit CBC, Rogers, and Bell Media. We know that. So the government has built this piece of legislation on a lie. But it sounds nice. It sounds like they're for local media. It sounds like they're for ethnic media. It sounds like they're for progress. They like that word, progress. Like everything. When in fact, this bill is one of the most regressive pieces of legislation that I have ever seen. And it is one that will put a spear directly through the heart of newspapers. And eventually, other outlets will dwindle too. So let's make no mistake. Let's talk about this legislation for what it truly is. Let's talk about the fact that the CBC has the greatest amount to benefit from this legislation. And let's talk about the fact that the CBC is already funded to the tune of about $1.2 billion per year by taxpayer dollars. And let's talk about the fact that this legislation then will allow the CBC to enter into negotiations with platforms and therefore gain more money. And let's talk about the fact that this actually benefits the CBC to a massive extent. So they'll get money from the government they'll get money from their negotiations with Google and Facebook, and they'll get money through ad revenues. Guess who doesn't have the benefit of all of those sources of income? Local newspapers. Guess who else? Ethnic newspapers. Guess who else? Innovative, creative news startups. So make no mistake, this bill is not about supporting the future of news. This bill is not about supporting newspapers. This bill is all about supporting legacy media. It is all about the CBC, primarily. And secondly, it is about Bell Media and Rogers. That is what this bill is about. So if the government wants to present this bill under a true premise, I'd be more than happy to debate it under that premise. But the one that it's been put forward today is altogether false. And it's incredibly misleading. It should also be considered that this bill does likely violate our agreements with the United States of America. And that has been brought up. Ms. Catherine Tay of the United States the United States Trade Representative has warned that Bill C-18 has serious trade implications for Canada. And we have been warned that if we move forward with this legislation, they are likely to retaliate. And if they retaliate, that will be to the tune of about $350 million. So what that does then is that means that this government is choosing that they are going to benefit legacy media at the expense of small and medium-sized businesses in our country. that are going to be subject to those punitive response by the United States. And this government shrugs its shoulder because it doesn't care. So it's going to pass a bad piece of legislation that is going to result in newspapers dying, ethnic media dying, and new startups not gaining a dime of support. And then on top of that, it's also going to result in punitive outcomes for our small and medium-sized businesses that are going to have trade barriers or penalties put against them. So at the end of this day, this bill is a lose, lose, lose. There is nothing here to be gained. If the government wanted to give the CBC more money, they could have just cut a check. They do it all the time. But here's the biggest thing. The biggest thing is this. The biggest thing is that Canadians lose. Canadians lose because they want access to a variety of media. And unfortunately, that's going to be depleted. Canadians lose because they want access to independent media. They want to be able to trust the journalists that are bringing forward the stories that they so long to hear. But this bill doesn't protect journalistic independence. Furthermore, Canadians lose out because right now they enjoy the convenience of being able to go online and find links to news. And this bill will result in those links largely being removed. So at the end of the day, this bill is a direct attack on Canadians and their ability, and I would even say their right, to access the information that they depend on as timely news in this country. And there is no one else to blame for that shift, that change, that damaging effect than this government. They had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity, whether it was here in debate, whether it was hearing from witnesses at committee, whether it was amendments that were brought forward by myself or my colleagues, or whether it was Senate amendments that were made. This government has had plenty of opportunity to correct this bill. And every step of the way, they've chosen not to. And that's their shame. But sadly, it is also the shame of Canadians, because ultimately they are the ones that are punished by this bill. That said, Madam Speaker, because this bill is so damaging to Canadians and their ability to access news from independent sources and a plethora of sources and in a convenient and timely manner, I move a motion. I move this, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the first word "that" and substituting the following. The order for the consideration of the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-18, an act respecting online communications platforms that make news content available to persons in Canada, be discharged and the bill withdrawn. And this is seconded by my colleague, the MP for Lakeland. Thank you.
Ms. Thomas, seconded by Ms. Stubbs, moves the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the first word "that" and substituting the following. The order for the consideration of the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-18, an act respecting online communications platforms that make news content available to persons in Canada, be discharged and the bill be withdrawn. The amendment is considered in order. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Questions and answers, Madam Speaker?
Oh, yes, questions and comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's truly amazing. I want to read a quote into the record and get the member to respond to this quote. This quote is coming from nothing other than the Conservative Party of Canada's election platform. Not that long ago, there was a national election, and this is what the Conservative Party of Canada was telling the people of Canada. Canada's Conservative Party will introduce a digital media royalty framework to ensure that Canadian media outlets are fairly compensated for the sharing of their content by platforms like Google and Facebook. Well, Madam Speaker, that's what the legislation's all about. You know, here we have something in which, if the Conservatives voted in favor of, they would be able to say, that was something in which we campaigned on in the last election. Something's happened once again within the far-right element of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, where they have now taken yet another flip-flop. Before we talked about the price on pollution, remember that flip-flop? Here's another one, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, how can she go and knock on doors and talk about this is what we are going to do, this legislation is doing what it is they said they were going to do, and now not only is she going to be voting against it, she's spreading all sorts of misinformation about the bill. Why is that?
Member for Lethbridge.
I always find it very interesting when the members opposite throw around this word misinformation. It's usually the buzzword that they go to in order to try to sling mud in this direction without having substance over there in that direction. It's this word that they go to where they think that it can't be argued against. They think it's a nail in the coffin. They think it's a trump card played. If you call it misinformation, you can silence the individual's voice. When in fact, we have witness after witness after witness who came to our committee here in the House of Commons and to the Senate committee who raised incredibly rich concerns, significant concerns with regards to this bill. And so for this member to state that my speech and the concerns that were raised there are misinformation is in fact for him to launch that attack against those witnesses who come with a greater understanding of this legislation than he certainly has, and probably a greater education and greater professional background, and he is choosing to silence them. He is choosing to call that information misinformation. Because it's those quotes, it's those voices that I have stood here and represented today. So shame on him for trying to silence me.
Shame. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Lethbridge for her speech. She spoke a great deal about the fact that C-18 would do nothing good for small media, for small newspapers. Curiously, among the most ardent defenders of this bill are people like Pierre-Éliott Levasseur, the editor of La Presse, Benoît Chartier and Sylvain Poisson from Hebdo-Québec, who represent about 150 newspapers in Quebec, Paul Deegan from News Media Canada, who also represents a collective of news media throughout Canada. There's Jet Barsom from Québécois, which is certainly not a second-class news source, and people who represent small, medium, and large media businesses are unanimous that C-18 is necessary. My question to my colleague is both simple and complicated all at once. I'd like to know if, on the one hand, she only listened to the web giant version, Google and Facebook, and the ones that Google and Facebook signed agreements with, or if she also took the time to listen to people from News Media Canada, people in Quebec, and news media businesses like La Presse, who want a bill like C-18.
Member for Lethbridge.
Madam Speaker, I'll just answer with a fact, and we'll just take a motion right out for a moment here, shall we? This legislation states that in order to be considered, even to be considered for CRTC approval, to enter into these negotiations, a news business has to show that they have a minimum of 2 journalists. Many local newspapers or ethnic media newspapers do not have 2 journalists, which means that they would not even be considered by the CRTC to qualify. Not even considered. So when I state that local media, that ethnic media will be left out in the cold, I state that on fact. So while I understand that there may be a few niche outlets that can benefit from this legislation, the vast majority of local and ethnic newspapers will not benefit. One of the testimonies that we heard at committee was by Steve Nixon, the executive director of Saskatchewan Weekly Newspapers. And he said that they only have 4 publications out of 56, 4 out of 56 that will be able to benefit from this legislation. So, Madam Speaker, that leaves 52 of them out in the cold, which means that they are likely to not make it because of the imbalance caused by this legislation.
Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And certainly the issue of providing funding to community newspapers is an important one. It's one that, in fact, New Democrats fought for, and I believe the honourable member referenced that they had to have a minimum of 2 employees. I believe it was actually New Democrats who fought for, at the bequest of small independent outlets, a 1.25 or a 1.5 FTE. So, in fact, more than 1, but not quite 2 in its final iteration. And Madam Speaker, the member would know that groups, including the Alberta Community News Association and the Saskatchewan Community News Association, fought for this. They wanted this. They wanted this legislation, in fact, to be able to compete with the big giants. So I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, for a member who talks about silencing expert testimony and witnesses, what does she have to say in response to the Alberta Community News Association and the Saskatchewan Community News Association in her neck of the woods that actively fought for this legislation, for which she's now fighting so actively against?
Excellent question.
Member for Lethbridge.
I hope the member takes the time to post my answer with his question, because I'd like to correct the record. Probably not, he said. That is true. Probably not.
No, they got that in hand.
Probably not. He'll censor it, he said. And that is true. That is exactly what will happen. Madam Speaker, this is your house. I'll let you bring it to order.
Excuse me. Can we allow the honourable member for Lethbridge to answer the question? Thank you.
You're giving her a great clip, Matt.
The member for the NDP just stated that they brought forward a motion asking that there be allowance for news outlets with 1.25 or 1.5 time to be considered. Well, my curiosity is this. Will one person work the 1.25 or the 1.5 or the 1.75? No. 2 journalists will work that amount of time. So my point still stands. This bill is designed that if an outlet has fewer than 2 journalists, it will not be considered. And to correct the record for the member, because I'm sure he wouldn't want to mislead anyone, it was actually Conservatives that brought forward a motion to this extent to call for a minimum of 1 journalist, and that an outlet could be considered based on that premise. And it was the NDP who voted against that common sense Conservative motion asking for the consideration of outlets with only 1 journalist. So the NDP insisted that there be a minimum of 2. Now, whether that's 2 people splitting 1 full-time job or 2 people splitting 1.5, I guess that's up to the outlet. But nevertheless, there have to be 2 individuals in order for the outlet to be considered. That's just not the case in so many of these local regions. Further to that, I'll just raise this. It's rather rich for the NDP because they're socialists. And they very much like to complain that people are not making enough wealth And so they like to see government handouts and things of that sort. But in actuality, by them arguing that 2 journalists should split a job that is 1 full-time or 1.5 times is actually rather concerning to me, because I was actually advocating that there be 2 journalists with 2 full-time wages.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Crown Relations is rising on a point of order. Yes.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-51, entitled an act to give effect to the self-government treaty recognizing the Whitecap Dakota Nation, Wapahaska Dakota Oyate, and to make the consequential amendments to other acts, be deemed reported back from the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a 3rd time and passed.
All those opposed to the motion will please say no. Nay.
The terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's always something happening, something that can captivate our attention. I'm very pleased, Madam Speaker, that we've gotten to this stage with C-18. I'm very happy with it, and I know that there are media in my riding and all over Quebec. And if I'm to trust conversations with colleagues, with stakeholders, I think a lot of people are very pleased with this bill and are happy it's going to be passed. Madam Speaker, I would like to dedicate my speech, very humbly, to those 1,300 people, workers in the news sector, who have fallen victim to cuts by Bell Media. We discussed it in this House. I have a particular thought for 2 of them, and I'm sure this is happening in ridings throughout Quebec and Canada. Mr. Brassard, who is a journalist who has 36 years of experience in my riding, 35 years of experience, and has lost his job. And in Drummond, another man, Mr. Aurel, who worked at a news service, also owned by Bell, lost his job. Madam Speaker, you may not have had the time to read today's news, but this man mentioned that his colleagues in Saskatoon, or colleague from Saskatoon Greenwood, implied that Bell was making 1,300 job cuts and was doing this with the government being complicit in it. Now, what kind of film are we watching here? What are we going through here? Do we really think that a business will fire 1,300 people simply because they want to encourage the passage of this bill, which will be passed anyway in the near future? I think here we're going a bit too far with conspiracy theories. Now, my colleague, I have another colleague with whom I sit on the committee, and I know he's someone who cares a lot about the media industry and who actually had a career in the news sector, and I think someone of great integrity. And we have discussed this. So let's provide a bit of context. It's been a long time now, many years, that we have been discussing new media. Facebook, Google, in particular, are now appropriating the content of news organizations without paying anything without compensating them for the material that they produce and that they get from news outlets. Beginning in the early 2000s, there were these major companies, major web giants, which began to take up more and more space online, and the government decided that they would be exempted from the Broadcasting Act. And perhaps there was a lack of vision there. Now, this decision was made at the time with the facts on the ground at that time. I don't think it would be appropriate to go and reevaluate their position. But over the years, these information or news media began to say, look, we're losing our place, we're being hurt. They're taking revenue from us, there are jobs at risk, and that's what happened. There were jobs at risk and their jobs were lost. And this happened under the eyes of successive governments without anyone really doing anything for our cultural industries, for our news outlets. I was a member of the media before I made a career in politics, and I also worked in the private sector. But I always worked with some sort of connection with the publicity sector, advertising sector. And I watched the development of the impact that this had on advertising revenue. There were representatives who came to see us because they wanted advertising, and they said it was better to buy advertising with us rather than with the web giants who just didn't do it for them. Now, today, more than 80% of advertising revenue is generated online, and especially Google and it's others like it. And they don't have to pay those who produce the content. They're able to monetize their work and use it to sell advertising space. Now, so they're really scooping it up at the buffet. And journalists see their texts reproduced by digital media. They see like these high quality pieces of journalism that are shared on Facebook, Google, and other places. Nothing for the journalists who actually worked on this, on these reports or pieces of journalism. Now, what we are bringing in is legislation. We're not legislation that would impose specific amounts of money, but would allow for negotiation. C-18 says you are obliged to negotiate in good faith, and here is the framework for negotiations which we have created for you. Now, what we're doing here is saying that this is a bill which I'm sure could be perfected, which will not deal with all problems. But we've gone so far in this descent into hell that our present news outlets are dealing with that C-18 will not solve all the problems. But it is a very strong message we are sending to web giants and saying you cannot use the work of our cultural workers, of our journalists, without compensation. A point of order, the Honourable Minister.
Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2, with respect to the consideration of Senate amendments to Bill C-18, an act respecting online communications platforms that make news content available to persons in Canada. And under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. And Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the debate now be adjourned.
The
honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent on a point of order.
Unacceptable what's happening right now in this debate. Nous étions en plein débat sur un...
We were in the middle of an essential debate on Bill C-18, where we were listening to arguments for and against. The member for Drummond, who has been working on this conscientiously for years, and who was giving a very interesting speech in this debate. And right in the middle of his speech, the minister stands up and ends the debate. This is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. This is a bill that should have been debated throughout today and this evening. And here, the government side is saying, we're going to cut debate. Now, what this is a parliamentary debate. It's democracy. My colleague had begun his speech. He should have had 20 minutes for his speech and then time for the questions and answers. But no, the government. The minister stands up and pulls the plug. This is in the... This is something that can happen. I will read it you. Mr. Boissonnault moves that this debate be adjourned pursuant to order made earlier. The motion is deemed adopted.
November 15, 2022, the motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Whip for the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, with less than 30 minutes' notice, the government informed the official opposition that they intended to switch the business before this House. This evening, we had planned on debating Bill C-18, the Online News Act, until midnight, because that's what the government told Canadians and their members of Parliament they would do through the projected order of business that was published on the parliamentary website. It is the common practice of the House that the government provides accurate information on the projected order of business so that all members can plan accordingly. Of course, the government has the right to determine the business they bring to the House on any given day. They reserve the right to change the business throughout the day. That said, they should always provide at least the professional courtesy of informing other parties of their intentions as early as possible. In this case, it would appear that this standard of professionalism was not met. I understand that the government House leaders had difficulty managing the agenda of the House, but for the future, I think it is proper that we should expect better planning. The government is in chaos as it relates to the economy. It's been embroiled in scandals, including the latest one on the transfer of Paul Bernardo. I ask that the government House leader contain this chaos to his cabinet table and not bring this level of disorganization to this House. Thank you.
Duly noted. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was part of leading the charge on the debate with regards to Bill C-18, the online news media, and this bill was scheduled for debate tonight. Now, there was a whole host of speakers from all parties that were prepared to speak to that. With only a moment's notice, that debate was cut short. Now, I'll have the House know that this has happened in the past at second reading of this bill.
We are entering on debate, and we have the motion was deemed adopted, and we are proceeding to the orders of today.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, comments, resuming consideration on motion number 1 at report stage of Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising today to speak to Bill C-42, which is the government's
proposal for a beneficial ownership registry. And I'd like to critique this registry because this is an incredibly important issue, Madam Speaker. The fact of the matter is that Canada has become a haven for global money laundering. In fact, don't take it from me, Madam Speaker. Here's just some international reporting on Canada. From the New York Times, just several months ago on March 25th, 2003, an article written by Ian Austin, the Times journalist that covers Canada, begins with the sentence, "Canada is such an attractive place for money laundering that there's even a special name to describe the activity here, snow washing." That's the first sentence in a New York Times article of March 25th, 2023. The U.S. State Department, just several years ago in 2019, designated Canada as a, quote, major money laundering country, end quote. That's the U.S. State Department. In fact, I pulled up their report from March 2022 last year titled Volume 2 of International Narcotics Control Strategy Report. And it says in the report, under Canada, that it is estimated that between $36 billion and $91 billion is laundered annually in Canada. Now, assuming those are US dollars, that represents roughly between $50 and $120 billion a year that is laundered through this country. $120 billion a year is roughly 5% of our GDP. 5% of our GDP consists of money laundering. In that March 2022 report, it says, quote, noted deficiencies include limited oversight of the domestic nonprofit sector, gaps in customer due diligence responsibilities for designated non-financial businesses and professions, and a lack of beneficial ownership transparency for trusts and similar legal mechanisms, end quote. And so not only has our status as a money laundering haven and by consequence a sanctions haven, avoiding haven, and the proceeds of international crime haven become documented in the New York Times, it's also been noticed by the State Department. And it's not just internationally that it's been documented. In the province of British Columbia, there was a huge commission of inquiry into money laundering. Its final report was published in June of 2022 by the Honourable Austin Cullen, who was the commissioner of that commission. And that commission found that billions of dollars were being laundered through British Columbia companies, through British Columbia real estate, through British Columbia trusts, and that this was having a deleterious impact on people living in British Columbia. This report came out just last year highlighting the problems with money laundering just in one province. It represents roughly 10% of Canada's population. And so it's clear that we have a problem with money laundering, and by consequence, we also have a problem with becoming a destination for the proceeds of sanctions evasion and a destination for the proceeds of international criminal activity. And so the government introduced this legislation in part to try to respond to these very real concerns. But the problem with the legislation in front of us is that it's deeply flawed. I asked the Library of Parliament to do some research on the number of federally incorporated entities in Canada. And the information they provided me was that for the year 2020, the most recent year for which data has been provided, the number of CBCA corporations, in other words, federally incorporated entities, is 421,301. The problem is that there are some 4.3 million businesses in Canada. 4.3 million businesses, of which only roughly 10% are CBCA corporations. 90% of businesses in Canada are incorporated under 10 different provincial statutes of the 10 different provinces. And these corporations and trusts are not included in Bill C-42's beneficial ownership registry. Now, the government will say, well, we're working with the provinces to encourage them to create a federal, a beneficial ownership registry. The problem is that one province hasn't made any moves to create one. That's Alberta. And the problem with the other provinces is that their beneficial ownership registries have major loopholes in them. The only beneficial ownership registry in the country that is worth the paper that it's written on is the province of British Columbia, where in their proposed registry, they're including provincially incorporated entities, they're including trusts, they're including real estate, and they're capturing all of that in their registry. And as a result, that provincial registry, combined with the federal one, will include all companies in the province of British Columbia. But the problem for the other 9 provinces is that they're not including real estate, which the Cullen Commission in British Columbia identified as a major asset through which money laundering, international money laundering in particular, is being laundered. And so this registry in front of us is only as good as the weakest link in the entire system. And because 9 of the 10 provinces are not, at least 8 of the 10 provinces are not including real estate in their beneficial ownership registry, as a result, people overseas trying to avoid sanctions enforcement, people overseas that are trying to launder the illicit proceeds of crime and terrorism will be able to use Canadian real estate in 8 out of 10 provinces to continue to launder their money, just like the Cullen Commission identified in the province of British Columbia. And for those individuals overseas and outside of Canada that want to avoid sanctions, if they want to avoid, if they want to launder the illicit proceeds of their crimes or the illicit proceeds of terrorism, can do so through provinces where a beneficial ownership registry for provincially incorporated entities has yet to be proposed. And so, Madam Speaker, it's clear that this proposed beneficial ownership registry that the government has put in front of us today isn't going to solve the problem of Canada's status as a destination for snow washing, as a destination for international money laundering. And so what the government should have done, Madam Speaker, what they should have done is they should have used the broad and deep criminal powers accorded to it in the Constitution that courts in this country, through various rulings, have long upheld as being broad and deep, to create a national beneficial ownership registry that would have included all companies in Canada, whether they're incorporated under the Canada Business Corporations Act or whether they're incorporated under one of 10 provincial statutes. That should have included all trusts in Canada, whether they were incorporated federally or provincially. That should have included the beneficial owners of all real estate, real property in Canada, in order to ensure that we start cracking down on those who would use our country as a haven for money laundering, for the proceeds of terrorism, or for the proceeds of crime. But as with many things with this government, Madam Speaker, they didn't proceed down that path. And so once again, we have an implementation of a good idea from this government in a very flawed manner, as it's been with so many things that this government has made announcements about. And so, Madam Speaker, I'll finish here, but this beneficial ownership registry in front of the House today is not going to plug the hole that has allowed this country to become such a haven, such a destination country for sanctions evasion, for the proceeds of crime, for the proceeds of terrorism, and for money laundering in general, that's landed us up this March on the front page of the New York Times and in the State Department's assessment of global havens for money laundering.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much. I guess I would encourage the member to go back a little further in terms of Canada's involvement in money laundering. Donald Fleming, a former Conservative finance minister, was actually instrumental in setting up the Cayman Islands as an international tax haven, and many others, whether it's in Bahamas and elsewhere. So actually, it's not a coincidence that Canada is known for money laundering, because Canada actually helped set up some of the financial centers in the world where money laundering takes place, and through various taxation treaties to avoid so-called double taxes, made it possible for money to move very easily between Canada and these other jurisdictions. It's why we lose tens of billions of dollars in tax revenue from legitimate sources of income, in addition to the damage that's done in Canada through money laundering. So I wonder if he perhaps has some reflections on the way that a certain kind of anti-tax rhetoric has been used over decades now to position Canada as a world leader in money laundering.
Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question, because it allows me to highlight that there is a distinction between tax havens, like the Cayman Islands, as has been pointed out, and money laundering. The whole purpose of money laundering is separate and distinct from tax havens. The purpose of money laundering is to hide the provenance of the money, and in particular, to hide the fact that the money was produced illicitly through criminal activity, or through terrorism, or through sanctions evasion. And with the plethora of sanctions that have been announced by this government and other governments in the last year because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it becomes even more important to enforce sanctions. And it starts with having a proper beneficial ownership registry, which this one is not, Madam Speaker. And I'm just pointing out the holes in this registry so that when we come back in another parliament, that they can be fixed and plugged so that we can actually start cracking down on money laundering in this country.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech and for speaking on this. The one part of his speech that certainly drew my attention is when he said that this is only as strong as the weakest link. And one of the challenges we have is that provinces may say that they're going to put in place their own registries, Madam Speaker, but the problem is the interoperability. This government has raised expectations and has basically said we are going to eliminate money laundering and see greater transparency on real estate. But that only applies to a very small that are regulated under the federal watch, Madam Speaker. Could the member maybe elaborate a little bit further on his views about the issue with this and the lack of interoperability between these systems?
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question, because in the research that we did, only the province of British Columbia at the provincial level of government is implementing a registry that will include provincially incorporated companies, that will include provincially incorporated trusts, and that will include real estate. Nova Scotia is the other province that is planning on implementing a beneficial, or that has already implemented a separate beneficial ownership registry for real estate. But none of the other provinces, none of the 8 other provinces have any plans to implement a registry for real estate. And that is a problem, because the Cullen Commission has highlighted the fact that significant international money laundering is being laundered through real estate in British Columbia, and no doubt certainly is being laundered through real estate in other provinces such as Ontario. And so the system is only strong as the weakest link, and the fact that 8 out of 10 provinces don't have a beneficial ownership registry for real estate, the fact that one province has no beneficial ownership registry for provincially incorporated entities and trusts, means that the system is going to be ineffective, which is why the federal government should have proposed legislation that used the criminal power given to it in the Constitution to create a registry that mandated all companies in Canada, federally incorporated companies, provincially incorporated companies, all trusts, and all real estate be registered under a single system to start giving law enforcement the tools they need to crack down on money laundering, the proceeds of crime, and the proceeds of terrorism.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honour to be able to enter into debate on the important issues that are facing Canadians in this country, and specifically those that impact Battle River Crowfoot. But Madam Speaker, if I could, just for a brief moment, I was celebrated along with so many in this place and fathers across this country this past weekend on Sunday as our nation recognized fathers. So, Madam Speaker, just before I get into the substance of what is a very substantive debate, I would just like to pass along my greetings officially on the record to my father and all fathers across country and those who have impacted us. Although I don't have grandfathers alive anymore, I know the significant role that they played in my life. So happy belated Father's Day officially on the record to all fathers represented across our country from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, we are debating Bill C-42 here this evening, and although it's unfortunate that it seemed like the government did some tricky maneuvering to change the debate from C-18 to C-42, nonetheless, this is an important issue that bears fulsome and comprehensive discussion in this place. But let me back up a little bit, if I could, and talk about something that probably isn't on the radar of many Canadians. Because when it comes to the idea of money laundering, the idea of when the Panama Papers, for example, which I know is part of the discussion that has surrounded this bill in particular, most Canadians don't really understand the significance of what that is. So let me enlighten a little bit about the challenge that brought us to the point where we would be debating this here this evening, and then I will get into what is proposed and where I think some additional items need to be at least challenged, discussed, and certainly addressed when it comes to the larger issue of what this bill is trying to accomplish. Madam Speaker, most people who have spent much time watching Hollywood movies, they'll have heard things like the Cayman Islands or Switzerland or other jurisdictions that are known for being able to hide money, where criminal enterprises, where gangs and thugs would be able to store money, be able to access money, be able to do so in a secretive manner, be able to ensure that they would not be able to take dirty money that was earned by some nefarious process, whether that be the sale of something illegal, the proceeds of crime, whatever the case is, and go through, and that's why we call it laundering, go through a process where it would come out, it might not be clean on the other side, but at least not traceable to the original way that money was earned. Now, Madam Speaker, the unfortunate reality is that as things like the Panama Papers and other news articles do make headlines on occasion, and specifically they often only make headlines when there are significant figures that are involved. When there's a business person that has some notoriety or a politician that has some notoriety is named in these sorts of releases. But, Madam Speaker, one of the really unfortunate realities is that Canada has become a place where we are known for being able to, for money laundering to take place. And that is incredibly concerning, especially in a world where with digital technology, and as we haven't had a great deal of time to discuss artificial intelligence in this place, the dynamics associated with some of these things are incredibly complex. And the fact that Canada has become a somewhat of a safe haven for money laundering and the proceeds of crime is incredibly concerning. Now, some of those proceeds would be done, of course, from criminal activities that take place on Canadian soil. But there is the unfortunate signal that has been sent to the world, to the criminal enterprises that exist around the world, is that Canada seems to be the place where you can see money laundered regardless of where those proceeds were made. And Madam Speaker, that is something that definitely needs to be addressed, and is it has a few unintended consequences as well that I think would bear mentioning. And in fact, one of the ways that, just to highlight for those watching, one of the things that has been highlighted that would be a possible way to see this happen is through the purchasing of real estate. And Madam Speaker, at a time when we already have some of the lowest per capita housing availability in the developed world, Madam Speaker, it is incredibly concerning that some of that, the pressures that exist there, would be for purposes that are nefarious and certainly not benefiting Canadians, either for the pricing structure that exists, and especially when you have a price point that is determined on in a market that is not based on that product and its availability, and it artificially inflates it. So, Madam Speaker, that is something that definitely needs to be addressed. So that's the problem. And now we have Bill C-42, which is a step in the right direction to address some of those things. Madam Speaker, the question is whether or not it goes far enough, and I'll get to the ways that I don't think it does. But it does address some of the challenges and attempts to ensure that some of the current loopholes that exist that allow Canada to be the safe haven, as I mentioned, do get addressed. So one of the things is to ensure that there is that there is greater accountability for those who are purchasing businesses that have those large financial interests in this country. And Madam Speaker, the reason why that's important is to ensure that there is that registry, that ability to have that accountability at every stage of the corporate process, so that for those who have no reason to hide their actions, of course, this is not something that will concern them. There may be some reporting requirements through financial institutions and whatnot, but when it comes to the, if you're not doing anything wrong, these burdens are not something that wouldn't be something that is a part of the daily life of the accounting of a business's operations. And Madam Speaker, that's something that is valuable when it comes to the fines. And we've certainly heard a lot as we've had debate about this issue, about the fines, that there's an increase in the penalties, both the monetary and the possible prison sentences. And certainly, Madam Speaker, I think that that's something that is important, although I will just note the irony that it seems like the Liberals have this habit of being soft on crimes in many regards, but they do want to send a signal through this legislation, it would seem, that Canada is willing to get tough when it comes to white-collar crime, even though there's certainly some challenges when it comes to the crime that is affecting so many Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, there's a number of those aspects that are and build on some of the actions that have been taken by both the previous Conservative government under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, which saw this as a challenge and started to make some of those changes. I know, notably back in, I believe it was 2014, there was some significant changes that the Harper government made to ensure that it would tighten up some of the areas that at that point in time were loopholes. And a number of steps have been taken over the last number of years. So what needs to happen in terms of the important steps to make sure that this doesn't, and I believe my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills said it well when he talked about a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. We are seeing that there could be some holes plugged in what is the challenges that Canada faces when it comes to money laundering. However, we need to ensure, it is fundamentally important, that we do not stop here. And I know it's unfortunate that at committee, a lot of this discussion took place. And I know if folks who are watching are interested in seeing some of that, the work that the committee did was very, it highlighted some of those opportunities that existed both in terms of this legislation to strengthen it, and we did see a few amendments pass, but there were a whole host of others that could have to make this legislation stronger. And Madam Speaker, and to address some of this strange occurrence that happens increasingly with the government, that they seem to be quick to rush everything through because it's a crisis. Well, Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate because as they are rushing things through, they end up often having to go back and fix the challenges or the gaps that could have and should have been addressed in the earlier stages of the process. So, Madam Speaker, I know at the industry committee there was some challenges brought up, including from senior public servants that were concerned about the possibility of challenges when it comes to the implementation. There are privacy concerns, Madam Speaker, that need to be addressed, that the Liberals have to address, and this is simply another part of those areas. And Madam Speaker, I know that my time is quickly coming to a close, so I would simply say this. It is incumbent upon all of us in this place to ensure that we do our utmost, to ensure that every bill that comes forward is debated thoroughly, is that we get engagement from stakeholders affected. And when it comes to something like this, it may not be on the forefront of many Canadians' minds, but Madam Speaker, it is fundamentally important we get it right so that we can stop Canada from being a safe haven for money laundering in this world. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll ask my colleague this. He spoke with a great deal of knowledge on this point, and I can see he represents his constituents well for a relatively young MP compared to people in midlife like myself at the tender age of almost 45 now. I called myself 44 the other day and heard about it. I'm just wondering, money laundering has had a both pervasive and significant impact. Can he comment on how his riding of Battle River Crowfoot has perhaps been, maybe not directly impacted, but been impacted generally by these types of things? Okay, someone else has to ask.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I appreciate being called young in this place, although at the rate my hair is turning gray, I'm not sure if that's more the job or my age, but thank you for the question. And I think that to highlight how it impacts specifically my constituents, and I'm sure this is not unique in the context of this discussion. Most people don't understand the intricacies of major business operations and how a corporate registry would or would not affect them, and how that affects the accounting of major multinationals, and how banks have reporting requirements, and how FinTrack, for example, most people probably, if you ask the average Canadian on the street, they wouldn't even know what FinTrack is. But Madam Speaker, when it comes to confidence in our economy, the ability for a Canadian to be able to purchase anything, for a Canadian to be able to go into a bank and trust the fact that that institution is going to have security on its deposits, to ensure that our law enforcement are able to not only pull somebody over for speeding, but to make sure that there are consequences for serious crimes like laundering money from the proceeds of crime. Madam Speaker, this comes back to the very basic principles of ensuring that there are trust in our institutions.
Honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to communicate my disappointment in Air Canada for cutting jobs in my region, especially Rimouski, including Mr. Martin Brassard, a man who has experience. He's got 35 years of experience. He's being cut from a radio station. Local information is important for the health of our democracy. I hope that the Bloc Québécois solution will be implemented to have something, a fund rather, to support local media. Now, as for the question from my colleague, C42 obviously supports this bill because what does it want to do is ensure transparency. We heard a lot about the Panama Papers. My question is it normal to have whistleblowers, people who hide behind corporations and deny us information? Does my colleague agree with little transparency with businesses?
Madam Speaker, and a lot there to address, so I'll try to get to all 3 points. First, we do need strength in whistleblower protections in this country. That is absolutely essential to ensure that those who are taking risks, whether it's professional risks, the possibility of advancements, or sometimes even further risks than that, there needs to be those protections. And certainly, as a part of the ethics committee here in Parliament, I have talked at length about that. When it comes to transparency and the need for that, it is absolutely and fundamentally important. That comes back to my response to the previous question. Most Canadians may not understand the intricacies associated with multinational business operations and why money laundering may or may not affect them, but when it comes to trust in our institutions, every Canadian feels that, and unfortunately we've seen an erosion of trust in the institutions that we all count on. And when it comes to job losses in that member's constituency, I hear them. And certainly when the Keystone XL pipeline was canceled by President Biden and this Prime Minister refused to do anything about it, when I had to face 2,000 constituents that got a pink slip, that lost their jobs because of inaction and political indifference of a party that has wanted to shut down the largest economic driver in our country, Madam Speaker, I hear that member and the pain associated with so many individuals that face the personal crisis of a job loss, especially when it's a surprise. Madam Speaker, we need to do more in this country to ensure we create a business environment that allows for prosperity. And certainly the member from Carleton and everything that we've been talking about, we are working diligently to ensure that we can be a country that fosters prosperity again, and together we can do that and bring it home.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak about C-42 today. It's an honor for me, not only because I'm speaking on behalf, as you said, the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. It also gives me a chance to recall some of my work as a member of the Finance Committee in 2017, where we did an extensive review on the money laundering regime in Canada as it relates to both money laundering and, of course, as terrorism financing. And Madam Speaker, let me just do a quick shout out to the former chair of that Finance Committee, the Honourable Wayne Easter, who basically said that we should travel to places like London and Washington as part of it. And as a member of Parliament, was quite skeptical of junkets in all their forms, Madam Speaker. He told me that he thought it was important for the committee to do that. And some of the best testimony we received as a committee with eyes on how Canada is seen in the world on things like money laundering was absolutely correct. And I have to thank the Honourable Wayne Easter for those observations because, Madam Speaker, it really showed that Canada is an outlier, and all for the wrong reasons. We've seen Transparency International talk year after year, and particularly when it comes to money laundering as being where we're slowly becoming from a country that was very respected under Transparency International's regime to where money laundering has become a problem. And Madam Speaker, those 2017 recommendations still stand. It was an all-party report. All parties, whether it be Liberal, Conservative, Bloc, and New Democrat, that participated in the report came across many unanimous recommendations. And partly that, Madam Speaker, was because of those trips and because of those experiences, because we saw very clearly that Canada had a lot to achieve. Now, coming back to C-42, Madam Speaker, there are a number of things that are missing from this legislation. For example, there is a rule in the United States that basically says that if a person or their lawyer attempts, and this is recommendation 10 from that 2017 report, that the government of Canada make it a criminal offense for an entity or individual to structure transactions in a manner designated to avoid reporting requirements. Those provisions would be modeled on Title 31 of the U.S. Code, Section 5324. Now, what essentially that means, Madam Speaker, is while this will capture, some of the significant control of a particular corporation's holdings, so that, someone would be able to find out who had significant control of an asset, such as a piece of real estate. Essentially, this is an after the fact, where it's only when law enforcement can start to draw enough evidence together linking a particular group, let's say organized crime or terrorism, with a particular group of accountants or business owners and lawyers. And through that web, Madam Speaker, they are able to be able to trace back exactly, who is connected to who and can start pulling on those threads. But Madam Speaker, the Americans have taken a much more proactive approach where essentially it makes it a crime to help someone to structure their affairs in a way to avoid transparency. So this is something that I think is quite important. And I think that while there's many measures in the criminal code, I think it's important that we look at Canada, particularly one of the outcomes of the report, Madam Speaker, is that we still see that the legal community is not within the FINTRAC regime. And while we've seen an expansion in recent years, partly, I think, because of our report of FINTRAC, Madam Speaker, we still do not see everything being included, including lawyers. And why, you may ask, Madam Speaker, is that important? Well, it's because often it's the very professionals that are the ones that structure affairs so that these money laundering can be laundered in Canada. And so I do think that that is an area that's still worthy of investigation. Now, let's go to the beneficial ownership registry itself. Now, we did go to the United Kingdom, Madam Speaker, and one of the things that struck me there is they actually have this beneficial ownership registry. You can go online, and it's for free, and you have very limited information. But one of the things that I think that most Canadians, first of all, I don't think most Canadians will go to a beneficial ownership registry, Madam Speaker. I think that there's always a temptation to see what your neighbor owns. And of course, there could be some abuses that way. But essentially, the people that are going to be looking at these are law enforcement and Canada Revenue Agency employees who are working on files that are related to this, to the matter of money laundering. And so it's absolutely critical that those law enforcement officials, people that are lawfully accessing it for investigative purposes, be able to do so quickly. But this registry, Madam Speaker, is only going to carry just a sliver. So again, for the people that are at home saying, well, beneficial ownership strategy or registry sounds good to me, effectively, it's only those corporations that are registered under the Canada Corporations Act. Madam Speaker, as someone who's lived in British Columbia my whole life, I will say that, and from speaking to many lawyers, is that the bulk of a solicitor's work, where they will be processing, real estate, they will be, updating the registry of which a company is kept. Most of the action happens provincially, and so as my colleague from Hollington Hills had recently said that, this particular measure might offer some good points, but it's only as strong as the weakest link. And having 10 different registries, Madam Speaker, we may end up in the tyranny of small differences. So, for example, we could just take healthcare. Not all healthcare information is delivered to the Public Health Agency of Canada in a uniform manner. In fact, we still find that fax machines are used, and if one province only gives information under certain forms, it then is very difficult to aggregate or to get a whole picture. And because this government, just like it has done in previous agreements with provinces, they come to an agreement in principle. When it comes time to actually doing the work, unfortunately, the government does not seem to have it where there's a true consensus. And what I mean by that, Madam Speaker, is let's just harken back to the Canada Free Trade Agreement that was that apparently all parties sided with, and that half of it was full of exemptions. You may agree in principle of something, but the operability of what actually comes out of something, there seems to be that the government is only looking for the big announcement, in this case, that it has a beneficial ownership registry. And that it will be transparent. But again, if it's only a sliver of the activity, and it doesn't necessarily create where you have a uniformity of interoperable registries, Madam Chair, where everyone can funnel the same information and have aggregated information that is the same, meaning it's always going to be the same basics that's available, you are going to, again, have that tyranny of small differences where someone, a reporter, is looking for that information. And the last thing we want to do, Madam Speaker, is end up where we actually do not supply the information to law enforcement in a straight one-shop one-stop shop, Madam Speaker. Now, I should also point out in the UK, the so-called transparency model has some caveats. And when I was at committee and asked officials about this, they did say that persons under 18 would not be, their information would not be shared, which probably is for the best, though I would ask, Madam Chair, how someone who's under the age of 18 would end up with significant control over a Canadian asset, but we'll leave that for another time. But also that there will be exemptions on a case-by-case basis. And in the UK, politicians and celebrities are often taken off. And so this creates, Madam Speaker, just like all government systems where, an elite, in this case, that are working the registry are now making choices about who is included and who is not. So, Madam Chair, it's an honor for me to step forward here. It was an honor to serve on that finance committee. And this is an area that I think that we can do more on. As the Prime Minister likes to say, better is always possible. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we'll just have to take what we can get today and hope that a new Conservative government would do the hard work with provinces so we can really clamp down on money laundering. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts today.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A couple of themes that I've heard in Conservative speeches on this bill. One is that the ownership threshold is too high at 25%. I think one of the awkward tensions with another line of Conservative argument is that the 25% standard is actually present in most of the provincial registries that currently obtain. And so I think part of the goal of starting with the 25% ownership threshold was to have more congruence with existing provincial systems. And my concern is that as we try to resolve these tensions between, as the member rightfully pointed out, the importance of collaborating with the provinces, along with some of the things that we might like to see as more stringent requirements in the legislation, but that aren't congruent with the existing provincial situations, the clock is ticking, and there are folks like Putin's buddies who are hiding money here in Canada that a public beneficial ownership registry would help to pursue. So can we get the legislation passed, albeit it's not perfect legislation, before summer in order to ensure that we can begin doing the work to bring those folks to justice?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very reasonable question because, again, we're essentially going with a line in the sand, saying this is this 25% threshold, and let's be clear here. This is arbitrary. This is following the provinces rather than leading on the arguments. And again, Madam Speaker, being able to say who's involved and has significant control over large assets in Canada, particularly from a law enforcement perspective, is quite important. And you will see that some of the lawyers, accountants, and other professionals that have been compromised in this area, they will use every planning tool possible to evade scrutiny, which is why I've made the suggestion that we should follow suit by making a criminal code infringement, Madam Speaker, under the criminal code for those that structure their clients' assets in such a way to evade transparency. Those are the mechanisms. So while the colleague and I may not agree on the 25% threshold, whether or not the federal government is showing leadership, I do understand his point that we need to get moving, but I also do think that we need to send a signal to those that operate in this space that it won't be tolerated.
Honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In his speech, my colleague talked about certain problems, specifically when it comes to people who facilitate money laundering. Notaries, other professionals. Does he think that at some point legislation will be necessary for those individuals to be less tempted to support businesses or individuals who are laundering money? Thank you.
For Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
C'est un enjeu important.
That is an important issue for Canadians. They understand full well that there are many criminal elements in the country now. It's also important for the federal government to communicate very clearly that there will be consequences for criminal activities. So, I think the federal government must set up a new bill to target and eliminate fraud, to deal with criminal matters.
Question, but this is how we need to be, to convey to professionals that. I also think a reference to the Supreme Court, as was laid out in the 2017 FINA study, so that we can clarify what protections there are and what aren't.
I'd like to give one more opportunity for a question to the Honourable Member for Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon. A short one, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, on a very substantive speech tonight. I would just wonder if he can share with this House what his constituents feel about ending money laundering and what the great people of the Okanagan and the Similkameen and the Nicola think the government should be doing to provide more transparency and accountability as it relates to money laundering. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
I thank my colleague for the question. I'll try to be brief, Madam Speaker. Simply put, British Columbians have seen a lot of politicians talk when it comes to money laundering. We've had the Cullen Commission that seem to certainly talk about many of the activities, but we seem to see a dearth of action from both the federal and provincial government. Now, albeit there has been some improvements in casinos, I will say as BC's casinos tightened up, Madam Speaker, a lot more suspicious activity went in Ontario. This requires leadership from the federal government. My constituents believe in the law. They want to see the laws enforced.
Prise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for BTB-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And please allow me, before I begin, to pay tribute to my constituents, especially those who have been firefighting. As you know, Madam Speaker, it's very important to mention that the situation is now critical. Beginning tomorrow, we expect a very dry weather, and the risk is elevated. So we need these people. There may be new fires, so congratulations to all these people. There were people from New Brunswick. I want to salute them. There are all kinds of operational details. It's a very complex thing. It's very impressive. These people have come from various places in North America and Europe, and I want to salute them and their courage and their help. And then, well, all we can do is hope, and we'll see what happens. With respect to C-42, this bill is crucial. It will amend the Act. Please allow me to begin by saying that C-42 is a bill that we had been waiting for. It began in 2006 and 2007 with data collection and looking at ways to amend the Act. This will allow us to be more effective at fighting money laundering. This registry would be recognized in various jurisdictions, and that will help. It should be noted that Quebec had amended its act in 2021. Other provinces are also expected to follow suit. This bill contains provisions for creating a registry and making it public. Amendments to the bill, which are not linked to provincial legislation, will now be linked. We should recognize the importance of cohesion and a respect for what's been done before, and I'd like to commend the leadership of the minister, because he came up with a bill because he recognized it was a priority with provinces. And this is why the debate wasn't acrimonious and there was a great deal of harmony. C-42 was passed quite quickly in committee, although there are amendments, but they are constructive ones in every aspect. Now, this will lead to greater trust in the governance of corporations. Corporations will have to respect the new regulations, and by passing this bill, we will strengthen not only the principles of corporate governance and respect for investors, but for the public overall. There's the idea of a registry, which will be transparent and easy to look at. It will help people when they have to study the goings-on of a corporation. I hope that we will go forward as quickly as possible. If we didn't get this passed, we wouldn't want to see it die on the order paper, since the future is difficult to predict. With C-42, it will be easier to fight money laundering and organized crime. It will help us strengthen our legal framework. It will help all citizens and our financial institutions. It will lead to a harmonization of legislation, and we are sending a clear message that we are determined to fight these crimes and that we want greater integrity in our financial institutions. This will help us maintain a strong economy. And predictability is a very important aspect to all this. This bill was more than necessary, and I wonder why we waited so long before bringing it before this House. Consensus could have been established earlier in previous parliaments. We should also recognize the importance of this legislation for businesses. By establishing transparency, there will be greater confidence on the part of investors, and we will be able to guarantee that our businesses will be able to benefit from a transparent institutional structure. It will benefit both investors and the Canadian public. The amendments to the legislation should never be undertaken lightly, and this will have repercussions throughout our economic system. It will harmonize legislation, and this will do away with useless obstacles to business. It will encourage economic growth, investments, and productivity in Quebec and in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we're at a turning point. By passing C-42 in its present formulation, and this is after it was passed in committee, but right now we're debating, but it seems to me that we're just wasting the precious time of parliamentarians. We should perhaps think of this, the importance of this bill. We are committed to fighting organized crime and terrorism, and we want to promote solid principles. We're working in cooperation with the provinces and stakeholders in guaranteeing a fluid, flexible market. We have an opportunity to act. Bill C-42 is a constructive measure for Canadians and Quebecers. We have to commit to passing it, recognizing the importance of transparency, of good corporate governance, and cooperation with provinces. This will give us a robust money laundering fighting tool. It will protect our citizens and promote a more just and prosperous society. Mr. Speaker, when I think of this bill and the study in committee, I think of the presence of and the appearance of Minister Champagne. Some of my questions were, what does organized crime cost? And what does it cost to not fight organized crime. And the figures, the money involved is absolutely staggering. We can see the impact of problems in the economy. We want to be able to invest in, for example, forest fire fighting. We have to be able to invest responsibly, and for this, we need to have the resources. Now, in order to strengthen the economy and make it more prosperous, we have to prevent people from hiding money in tax havens. And we have to know who really owns a business. If it's a business that belongs to another business that belongs to a certain corporation, it's really hard to know who actually is responsible. There are all these systems of one business in one country owning one in another. And the danger there, Mr. Speaker, is who is truly responsible. There are mines that want to do processing in a region such as mine. There are these big Chinese mining companies. And sometimes it's hard to know who the real owner is. They want to appropriate our resources and process them in China. And this hurts business in Quebec, prevents them from developing, because these other companies want to maintain a monopoly. This has to change. We should be able to find out who really owns a business and to bring in the necessary changes. Money is an aspect of our society and our democracy, so we have to be able to find out where this money comes from and where it goes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Kamouraska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. I also sat on the committee studying this bill. It's a very important bill. This bill, as my colleague said, it is one that will harmonize with provincial legislation. There was a bill in Quebec that was passed in 2021, and I would like him to talk about how this will harmonize with the Quebec legislation. Now, it's important to be able to stop fraudsters. I think that British Columbia has been hit hard by fraud in this area. We need to make sure that people abide by the law and that they respect regulations. So I would ask my colleague to talk about the importance of harmonizing the two sets of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my respected colleague and I'd like to commend him for his passion in committee and the energy with which he defends his constituents, but he is a strong voice. We know that the Quebec government announced its decision to create a registry in 2020. Bill 118 was presented in 2021 and passed the same year. As my colleague said, it created a registry and made it public. What were the problems in bringing in a registry? Well, it was harmonizing with different provinces. And if we are vigilant, and if we have a bill that works with provincial legislation, this is something that will lead to harmonization. Now we will have to perhaps perfect various things, but it's absolutely essential that the federal government base itself on what the provinces are already doing rather than impose their way on the provinces. So C42 will facilitate an exchange, sharing of information. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I think that as we fight tax evasion and tax avoidance and fight tax havens, the federal government has done something that was never done before. And it has shown the difference between the revenue of companies and about what we can tax. In 2022, the fiscal gap was in the billions of dollars, $23 billion. So what does my colleague think about what we should do to be able to actually get this money? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to say that the Honourable Member is a real leader on this issue. It's not the first time I've heard him discuss this in the House, as well as I would also commend the Honourable Member for Joliette. I'll give you a statistic, Mr. Speaker. Statistics Canada says that Canadian business has invested $351 billion in tax havens in 2019, which represents a third of Canadian investments abroad. The minister said that there was an increasing number of countries who are instituting transparency and who will work with us. But it's perhaps some of the wealthiest who really don't care about the well-being of their country. If we don't deal with that, we won't be able to move forward. We need to be able to get our money and find where they've hidden it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Member for Bay of Quinte.
Here, here.
Mr. Speaker, money laundering in Canada is a big problem. And it's a large, very big problem because it has a worth. And that worth, as we heard in committee, was $113 billion a year. Staggering number. Coming from the UN, it estimated that Canada's worth was up to 5% of the world's money laundering. It's a place that Canada has become known, unfortunately, across the world as a place to park dirty money. We even have a name for Canada, and it's the ability to hide your money, and they call it snow washing. I think there are advertisements in some circles. It's theft, plain and simple. And while C-42 aims to combat this $113 billion problem, it falls short to combat the future of money laundering and relies on the provinces to do most of the work. They may do some of the work for today, and certainly in this House we can support a lot of that. But, you know, there's a lot of work to do as we move forward, and certainly as I brought to committee, sitting on the Committee for Industry, Science and Research, and we dealt with this very rushed bill. This bill came through very suddenly. We certainly were talking about not only how is this bill tackling today, but tomorrow. And certainly as we went through the witnesses, it certainly fails to address the problems of tomorrow and money laundering. Money laundering, of course, became very popular after the 2016 release of the Panama Papers. And when we looked at the release of the Panama Papers, which reviewed trillions of dollars of money laundering, there were certain lessons that we were meant to learn from that. One was the fact that we had a widespread scope. The Panama Papers led to vast scale of global money laundering and tax evasion. They exposed offshore financial activities of individuals and entities from around the world, including, of course, politicians. We won't talk about that today. It exposed the use of shell corporations, exposed widespread use of shell companies and offshore entities to conceal the true ownership of assets and facilitate money laundering. There was a cross-border nature, so when we looked at how money was being laundered, it was across state lines and country lines across the world. And it also brought attention to the role of professionals such as lawyers, accountants, and financial intermediaries in facilitating money laundering. So in other words, it was widespread. And of course, when we talked about this with C-42, well, there's a couple lessons that this bill probably has taken into account that we can learn from. One is the need for transparency. One is public awareness. And certainly the fact that there are shell corporations that are using their own entities to launder dirty money. And when we looked at what we wanted to see benefited or grown from this bill in committee, bringing it to Parliament, certainly the Conservative Party stands behind the fact that we need to combat money laundering. But when it came to certain aspects looking to the future of how money is going to be laundering, including blockchain technologies, including the use of AI, certainly decentralized exchanges, privacy-enhancing technologies, and smurfing and layering, this bill falls short in addressing that. And furthermore, many people don't understand that when we look at the way that we're going to collect data from these businesses on tackling money laundering, which is from the Canadian Business Corporations Act of the CBCA, it is only approximately 15% of businesses in Canada, meaning that we rely on the provinces to do the work for the remaining 85%. If there is any last holdout province, for instance, that doesn't want to join the registry, and all of a sudden we see a certain province's limited partnership starting to skyrocket as other provinces go down, there's pressure to be put on that particular jurisdiction, that particular province, to say, why do you want to be Canadians' last secrecy jurisdiction? That follows what we saw in the UK registry, where Scottish limited partnerships dropped by 80%. There's one way to mine the data once the registry comes online. Look for movement shifts, because, of course, the crooks are going to go where the weakest link is. And that's why it has to be a harmonized approach, not just a federal approach. The CBSA or CBCA governs the incorporation and operation of businesses at the federal level, setting the framework for corporate governance, accountability, and transparency. And by enforcing strict obligations on corporations, directors, and officers to maintain accurate records and disclose information, the CBCA enhances transparency and hinders criminals from exploiting corporate structures for illegal purposes. Additionally, the CBCA empowers regulatory bodies, law enforcement agencies, and courts to investigate suspected money laundering activities within corporations. And we heard from the RCMP at committee. But one of the concerns we had were just how strict were the rules that protected whistleblowers. We need whistleblowers to enable to identify where we see illegal activity happening. And as a small business owner myself, you know, I have about 4 corporations that govern different parts of our business. You can understand, without the ability for whistleblowers to be protected, it's really easy sometimes for a small business owner to hide money away and to find different loopholes to hide that. I normally rely on an accountant to do that for me, but certainly, you know, there's a reason why Canada has been able to hide $113 billion a year, and that's because it has become very easy. One of the main aspects is we have to be able to protect whistleblowers. And when we ask questions from the RCMP on whether that's going to be happening, this bill was so rushed. We went through committee only 2 meetings, including going clause by clause while having testimony alongside that clause by clause. Some of those experts couldn't even get back to us, including the RCMP, on how effective this bill will be to protect whistleblowers, and that, Mr. Speaker, is a big concern. When it comes to the future of money laundering, this is also some testimony that we had on the fly, clause by clause, that I tried to get witnesses to answer, but again, these witnesses didn't really have the right answers for it. For cryptocurrencies and blockchain, for instance, criminals may increasingly turn to cryptocurrencies for money laundering purposes. The anonymous nature of certain cryptocurrencies and the decentralized nature of blockchain technology can make it more challenging to trace and monitor transactions. We saw that in just a study we finished, which was on blockchain testimony. Now, blockchain is something that is really good for Canada. It's good for the future. We employ 16,000 employees in blockchain. It's worth over $2 billion. But certainly, as we've seen blockchain for good, there's also blockchain for bad. And certainly, this is one aspect in the future that criminals will try to hide money and launder money. And this bill does nothing to address that. When we talk about decentralized exchanges, criminals might explore those exchanges to launder money. DEXs, as they're called, operate on blockchain technology and facilitate peer-to-peer transactions without centralized oversight, making it more difficult for authorities to track and identify suspicious activities. We just had an incredible blockchain study go through, but at the same time as this bill is not addressing the criminal element of blockchain technology, we're also not looking at the good, but that's something that, again, this government's not embracing. They'd rather most times slag cryptocurrencies and blockchain as a whole, even though we should be looking at it on its deregulation. We should be looking at it to ensure that this is part of money laundering bills. Privacy-enhancing technologies. Criminals may utilize emerging privacy-enhancing technologies that aim to provide increased anonymity and obfuscation of transactions. Those technologies can make it harder for authorities to trace the origins and destinations of funds involved in money laundering. And of course, smurfing and layering. That involves breaking down large amounts of money into smaller, less conspicuous transactions, which brings me to an amendment that we brought forward that was turned down by the government, which is instead of looking at ownership, which was only 25% or higher, to go as low as 10%. The technologies of the future, Mr. Speaker, are going to allow companies to hide more money easily, and 10% is something that we found should have been easily amended in this bill and certainly wasn't. It's important to address the potential regulatory gaps and weaknesses and really make sure that this bill addresses the system that criminals may wish to exploit. As regulations evolve, criminals may identify new vulnerabilities of target regions with less robust anti-money laundering frameworks. Strengthening international cooperation and collaboration among governments and financial institutions is crucial to counter the global nature of money laundering effectively. But, Mr. Speaker, we can support this bill. This bill does go to address the $113 billion problem. We just wish it wasn't so rushed. We wish that we were able to address some of the amendments that went further. And, Mr. Speaker, what this doesn't address is the future of money laundering, which will include blockchain. It's going to include advanced technologies. And really, this bill just addresses today and does not address tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I know that a Conservative government, which will be in power in the next few years, will be able to address that. I look forward to contributing to make sure that we bring down that $113 theft in Canadian money and make sure that we work towards a better future where we have less white snowing in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The honourable member.
Honourable member for Mission Metzke Fraser Canyon.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague on committee. And, the other day I actually drove through the honourable member's riding for the very first time in almost a decade. And I remember how wonderful the beaches are where he lives. They're actually quite amazing on the lakes and stuff. That said, the member raises an important question about how much further this bill could have gone had we had enough time at committee and not have been rushed between hearing from witnesses and then automatically going into a clause by clause. So perhaps the honourable member can explain to us, if the government wants to get collaboration and work with and work with all political parties effectively, what could they have done differently to stop some of the nonsense due to their parliamentary practices? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy to talk about the beaches of Bay of Quinte. Sandbanks, the largest freshwater sandbar in all the world, and certainly we welcome well over 1 million visitors a year, and everyone is welcome. Some of us wish we were there today. But certainly, this bill deserves the attention that we're trying to give it, as rushed as it is. Certainly, we need to spend time on a lot of different bills. Right now, we're dealing with C-34, and certainly we're waiting for C-27. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is there's a lot of important legislation that we need to get through, and we also need to spend the ample amount of time that these bills deserve to have spent on them. As I mentioned, we certainly would have liked to see a few more amendments studied. We certainly wanted to see the future of money laundering study, not just to catch up for today. There's a lot of great work to happen ahead, and Mr. Speaker, as soon as we're done with the beaches and it gets a little colder, we'll see everyone here back in Parliament and keep working on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Waiting for the statement from my colleague, it brought back to mind something we debated at the Industry Committee, and my colleague asked very good questions. Particularly, he was interested in a figure that was somewhat surprising, $13 billion per year, and this, according to data from the UN, this might represent 2 to 5% of global funds that are laundered. But in my colleague's speech, I'd like to mention, he also mentioned this, I would like to mention the fight against money laundering. How can we make sure that cryptocurrencies are not used to skirt the system? That was his question. And did the current bill, will it guarantee this protection, or do we have to have a new bill for this? And we can understand that this bill that the authorities will implement greater mechanisms to look at virtual currencies and the fight against money laundering. However,
it is emerging, and we do have gaps in the current system, and I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that, and what should we do in another bill, perhaps.
Quinty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup pour my...
I'd like to thank them for their question.
Dude, I have a lot of respect for this colleague. He does a lot of great work on NDU, and happy to work with him. The $113 billion question for money laundering, and my colleague and I also are on the same page when it came to blockchain technologies, and I mentioned in my speech, we just finished that report. And when it comes to blockchain is tremendous for Canada because it is about a $2 billion industry. It's 16,000 jobs, and the companies and the work that's being done here in Canada right now, for the meantime, is considered a world leader. And what's happened from that is we need actual bills that tackle regulation of those industries to become and continue to be a leader, but also to tackle money laundering problem exists with cryptocurrencies and with blockchain itself. The member is right. We need a separate bill that takes the work that we completed over 8 or 9 meetings in the industry committee on blockchain to ensure that we use that to ensure that cryptocurrencies and blockchain is used for good in Canada. And Canada can be a world leader in that. We can take the examples that have been brought to committee and make sure that we are making sure that Canada benefits the most from them. And I know that the colleague and myself will be happy to work on that together in the Indu committee and to work further on that as we continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. C-42. If we asked our constituents about money laundering today, and we asked them, what is it first, and second, how does it work and how do you stop it, their opinions would be rather clear and straightforward. Some people think we're still talking about Al Capone and money laundering through a company in a laundromat, but times have changed, and I'll go back to that later. However, everyone would agree that money laundering is unfair, it's unethical, and it's unfair for those who work honestly, who create honest companies, and who operate them honestly, who pay their taxes. It's unfair for all of those who see their health care system struggling, and I won't go back to that, but who think to themselves, money laundering, how many billions a year does that mean in Canada that don't get to our coffers? Could these billions not help the healthcare system in Quebec and in the Canadian provinces to do better? And these people would be right to ask themselves these questions. They would be right to find it unfair for people to fly under the radar and insist on laundering money from the proceeds of crime or any type of funds that are undeclared. And this means that the government should do more to be stricter, implement legislation that would better deal with money laundering. And Bill C-42 is a step in the right direction. This bill amends the Canada Business Corporations Act while respecting what's already in place in Quebec and other Canadian provinces, while respecting the current agreements that are in place in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, which is already a good step. Bill C-42 also amends the Access to Information Act, the Canada Tax Act, and the Recycling of Products of Crime Act, and Financing of Terrorist Activities Act, and so other legislation. Many of them are amended, except for the criminal code, which is not being amended here. And perhaps that would be something we could study, and I'll go back to that later. In people's imagination, when I was mentioning earlier, when we talk about organized crime, people think about Al Capone. They think about biker gangs or street gangs or various mafia organizations that currently exist. We forget that criminals aren't just those that I mentioned. There's also white-collar criminals that fly under the radar, and they think that their sources of income are not necessarily honest. And some people still think that to launder money, you need to have a laundromat. There are various ways to launder money. And in our times, things are being modernized, and we have to modernize our legislation to adjust to this. We're no longer at the time period of Al Capone. There has been water under the bridge, but it doesn't mean that the way we launder money is less lucrative. It may be sneakier, but it is just as lucrative for criminals, but not for our society, of course. In the U.S. alone, we estimate this $300 million in illicit proceeds a year. And if you take, well, there's $1,000 per inhabitant in the U.S., and we're looking at $4 billion in illicit proceeds in Canada a year that do not go to state coffers. $40 billion. That's $14 billion more than what Quebec and other Canadian provinces were asking in healthcare transfers. It's really an enormous sum of money. Imagine what we could do with those funds if we had legislation. But to fight organized crime, transparency and the obligation to be transparent is one of the ways we can do this, and that's what C-42 is putting forward. Companies that want to launder money must be required to spell out their ownership in a registry. Perhaps they'd be less likely to launder money. No, companies that are respectful want to see their name dragged through the mud and their reputation tarnished. It's hard to get a good reputation, but you can lose one very quickly. And the current legislation also mentions administrators. We can appoint them, but when you think for a minute, around the board table, they might have all the saints in the world, but if the owners and the investors are all demons, it makes my company more legal, cleaner. But the ideas won't be better, and the funds won't be less criminal. So by explicitly when you name the owners of a company in the registry, you make it less tempting to invest in companies. Right now, what's happening? Often, scandals are revealed by whistleblowers, and often these whistleblowers are taken to court, their lives are threatened, and we've seen some who have gone to prison. We have to protect these whistleblowers because they are precious for society. Criminal acts mean that they collaborate and they know the system very well. They know the gaps in the system that allows them to launder money. And one of the shortcomings in this legislation that it won't have framework for this. People are either forced or do so deliberately. Well, they help people launder money. And it's something we should look at in an upcoming bill. There's the whole issue of an offense, and there can be a penalty of $100,000. If they don't sign up for the registry, there can be a maximum amount of $100,000 as a fine. $100,000 for a company maybe a lot for some, but little for others. So the $100,000 amount, in my view, is somewhat arbitrary. I would perhaps look at another way of establishing an amount of a fine, something we could look at. But it's a good start, as I said. So this bill, without being perfect, is an excellent step toward greater transparency and greater honesty to ensure that Canada is an example and not a laggard. And I repeat, it's an excellent example of cooperation, of not intruding on provincial jurisdiction, and that of Quebec in particular, which is somewhat exceptional in current times. It is a good idea. So I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that we will vote in favor of, despite some of these small gaps that could be corrected in time. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech that the member from the Bloc made. I would, however, like to let the record show that it's interesting, in the negotiations that go along to create, orders and speaking lists and whatnot, that was meant to be an NDP speech. And, in the midst of what I thought was the confidence and supply agreement that the NDP have with the Liberals, bringing in what is known as scab labor is something that I didn't think that the NDP were that big of fans of. So certainly, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned that there's certainly some parties in this place that don't seem to be taking seriously, like the Bloc Québécois does, obviously, wanting to take those spots, and certainly like Conservatives do, wanting to take spots about the fact that Canada has become a haven for money laundering. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that the record do show that the NDP are not taking advantage of the spots that were allotted to them. So specifically, my question, Mr. Speaker, for the member from the Bloc Québécois is that Canada has become known around the world as a haven for money laundering, and even coined in money laundering circles, I understand that it's called snow washing, money to come through Canada and representing more than $100 billion a year in economic activity. So I'm wondering if this member believes that this bill goes far enough, or if there's more that needs to be done beyond what's contained in C-42. I know some of that was discussed at committee, but certainly there's a whole host more in addition to that. Wondering if there's more action that needs to be taken to combat this in our nation.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, to begin, if I understand Bill C-42, we all agree with this bill. We all agree we want it to go forward. So we are using up our speaking time to say we agree, but there are weaknesses which may need to be addressed at some point. I see the Conservatives have the same position. The Liberals and the NDP are choosing not to speak on this. It is their right to do so. All of us could have agreed to do that. All of us could have said, it's a step in the right direction, but every party is making its own decision. If I don't necessarily agree with what the Liberals and NDP are doing, I will respect it. Now, with regard to Canada's reputation, it is time to act now, and it's better to take one step forward than no steps at all. And if we need to take a second step to improve the bill even more, we'll do that. But the first step is always the most important one. Questions and comments.
Honorable député de
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, with regard to C-42, the FCEI, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, asked us to find ways to help our businesses even more, especially when it comes to the red tape. So we agree with increased transparency, but we have to make sure that we don't create even more red tape for businesses which already cannot keep up with all the paperwork. So, Mr. Speaker, how can we find a balance? And how can we help our SMEs even more with Bill C-42? The member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, we already have legislation. We already have a statute. The Red Tape Reduction Act, well, we have to start by enforcing that act, and that certainly would help small and medium-sized businesses. If you create a new regulation, you have to take one away elsewhere. But it's not doesn't necessarily happen within the same department. So we really have to think about that issue. It seems that we are crazy about creating paperwork. But when we do create new paperwork, we have to make sure it is proper and called for. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. It seems as though we were supposed to be debating Bill C-18 tonight, which is legislation that deals with online news. It's been interesting in this House that the Liberals have accused Conservatives of playing partisan games, and then half an hour before the debate on this bill begins, the Liberals tell us that we will be debating Bill C-42. So clearly these games are going both ways, but the Liberals probably don't want to admit that. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the life of Ms. Kathleen Beauchamp from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. She was my grade 5 teacher, and then later went on to become the principal at Our Lady of Perpetual Help School, where I did my elementary school. I actually ran into her a couple of years ago just as I was entering into politics, and I remember she gave me a really big hug. And it was nice to see somebody who had so much life, so much exuberance, so much vitality. And she was volunteering into her 90s. And I found out about her passing recently. And I just want to recognize her life because it was a life well lived. She was a model for people in Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. May perpetual light shine upon her, and may she rest in peace. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I also want to recognize the life of Jared Larkin, brother to a constituent and friend, Sean Larkin. May perpetual light shine upon him, and may he rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, today we are obviously debating Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential amendments and related amendments to other acts. Now, it's always nice to get up to learn about areas that might not be someone's area of expertise. Despite being a lawyer and having some corporate law background, the Canada Business Corporations Act is far from being my area of expertise. But I do know a little bit about some of the areas, particularly when we talk about money laundering and how that has impacted corporate crime in the Canadian economy. And I recall being a young criminology student about 20 years old and having a professor who said, put down the sports and pick up the business section. And it was then that I realized that corporate crime actually cost society much more than street-level crime. The problem with corporate crime is that we don't always see it. It happens through things like price fixing or illegal influencing, things like that. So we don't always see these types of things. And sometimes, because it happens so much behind closed doors, really almost all the time behind closed doors, it's really hard to detect. And as a former prosecutor, I can say part of what the police have to do is to connect the dots. And sometimes you build what's called a circumstantial case, as in you take facts from here, facts from here, facts from here, and they paint a picture. Each piece of evidence is like a piece of the puzzle. So this is obviously an important aspect when we talk about a registry under the Canada Business Corporations Act. It's obviously something that law enforcement is asking for, and further to that, something that law enforcement really does need. Again, as has been said repeatedly in this House, Mr. Speaker, this bill is required, but this bill could have gone further. I was speaking with our shadow minister, the member from Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon, and one thing he spoke about, and I believe he spoke about this in the House this morning, is how they heard from speakers at committee or witnesses at committee, and within minutes of hearing from those speakers, they were into a clause-by-clause analysis. In other words, speakers who had evidence to give, information to give that was directly germane to the bill at hand really weren't given enough, their testimony wasn't fully incorporated into this legislation because the government seems to have been in a rush to deal with this. How many speakers were put up? I believe 4 speakers were put up at report stage, and then the government moved closure. This is a government that has repeatedly, time after time after time, moved closure to stymie debate. And they say, well, we need to get legislation through. I understand that. There's a legislative objective. Everybody understands that. But you don't push legislation through this way. You push legislation through cooperatively. And this is a government, as I understand it, that said they wouldn't use these types of things like closure and time allocation. I'm sure they were highly critical of Stephen Harper when he did it. And now we see them and who is supposed to be the conscience of Parliament, the NDP, backing them up at every step of the way. I can't remember a bill, controversial or uncontroversial really, that we haven't seen some sort of time allocation or closure invoked by the government and their coalition partners with the NDP just going along. What happened to being the conscience of Parliament, to hearing debate out? Yes, the government wants things to go through quickly, and here we are at the end of June. It's not Canadians' problem. It's not everybody in this House's problem that the government didn't manage their time effectively and hasn't been conciliatory in terms of addressing things that would be of mutual interest. They say they want to work together. I'm just not seeing that when we see these types of actions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll move on to some of the elements of this bill and really the necessity of it. And the necessity of it comes for me as a British Columbian when I review the Cullen Commission. And the Cullen Commission was authored by, I believe he was Associate Chief Justice Austin Cullen at the time from British Columbia. And what he found, and I'm really paraphrasing this, is that money laundering had risen to an unacceptable level in British Columbia, and that the province and law enforcement not only weren't keeping up, that it really become secondary when it comes to enforcement and to shining the light on these types of issues. So, Mr. Speaker, this is timely that we're dealing with this. The Cullen Commission, I believe, has come out in the past couple of years. But we have to remember, we shouldn't be rushing these types of things in order to simply get it through when there could be more things to be done. One of the things that stood out to me, Mr. Speaker, is this. The threshold for share ownership for being listed in the registry is at 25%. That's actually quite a high threshold. When we look at other corporate legislation, I believe that there's if memory serves from when I was studying, that there was a threshold of 10%. When somebody owned 10% of shares, that was enough to trigger a warning system. 25% of shares seems inordinately high, and I would suggest that we perhaps move back to 10% shares. And as I understand it, the RCMP were supportive of this. Their view is that 10% would get more names into this registry. The more names, the better. Again, the more names that are on the registry, the more dots that can be connected. The more dots that can be connected for police, the more tools that they have to combat money laundering. Mr. Speaker, the other issues, and I won't go into them because I can see my time is already starting to evaporate here, are that, pardon me here. You know what, Mr. Speaker, I only have a couple minutes, so before I go on any further, I just want to highlight a couple more things from the Cullen Commission, because I do think it's really important to this discussion. I was tempted to go elsewhere, but I do want to highlight a couple more things here. Unexplained wealth orders. I believe that this is probably be an issue for the provinces, but while we're talking about commercial crime and when we're talking about being a safe haven for money laundering, Canada as a whole, it's something that I believe the provinces should really explore in conjunction with with the federal government as we enact this sort of legislation. They could be used in conjunction with things like civil forfeiture, things of that nature, Mr. Speaker. The Cullen Commission made a number of recommendations and really came up with a number of various things that the government should be doing, and looking at how money laundering was occurring in British Columbia, for instance, through factors like laundering money through casinos and how this impacted the real estate market. I obviously had much more to say, but I see my time is coming to an end in the next few seconds here, Mr. Speaker. Before I end, I think I have a few seconds left. Mr. Speaker, before I end, I want to recognize a news anchor, Bill O'Donovan, who received the RTDNA Career Excellence Award in Broadcasting. I'm the godfather to his granddaughter. Bill is both a great human being and a great broadcaster, so congratulations to him. And on that note, I will close.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech and for his empathy in recognizing, paying tribute to those he mentioned. Now, I'd like to talk about the fight against fraud. At committee, I asked Mr. Baudouin of the RCMP a question. I asked whether the RCMP had enough resources to fight against fraud, and he said that fraud had evaluated. It was so much bigger in scope. It has grown over the last years, and the nature of the crimes has changed as well. And he said that the RCMP could do more if it had more resources. So my question to my colleague is whether we need to give more resources to the RCMP so they can do a better job of combating this fraud. Thank you.
Oops, Thompson Caribou.
Merci for the question. I understand completely where he's coming from, and I understand where the RCMP are coming from. They're expected to do more with less each and every day. When it comes to fraud, yes, there are limited resources. We're finding that there are limited resources for the RCMP, period. This government is running a $60 billion deficit, and yet, when it comes to enforcement of crime, whether it be in fraud, as my honourable colleague referred to, or in things like simply proving a firearm is a firearm, or in the area I used to prosecute mostly in, internet offences against children, 12 to 18 months to analyze a hard drive. The RCMP needs more resources, and it is puzzling to me how this government can rack up $60 billion in deficit, and we still have a national police force that doesn't have the resources to deal with these extremely salient issues of the day. To me, that is unacceptable. I agree with my colleague. When we think about these things, when we think about commercial crime and fraud and money laundering, it impacts each and every one of us. We don't always see the impact of it, but it does impact us. So yes, I would like to see the government focus its spending and divert some of the funds that, in my view, are being recklessly spent to matters of significance like the one he raised. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Mayor Okaptiti, and I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. The invasion against the Ukraine made it obvious more now than ever how important it is to place sanctions against those people that are closely connected to Putin, for example. Can the member explain how sanctions enforcement can be improved with the public beneficial ownership registry in place?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
I thank the member for the speech. It's not something I had turned my mind to when I was preparing for the speech, so I appreciate the fact that she would raise it. I would say that this is, again, another piece of the puzzle. When we talk about connecting dots for proving an offense, it would seem that we would have to connect dots in order to prove who owns what when it comes to sanctions. So perhaps that's another byproduct of this legislation, is that you have an illegal invasion of Ukraine. You also have other people around the world who have committed all sorts of atrocities, and those people shouldn't be using Canada as a safe haven for their money. And I fully support using this registry and every tool available to find their assets and seize them.
Comments? The honourable member for Simcoe, or York Simcoe, 30-second question and hopefully a 30-second answer.
Okay, York Simcoe, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're here in closure again with this Liberal government, and I wonder if my honourable colleague, and thank you for the speech, does the member opposite agree that more time to study this bill at committee would have helped strengthen it? Because I'm looking at letters from stakeholders here. They were pleading for more time. I wonder if you could answer that and speak to us being in closure again.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, in 30 seconds or less.
Good to see my colleague in the House and not in Lake Simcoe. Mr. Speaker, he raises an excellent point. Why are we rushing this through? This is important legislation. I think everybody around here says this is important legislation. And when legislation is important, so is debate. We should not be settling for an okay bill or a good bill. We should be pursuing excellence for the people of Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Montmagny.
The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues. I also would like to congratulate young people. We're all congratulating everybody else right now because there isn't much time left. So I want to congratulate every young person who's found a summer job in every riding and in mine as well. They are helping the regional economies back home, and they are really getting a taste of work. And for me, this is a really important value. We need to teach young people how to work. They are our future, and they need to get experience with teamwork.
I'm pleased to rise tonight to speak to Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts. This bill is part of the government's plan to create a national registry of people who have significant control over Canadian corporations under the act, at the federal level, of course. This bill would require Corporations Canada to make public the information that is available in 2022. It also introduces protections for whistleblowers, so exceptions for some people, and there are new offenses that are added, and it gives Corporations Canada additional power for investigation, data verification, and data sharing. This would allow Corporations Canada to share information with provincial authorities. We know that in Quebec, we already have a registry of companies. I'm an entrepreneur myself. My name is on that registry, of course, as well as the shareholders of my company, and I think it's important that the public has access to that information. The government says that this would protect Canadians against money laundering and terrorist financing, discourage tax evasion and fraud, and make Canada an attractive place for companies. I totally agree with that goal. It's an initiative, a laudable initiative. Money laundering and tax evasion have serious consequences. Unfortunately, Canada is not a leader in fighting these. Canada is a destination of choice for criminal groups for money laundering and terrorist financing. According to CSIS, money laundering and fraud, published in 2020, the amount is in many, many, many billions of dollars. It's good for the government to address this. The Conservative Party will be voting in favor of C-42, not because it's perfect, far from it. The committee review was accelerated. There were only 2 meetings. I'm at the Industry Committee, and we went through it very quickly. It's like a hare that went before us. So members and witnesses had little time to debate and discuss this bill. We also put forward amendments that were unfortunately rejected, and that's what I would like to focus on. The first amendment proposed had to do with acquisition thresholds for stocks. We proposed that everything over 10% for voting rights for shares, and any shares that's 10% or more of the company measured at fair market value. That would have added a new clause to the bill that would have to do with significant control to reduce the threshold from 25 to 10%. At 25%, the control and voting, we know there's different categories of shares, and now we're talking about voting shares, those who make decisions. James Cohen, the Executive Director of Transparency International Canada, made the following comment. I don't think that lowering the threshold from 25 to 10% is based on risk. That I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I think it goes together. The 25% is not so much a standard as a global initial recommendation that everybody subscribed to. It is possible to go to 10% and to provide more information to the RCMP. That amendment that we put forward would have had the effect of catching a lot more with the RCMP when it comes to tax avoidance and money laundering. We also put forward an amendment that had to do with access to law enforcement and information during investigations. This amendment would have added specific wording to the bill to guarantee that law enforcement and other investigation organizations like FINTRAC could have access to information from the director rather than having to talk individually. It would have eliminated a reference saying that minors are totally exempt from providing information, and that exemption must be requested to prove that it is necessary. Once again, this amendment was rejected. This bill could have been improved, but no. The NDP coalition defeated it. So our amendments were rejected, but as I said earlier, the study of this bill at the Industry Committee, which I'm part of, was very quick. It's worth noting. We only had one meeting to hear from officials, and we heard from justice officials, and clause-by-clause review was done. There are different organizations against snow washing. Well, it's said a little bit differently in French, but in English it's snow washing, and then the Canadian Bar Association were heard from after the amendments were put forward. There were a number of amendments, a number of briefs rather, that were received after some amendments were passed. And we had very, very interesting briefs from law firms in particular that were putting forward their concerns about the bill, significant ones in a number of cases. So it's really unfortunate. But that's how it goes with this government that waits to act. And then when it's the very last minute, it goes quickly and has time allocation, as we've been seeing for a couple of months. That's what we're experiencing in the House of Commons, time allocation over and over. And I'd like to note that the NDP to date must have been about 55 times where it's supported time allocation, which it had just about never done in the past. So it shows how much this government has control over the NDP. So the Liberals and the NDP are working together. The government should be fighting money laundering and terrorist financing. And we should be in step with our international partners. Canada's reputation as a refuge for dirty money needs to stop. That's what a future Conservative government will do. In 2021, the Conservative Party committed to setting up a registry of real owners for residential properties and to overhaul the Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Act to allow FINTRAC, law enforcement, and others to have the necessary tools to go after money laundering and to put a stop to illicit money that is on the real estate market, especially in the Vancouver area where my colleague lives. These are huge sums of money being invested by foreign agents that are laundering money through real estate. And that's the type of policy that the government would put in place to really deal with money laundering and tax evasion. I don't know if I have time left, Madam Speaker, but there's something between provincial registries that needs to be done. In Canada, about 15% are at the federal level, 85% are at the provincial level. So there needs to be communication so that we can work together with the provinces, in particular in Quebec, as I was saying. We have a very good registry in Quebec that works very well. But of course, it was adopted or changed recently, and the federal one could have been even better if we'd really taken the time to study it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Le député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for Montmagny-Lisla-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thank him for his work. I was thinking of the question he asked me earlier. And what I missed, Mr. Speaker, was interoperability. The importance of having laws that are interoperable. And in consequence, I'd like to ask a question. How important is it that our laws remain interoperable? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lisla-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank the member for the question. So the word is interoperability. It's a tough one to say. But we understand that it's provincial laws and the federal law working together. It's essential and fundamental that these laws work hand in hand so that the work that we do upstream or downstream at the federal or provincial level be done constructively, efficiently, to fight money laundering especially. And I think my colleague is correct in saying, and I thank him, I'll say really publicly, he's a charming man who works very well at the Industry Committee, and we don't always agree on things, but generally speaking, I think the arguments he puts forward and those we put forward, we're working for the common good of Canadian society and Quebec society, of course. And I think his question is a no-brainer. We should all understand that we need to have interoperability. All right.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the same topic, I'd say that yes, it's really important that there be that interoperability. Thank you. But, in fact, the provinces that already have a public registry have a level of 25%. Earlier, he was saying he wanted a threshold of 10%, but to have that interoperability with the provinces, which already have a public registry, it seems important that we begin with 25%, and we can have conversations with the provinces rather than legislate something here that's not the case with provincial registries. So how can we address this topic and ensure we have legislation that allows the federal government to use an important tool to go after Russians hiding their cash in Canada? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lisla-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. It's an excellent one. To have society move forward, we have to have bills move forward at the provincial or federal level. I understand that registries are harmonized at 25%. We're well aware of that. But by putting forward amendments like the one we did, having it go down to 10%, that leads to reflection not only here but also in the provinces to advance these registries so that all of the information collected by registries at the provincial and federal level can be as good as possible to eliminate once and for all money laundering and crime in this area and fraud. So the tighter the measures are throughout Canada, the better our chances will be of limiting damage. And I think 10%, even I as an entrepreneur, I know that the registry in Quebec, I look at it regularly, and I will soon consult Mr. Speaker because my daughter will be taking over my partner's position. So I'll have to go to a notary and make the change directly in Legif. It's an institute that collects data and in that registry, and we'll have the new shareholders there, including my daughter. So it's me and my daughter. So it's extremely important, but we could have also done it, even though it's 50-50, we could have done it with many shareholders, rather having it could have been at 10. We're not looking to commit fraud, but my colleague earlier was saying there are companies that are the owners of others, and there's sort of a real puzzle that gets set up. So it would have been easier to have 10% rather than 25%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Debate. Seeing none. Is the House ready for the question? The question is on motion number 1. Mr. Viss, seconded by Mr. Muse, moved that Bill C-42 be amended by deleting the long title. Si un député d'un parti
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes for the motion to be adopted or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The
Honourable
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Okay, very good. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, June 20th, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am. I believe that you have received the proper advance notice. And if you seek it, I believe you'll also find unanimous consent to see it at midnight so we could begin the late show.
I have received notice from all recognized parties that they are in agreement on this request. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those who oppose what was proposed will please say nay.
D'accord.
Okay.
Heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Okay. Now, order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Go ahead. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Transcona and Strathcona are very, very similar, so it's always interesting to know. So I'm standing today representing my constituents and the constituents of Alberta, and I want to tell you a little bit of a story. In May 2020, amid COVID-19 shutdowns on the Friday afternoon before the May long weekend, Alberta's United Conservative government quietly revealed that they were rescinding Alberta's coal policy that protected the Rocky Mountains and the Eastern Slopes from exploration and mining since 1976.
Shame.
Albertans had no insight into this, no inkling that this change was going to happen. But Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the mining companies absolutely did. Within minutes, within days, 240,000 hectares of environmentally sensitive land in the Eastern Slopes, areas that included the headwaters of Alberta's major watershed serving Edmonton, Calgary, and southern Alberta. Thousands of trees were bulldozed, and hundreds of kilometers of temporary roads were carved through the landscape by coal mining companies. The outcry from Albertans and other Canadians was swift. Mr. Speaker, it was overwhelming. Through various petitions and forums, hundreds of thousands of Canadians turned to the federal government for help. They asked that the government enforce federal laws, including the Species at Risk legislation and the Canada Waters Act, and to consult with First Nations and Indigenous groups and other Indigenous groups in keeping the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, something that the provincial Conservative government had very clearly failed to do. Now, I stood in this House and called on the government to close a loophole in the legislation. In fact, I brought a private member's bill forward to do that. The loophole, Mr. Speaker, was that in the past, any mine that was under 5,000 tons per day didn't trigger the Environmental Impact Assessment Act. So what we were finding is that mining companies were building two mines side by side that were 4,950 or 4,925 to get under that 5,000 tons per day loophole. So what I did is I brought my private member's bill to the Minister of the Environment at the time, the now Minister of Natural Resources, and he agreed with me. And he agreed in policy to change that loophole. Mr. Speaker, it was the best day of my life as a parliamentarian because my legislation was put into policy. So we were delighted. It meant that all coal mines in the Rocky Mountains were going to trigger an environmental impact assessment. And I'm pleased to say that that meant that some of the mines that were going to be most destructive in southern Alberta were shut down. Most destructive in the eastern slopes were shut down. That didn't go ahead. The investors pulled out, the mining companies pulled out, and our water and our land was protected in Alberta. However, what happened after that, we got a new minister, and the new minister has now rubber-stamped a coal mine that is going into the Grand Cache Mountains. The minister has completely discarded the policy that his predecessor put in place. And there's only one reason that he would have done this. A, he doesn't know and is not paying attention, or B, he doesn't care. And if that's the case, it's a betrayal. So either he thinks that this mine doesn't have to be within that under the threshold of 5,000, or he thinks that selenium is not a risk. And what I'd like to know from the government is which is it? Which reason is it that they are betraying Albertans and not triggering an environmental impact assessment on a coal mine in the eastern slopes of the Rocky Mountains?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to address the question by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona regarding the impact assessment process and coal mining. I want to assure the member that the government will continue to lead the global effort to phase out coal-powered electricity and the mining of thermal coal and ban thermal coal exports from and through Canada as swiftly as possible and no later than 2030. In June 2021, the government issued its policy statement on the new thermal coal mining or expansion projects that these projects are likely to cause unacceptable environmental effects within federal jurisdiction and are not aligned with Canada's domestic and international climate change commitments. Canada is taking decisive action to address climate change, and we will consider the policy statement in deciding whether to designate any new thermal coal mines or expansions under the Impact Assessment Act. With respect to metallurgical coal mines, we will consider designating any new mines or expansions that have the potential to release selenium into the environment, Mr. Speaker. Canada has a rigorous federal impact assessment process that considers the positive and negative environmental, economic, social, and health impacts of mining projects, amongst others. The type of projects subject to this process are identified in the regulations known as the project list under the Impact Assessment Act. The Summit Coal Inc.'s proposed Summit Mine 14 project near the Grand Cache is a metallurgical coal mine, not a thermal coal mine, and is well below the threshold identified in the project list that would automatically trigger a federal assessment process. In August, Mr. Speaker, of 2022, a number of First Nations wrote the Minister of Environment and Climate Change about the proposed Summit Mine 14 project and requested we consider designating it for assessment to support our consideration of this request. The Impact Assessment Agency of Canada provided the Minister advice about the project informed by science, Indigenous and community knowledge, input from the proponent, and consultation with Alberta, other jurisdictions, and potential affected Indigenous groups. Mr. Speaker, on November 14th, 2022, the Minister decided, after carefully considering the scientific analysis and advice from the agency, to not designate the project. His response and the analysis that the agency provided him are publicly available, Mr. Speaker, on the Canadian Impact Assessment Registry in support of transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I have 3 additional questions from that response. One is, does the minister not understand the damage that coal mining does to the mountains, whether it is metallurgical or whether it is thermal? The minister, before the current Minister of Environment, promised that they would assess every coal mine, every single one. We also know that there is no way of him knowing what the selenium outcomes are going to be. We don't have that information because we haven't tested, we haven't looked at it yet. Selenium poisoning is what is going to kill the water, kill the fish, kill the land. So does the minister not understand how selenium poisoning works? And will he not listen to the Indigenous groups in the community that have asked for this impact assessment, that have asked him to close this loophole? He has the ability to do this. I beg of the minister to close this mine down and bring in an impact assessment as was promised now.
Let's get it done.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is committed to preventing and managing pollution from industrial sectors. Effluent from coal mines in Canada can be a source of pollution that harms aquatic life and specifically fish and fish habitat. Environment and Climate Change Canada is developing coal mining effluent regulations under the Fisheries Act. These regulations will reduce the risk to fish and fish habitat by limiting levels of harmful substances in coal mining effluent. Once in place, they will apply to the 28 existing coal mines in Canada and to all future coal mine expansions and new coal mine projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, in the pandemic, there were folks who were in quite a desperate financial situation. One group was foster kids graduating out of care in the spring of 2020. There were no jobs available. They were told by the provincial government that they couldn't access social assistance unless they applied for CERB. The provincial government knew very well that that was a no-fail application. That's how those kids at the time got money to support themselves, striking out on their own at the age of 18. Now the government's calling in all of those debts, and many of those Canadians are still in a desperate financial situation. The government said it's going to take a compassionate approach, but recent media coverage has said they just canceled the $5 and $10 a month payments, and people can't access that anymore. They're clawing back benefits. If the government's really committed to a compassionate approach, at the very least they should know how many CERB debtors fall below the low income cutoff. Have they done the analysis? And if so, what's the number?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Elmwood-Transcona for his question and for his ongoing advocacy on behalf of his constituents. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit, we quickly introduced the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, or CERB, and ended up helping more than 8 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. When it came to delivering the benefit, we knew that speed was of the essence. We knew we needed to get money into the hands of Canadians quickly so that they could feed their families and pay their bills. We were clear from the onset that eligibility would be verified in the back end, Mr. Speaker, and once tax data became available. This approach kept workers attached to their jobs and postponed positioned our economy to come roaring back, Mr. Speaker. Since day one, we have treated all cases individually and fairly to ensure that Canadians are not placed in financial hardship. We have also been committed to responsible financial stewardship. That's why we developed a comprehensive 4-year plan to support post-payment verification activities on the CERB. By late 2021, we estimated that about 1.8 million people had an outstanding amount owing between $500 and $2,000 as a result of CERB advance payments. And that's when we began to notify people who had an obligation to repay. When we started the post-payment verification process in January of last year, we asked people who received the benefit to assess their own eligibility and voluntarily repay what they received. Many people did just that, Mr. Speaker. To date, ESDC has sent out 1.8 million overpayment notices of CERB advance payment reconciliation for an amount of $3.1 billion as of June 16, 2023. $2.17 billion has already been repaid. Mr. Speaker, while we recover overpayments, we're doing everything that we can to avoid causing undue hardship to Canadians. We are continuing to take an empathetic, people-first approach. When a person facing repayments tells the CRA they are struggling financially, the agency will assess the person's ability to pay based on their entire situation, and that includes family size, current income, and assets, Mr. Speaker. In addition, we are not imposing penalties or interest on overpayments. Mr. Speaker, we treated Canadians with compassion and understanding when we created these benefits, and we are continuing to do that now. Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Elmwood Transcoma for his ongoing advocacy on behalf of his constituents. Thank you.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, a compassionate government would proactively assess the financial situation of people that it was trying to collect a debt from and then have that inform the debt collection strategy. That is not what this government is doing, and it has recently canceled a lot of the measures that it claimed was part of its so-called compassionate approach. I've been asking for almost 2 years now how many people who owe CERB debt fall under the low-income cutoff, and I think it's pathetic from a government who wants to claim it's compassionate that they still don't have an answer to that question. So one more time, of the people who owe CERB debt, how many of those folks have an income that falls below the low-income cutoff?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we were clear from the onset. We would recover CERB overpayments without any interest or penalties. To prevent undue hardship, flexible repayment options are available. People can establish repayment schedules based on their financial situation and their ability to pay. We understand that some Canadians may still be struggling to make ends meet. They will be treated with compassion and understanding. Mr. Speaker, we will continue taking a responsible approach to ensure a fair process. Thank you once again, and thank you to the member opposite for his advocacy.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to be able to stand today and address a question that I originally raised back on April 17th, and is based upon a letter that came from the Conference of Defence Associations Institute, where 60-plus prominent Canadians who are military leaders, former ministers of defense, and politicians from both sides of the aisle, Conservative and Liberals, as well as former Chief Justice Beverly McLaughlin, all wrote a letter addressed to the Prime Minister and was published as an open letter. And it said in there that there is no more important responsibility for the federal government than protecting Canadians against all threats, foreign and domestic. And then it goes on to say, now is the time to fully discharge the commitments to our allies and partners in sharing the collective security commitments which are essential to safeguarding the peace, prosperity, and way of life for all Canadians. And of course, Mr. Speaker, they're referring to in that quote, our commitment that we made at the Wales Summit in 2014 to NATO that we would spend our 2% within 10 years. That's 9 years ago. We know that the NATO Summit in Vilnius is coming up this July. And of course, there is going to be extra pressure on the Government of Canada and under this Prime Minister to come up with that 2%. And of course, we know from the Pentagon leaks that happened just recently that in there, the Prime Minister is quoted as saying that there's no way Canada's ever going to reach that 2% commitment. And then, of course, they're saying in this, our other collective security agreement that's important to us is NORAD and NORAD modernization, and we know that the Americans are concerned about that. In the letter that came from the Conference of Defence Associations Institute, they go on to say, years of restraint, cost-cutting, downsizing, and deferred investments have meant that Canada's defence capabilities have atrophied. They've atrophied so badly, Mr. Speaker, that under these Liberals, that today we are 10,000 troops short of where we should be to be able to fulfill the commitments of what we have here domestically, what we're able to do in NATO, especially the missions that we've undertaken as the leadership in the enhanced forward position and setting up a new battle battalion in Latvia and leading that battalion. We're slow in getting our numbers up there to up over 750 troops. We know that we weren't able to participate in the recent military Air Force exercises that 26 nations of NATO participated in, but Canada was a no-show because we don't have the equipment or the personnel to fly the planes that we have today. We're short on pilots. And we know that procurement, although there's been some announcements that have recently come from the government, and we are going ahead building the surface combatants originally ordered by our Conservative government. We know that the F-35s are finally getting bought, which the Prime Minister said in 2015 that he would never buy, but finally we are purchasing the F-35. But we don't have necessarily the right enough people doing the procurement. According to the Defense Association Institute and other sources, we know that we're short 4,200 military procurement experts within the Department of National Defence as well as over at PSPC Canada. And you can see it happening. We're hearing stories coming from the front in Latvia where our troops are actually having to go out and buy their own helmets and hearing protection and radio communications equipment and flat jackets because the kit that they're getting from the Canadian Armed Forces under these Liberals are inadequate. They're actually embarrassed. In a letter that was recently leaked out, one of the commanders wrote back to Ottawa and says, you know, it's embarrassing. We're seeing the Danes walking around in new Canadian equipment that they purchased from Canadian companies, the very equipment that our troops should be using and wearing, and unfortunately this government hasn't been able to carry off those procurements, leaving our troops vulnerable and embarrassed. And of course, we know that they also, with our troops in Poland, Mr. Speaker, can't even pay, or they weren't provided any meal vouchers, and they're out of pockets thousands of dollars that the government haven't been able to reimburse them for. That's shameful.
Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for his empathetic agreement that our government has no greater responsibility than to keep Canadians safe. Because if there is one thing that everyone here can agree on, it's that the threats that we face today are many, complex, and rapidly evolving, and our military must evolve with them. Mr. Speaker, that's why we've been working to ensure that our brave people in uniform have what they need to defend this country and its citizens now and into the future. Since launching Canada's defence policy, Strong, Secure and Engaged, in 2017, we've committed to invest significantly in our people and in the equipment, infrastructure, and programs that set them up for success. Our defence policy commits to increasing Canada's defence spending by 70%. Through SSE, our military has been able to count on sustained and reliable investments to meet evolving security challenges with a funding model that offers the flexibility to adapt to changing situations. Mr. Speaker, in January, we announced that Canada is acquiring a fleet of 88 F-35 fighter jets with the United States government and Lockheed Martin with Pratt & Whitney. These state-of-the-art jets will ensure our Air Force's ability to protect Canada from a broad range of threats decades to come. In March, the Prime Minister also announced $7.3 billion investment to upgrade and build new infrastructure that will house this fleet of F-35 fighter jets. This is just one part of a broader, nearly $40 billion plan to modernize Canada's NORAD capabilities in close collaboration with our partners in the United States. At sea, we continue to work on delivering a new fleet of 15 Canadian surface combatants for our Navy. 3 Arctic offshore patrol ships have been delivered to the Navy, with 3 more in production. And on land, we are equipping the Canadian Army with new and a modern fleet of 360 armored combat support vehicles. These will serve as ambulances, mobile repair and vehicle recovery vehicles, as well as engineer support vehicles and command posts for both domestic and international operations. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to move quickly because the threats we face continue to evolve rapidly. No matter the domain and no matter the challenge, we are committed to ensuring our armed forces have the modern equipment it needs to protect Canada's interest as well as global peace and security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just to go on with the letter from CDAI, they said Russia's brutal war in Ukraine, as well as the continuing expansion of the military arsenals of authoritarian regimes, should have prompted a reassessment of our defense posture. Well, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that well-connected consultants, big bankers, and wealthy bondholders get more from this government than our troops. We know that the deficit that's going to the big bankers is over $40 billion. We know that McKinsey and other liberal connected consultants are getting billions of dollars every year while our troops do without. In this fiscal year that just ended in 2023, we had $2.5 billion of military spending that lapsed, that will never be shown again, and that has dropped our GDP ratio that was supposed to be at 1.33% down to 1.29%, and that means that the delta, the difference between what was supposed to be spent on military expenditures and where we are at with the 2% of GDP is actually $20 billion short. Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable. You cannot buy house insurance when your home is buying.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we aren't just investing in equipment. We're also investing in our people. Everyone in uniform deserves a workplace where they feel protected, respected, and empowered. And that is why we are taking concrete steps to eliminate unacceptable behaviors like sexual misconduct, harassment, and discrimination across the defense team. In her first biannual report released last month, external monitor Madame Jocelyn Therion found, quote, a significant level of tangible activity within DND CAF as it responds to the hundreds of recommendations from external reviews on sexual misconduct in CAF ranks, unquote. We are also investing in our women and men in uniform. Our government has raised military pay and benefits and are spending over $140 million on improving CAF healthcare system. We've increased funding for military family resource centers and added mental health and consulting supports for military families. Canada's defense policy makes it clear that we are...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.